It should be back. Like I said, not that long.
So we made a list of the teams we wanted to play against. Tiburones Rojos was fourth in the list, but only because Toon Slim didn't want to play against his friends.
Okay, so that's how it works. You just don't want to play against your friends, or specifically Toon Slim. So it's all around him. And then, of course, how did it feel to be chosen by Nouns?
¿Cómo sentiste cuando se eligieron?
Yo ya creía que, bueno, más bien predije que nos íbamos a enfrentar a Nouns y pues ya venía con la mentalidad de que aquí se enfrentan solamente los mejores. Pues nada, el mejor de Europa contra el mejor de Latam Norte.
We had the mentality and we wanted to face the best ones. So this is the best European team against the best Latin team.
Oh, that's a big statement here. And then now you've played before in the AOS Cup.
That translation was so
match.
butchered.
How do you feel it's going to be? Any
That was actually
different
such a
this
butchered
time around, or are
translation.
you just gonna try and do the same
Yeah,
thing?
or unless he was just paraphrasing unintentionally.
We have two different players, and I feel like we practice a lot lately, and I think that we are in a better shape than we were there. But I think they are a great team anyway, and they can win us. But I feel confident.
Yeah. I just
there's
need to
nothing-
switch something really
like,
quickly.
There's always a chance, no, for Toulouse against them. I really appreciate them as a team. So, but yeah, I feel confident. I think we can win.
All right, that's the same thing here. How will things go differently than the AOS Cup?
En la EOS Cup os ganaron. ¿Qué pensáis hacer ahora para que no suceda lo mismo?
Pues otro libro, otra historia. ¿Vamos a banear Eldegos?
He said different
Nah,
book,
mentira.
different story.
Solamente ahora ya estamos los 5 completos, los titulares y con todo.
It's a blank page. It's a completely new stage, and now there's the team has the 5 best ones, so they are confident.
All right, I'm gonna ask one final question, which is, of course, do you have anything to say to your opponents? You can start here.
I love them. Let's have fun.
Just have fun. Do you have anything for your opponent?
¿Algo que le quieras decir a tus contrincantes?
Hay que hacer buen show.
It should be a good show.
All right, a lot of respect here from both teams. A great way to start off the day.
Boo,
Let's send these
no
captains
trash
off with a
talking,
huge cheer from our
boo.
crowd already, as we're gonna get them going. So we're gonna send it back to Doop Snacks and Spraggles.
We'll fast forward just so we get to
True
the.
defender, as they're not
Oh no
switching-
wait, too far. This highlighting thing is wrong.
Correct.
You know, every single team is a monstrous team. Every single team is coming from a competitive region. And this year, compared to other years, I feel like the level of play for every region has stepped up considerably. The last couple of years, we had a few standout regions and then others that were close, but I felt like trailing behind. Generally, right now, backstage, we're always talking. Is it going to be APAC? Is it going to be Japan? Could North America do it again? Is EU actually back? And honestly, all of them are in play right now as we head to our first draft of the day. Let's take a look. Nouns Esports, Tiburones Rojas, the Red Sharks. We are going to see what they want to ban out. First ban is Cramorant, second is Charizard. No surprise there. I'm shocked when I see Char not banned and not picked.
We've seen it last picked yesterday.
Yes.
Which is crazy to me. It is such a strong Pokemon. That Unite move being one, you can't stop it anymore. You can't just sneeze on a Charizard mid-Unite and just guff it, which is great. But of course, the cooldown is so rapid. The fact that you can single target just spike every time on repeat is so strong right now.
Yeah, it's incredible. Not only is it unstoppable, it stops unstoppable.
Correct.
Which is massive right here. I was talking to Toon yesterday, and he was telling me if it's available, I want it every single time. It's that good. First pick over to Umbreon. We've seen this time and time again. Umbreon is the premier defender in the game right now. Slowbro also not banned out here. We've not seen
Maybe
much
next
this
year, man.
competition
Maybe
that
next
we
year.
thought could be a huge force, and now it's getting locked in on the side of Tiburones.
Like
Rojas.
I love the fact that
Blaziken and Slowbro for
you're
1
already
and 2.
banning.
That's so
It's
good.
not. You guys have to remember. It's not
Across these
4
defender
bans.
players, though.
It's
Well,
9
100%
bans.
win rate on Umbreon.
Because 5 of them are
100%
automatically
win rate
DQ'd from
on
the tournament.
Slowbro.
You have to think of it like that.
A day
I just
from
love the
picking
fact
up a
that Pokemon are not
great
eligible for
pick.
play
one of my
Just because
Pokemon to watch. It
the
is such
devs
a
don't know what they're
phenomenal
doing.
supporter, and it's been here since the beginning, and it's never gone away. That's just how darn strong that Bliss Assistance is.
Let's look at what we have going on here. Look at the lockdown we have on Rojos. We have Slowbro with Slow Beam. We have Mimikyu's Mimikyu Unite. Sorry, I can't remember what it's called right now. We have these two lockdown Unite moves. But then on the other side, Nouns very intelligently is grabbing that Blissey, like you said. Bliss Assistance is one of the biggest counters. If you're grabbed by the Slow Beam, you get the massive shield, especially if you're running a Buddy Bear. You can get sort of
It was
a
atrocious,
double
man.
shield right there. They
It's
have
horrendous.
the Umbreon, so it can't get stolen away. And now we see these final picks. We're bringing out Mamoswine as a defender right here. We have Urshifu, and then over on the other side, a Pokemon we have not seen much of. We've actually talked a little bit about this, Clefable, which I thought maybe we'll see more play with in some of these teams that really want to, you know, sort of band together and fight as one big unit. We're gonna have to see how it works out in this match. We've really not seen it much on the world stage here.
Yeah, it's something that Nouns is doing. They picked Mamoswine, but they're actually going to have Bruv play the true defender as they're not switching their picks around, right? Which means Gatlu might be taking that Mamoswine to the top path and kind of be an aggro swine. As you take a look at those items, we got Focus Band, we got Bangle, and we've got Rising
Pretty sure Miraidon is still broken as hell.
To me, he feels like he's on his own planet.
Mewtwo Y, not so much. I don't really care about that.
It's because
Sometimes
Like, I wouldn't care if someone played that against me.
Everyone else is on Aos Island, and I think
Zashin's still
River City
strong.
I don't. He's doing his
Mewtwo
own thing,
X,
and I feel like when you give Gotlu something disruptive,
It's not that
annoying,
bad, but it's
something that
not.
just
It's still good.
continuously throws a wrench into
And
your
then Ho-Oh is
opponent's
just
games,
obnoxious.
That is when this player shines in a big way. Of course, I'm thinking of the times he plays Greed.
Unkillable
and things like
Flappy
that.
Bird.
But I just feel like when I see Gotlu at his best, he is kind of playing Gotlu's game, and everyone has to adjust to it. As we head into our first game of the day, Nouns Esports, your purple team, Tiburones Rojos, your orange team. Again, all of these matches are win or go home. This best of three will have one competitor
They need that-
on and one
They were running out of the
competitor's
budget,
chances
so
of
they had
winning the
to
world's down.
release OP Mons as a
mentioned
cash
up front
grab.
How slow it is to get going in the early game. We actually saw Adesu hanging out just in case there was that invade opportunity. No such luck. Nobody showed up on the other side. And they're actually able to put good pressure on Froy very quickly. Gatlu and Adesu, the Season 1 runner-ups, working in tandem yet again.
It's amazing to see them on the same squad fighting again. I just absolutely love these two players, and I do think, Gotlu is such an X-factor player. I've talked about this before. I feel like your team could win or lose based on how well he performs some of these moments. We have Mimikyu jumping in right here, but Soreu is right up top to push them back, easily pulling back to that goal zone. And that's one of the advantages of having a defender up top right there. I mean, you couldn't get taken down.
We've seen a lot
Why is your
of
title
hype
misleading?
around Urshifu,
It's not.
Specifically the Rapid Strike version, but we've seen a lot of single strike here spread.
How is it misleading?
With that secure ability, I mean, Wicked Blow is nothing to scoff at in a Adesu, just leashing everybody around, going down for the squad to make sure that the quality players get pack safe.
Yeah, and that's a play right there that I think, it's a
Yeah,
real
but North
heads-up
America
play.
had
It's
4
smart
teams, so
play
they had 4
from some of
times
these top
disappointment.
teams. We have Mimikyu heading into this central area right here, seeing what they're able to take away from Nouns. They obviously know this is happening.
Nice.
Huge Ice Fang right there. There's the pickup, and they go down. You see Toon moving up with that Inteleon. Speaking of this Inteleon, yesterday, I mean,
There's a reason.
insane plays. Good
There's a
eyes,
reason why OCE is already a
crazy stuff
small enough
from Toon.
region.
I mean, it's been
And nobody
amazing.
really expects
Both
anything
players
from them
played
anyways.
incredibly well. Another knockout.
Just
the KO
FYI.
And the subsequent one going
Is there-
to
is there
Nouns
anyone-
Esports. They're starting to hum.
Is
They're
there
not
anyone that
falling
went into Worlds
into
thinking to
Tiburones
themselves
Rojos'
like,
trap
oh
right
my
now?
god, we want
They're not
OCE to
letting
win, or
themselves get
we
imposed
know
upon,
that they're
and
gonna
they are
come out on
looking
top?
strong
Not
for
really,
it.
no.
Yeah, very strong. Level-wise, they look incredible. They're behind on the scoreboard, but they're winning on experience early. Look at the aggression here from Nouns. Absolutely dismantling them
fear.
on this Tier 1 goal.
Brother, no fear. They're going straight after him. But now Frank has showed up. They've got full HP bar, and they can put a lot of pressure on. They go for a quick engage. Soreu looks like they're going to make it out. We have a little gravity pop on the ground, and you can see that that might be a nice little trap that Tiburones Rojos might be able to set for Nouns later on. But for now, not quite.
And here we go. We have these birds spawning in the middle right here, being stolen away there by the Blaziken, pulled to the other side. We have the Shadow Sneak moving in, and then no, they are able to pull back again. it's a defender, this Mamoswine. You would be taking down an all-rounder in some of these moments.
In all of this top path action, we lost sight of where Toon is. Level 8 already on Inteleon, imposing their will in the bottom path, which is why Sorayu has been able to babysit up top this whole time.
And we have 4 members of Tiburones Rojos top, so they are going to try to get Regieleki right here. And there's not too much Nouns can do about it. They're only leaving 2 members to fight there. Registeel is going to be going down, and it looks like this is going to be a somewhat easy secure for Nouns. So we're trading objectives here, top and bottom. They're going to be pushing onto that tier 1. Registeel is secured, and they're going to continue fighting at this top goal zone.
Nice little overheat there. They're pressuring this goal zone well. We see the gravity go down as anybody get trapped. Regieleki's on the doorstep, but Sorayu's going straight for him. They're lining up a punch to see if they can get a knockout on Freud. Nice KO by
What
the
am I
Pillar
watching
Swine.
here?
Gatlu, they're going to get 2. The goal zone goes down,
Bro,
but they're down by...
When I watch these, I'm telling you right now, when I watch these games, you cannot convince me that these games are more higher quality than solo queue. Like, these guys are such bonobos. The fact that they have a Regieleki, the fact that they have numbers advantage, the fact that they're letting the Regieleki break the tier 1, like, I kid you not, this is worse than a solo queue game to me. And I know people, the main argument that people's gonna, like, when I say something like that, the main argument people are always gonna respond with, it's easier said than when you're watching than when you're playing the game. Yeah, but at the same time, I play the game a lot. And even though I don't play at a competitive level, because I play solo queue, that's it, because I don't care for Pokemon Unite competitive scene, it doesn't change the fact that if you're tower diving, or, you know, gold diving at tier 1, and you're getting absolutely Goomba Stomp with a objective and numbers advantage, that's just a skill dip and just poor play on an individual level. It's that simple. Like, how did that even happen? It's because they're just non-stop trying to brute force for kills mindlessly, and then they just fail, and then they just give up their lead.
Obviously, Rojos is trying to, push the advantage on the scoreboard, but you saw Nouns, they actually let that Regieleki walk in. It didn't provide a big overcap, and it's going to provide an opportunity for them to be...
You got a third 2-point overcap on the bottom goal.
That's a huge advantage heading into Ray, right? When you head into Ray, team goals are even, but you know you've got a good 30 or 40 points on your opponents. You have the ability to let them try to make a play, make a mistake, and let you counterpunch them and win the game.
It also gives you credit for doing good math and understanding the math across the board all game long. If you have a better understanding of where the score line is, even though you can't see it, you can make stronger adjustments than your other team, as you mentioned.
Absolutely. As we have a little bit of a fight breaking out here. Big time Unite move from Bruv.
Going straight into it, we're on top of Texas right now. Texas goes down quickly. Espeon Unite by Donlux, trying to catch a couple targets, but we are still standing over here. Bruv does go down, but we've got a nice Bliss's on Sorayu, who's lining up Frank, who's going to get out of dodge before they can catch that wicked blow to the teeth. Does Mimikyu have teeth? It does today. Gatlu with the reposition Ice Fang. That's a quick KO, easy business. Now we're going straight on top of Donlux, who Sorayu's engagement, half HP bar, eviscerated.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from Nouns, but a really nice pullback there from Rojos, right? They just decided that it wasn't going to work out in that moment. Pulled back from that fight. Mimikyu did not go down, and now we have another push onto this top path. They're going to try to take the score advantage here with this Regieleki. They are behind right now. Nouns is going to get the bottom objective, and Rojos are going to get the top objective once again.
They lost the fight bottom, they rotate top instead. This is the smart decision. They got clapped in one team fight, there's no point trying to contest again.
They're adjusting well across the map.
Yeah, they are. And we have Gatlu just dealing with that top, Regice going down here in the bottom path, and now we have them moving in once again into the central area. Kind of easy pickings it would be normally for the Blaziken, but secured by Toon.
Yeah, just with an auto attack, but we're going straight into that action. We're sitting on the pad. Nice Slowbro Unite to catch up Sorayu. Sorayu's trying to do all the work. Espeon Unite out of Donlux, gonna catch a couple and actually force Nouns out, and suddenly there's 3 players gone in a heartbeat. Phenomenal Espeon Unite.
You got a 24-point overcap on the bottom goal.
Espeon Unite.
It was good.
You saw that overheat charge up right into the
they know they have a numbers advantage because Mamoswine's top defending the Regieleki, so
good
it's guaranteed to be at least a 5v4, best case for the enemy team.
Right? I mean, that's the 4-minute mark. They can take a good fight here. They can get up on the scoreboard. Now, Nouns does still have an opportunity on this tier 1. If they keep it up, they could leave it there so they can get a quick 100.
These guys are so underleveled, though.
They also could take a moment to fight at it here soon, and it looks like they're mobilizing to fight at this tier 1 right now.
Well-oiled
as
unit
all
was my
5
nickname in
members
high
of
school.
Nouns are marching toward it with Bruv in front.
Nice engagement by Bruv, and of course Gatlu's right there as well. They're going to start popping some stuff, and Toon Slim is popping some skulls with those snipe shots. They rake that goal zone down. Nice Ice Fang KO. Bruv, great engagement on Dawnlux, and the follow-up is there quickly. 3 players down, immediately back the other way.
Beautiful stuff here, and look at that level.
Zone down, nice.
What was Blaziken
nice
doing?
At it here. Nouns does still have an opportunity on this tier 1. If they keep it up, they could.
Blaziken went bottom, but there's literally nothing bottom.
They also could
There was one Baltoy that spun after the fact.
Mobilizing to fight at this tier 1 right now, as all 5 members of Nouns are marching toward it with Bruv in front.
And then he went for the Altaria
Bruv,
camp.
and of course Gatlu's right there
Jesus
as well. They're
Christ.
going to start popping some stuff, and Toon Slim is popping some skulls with those snipe shots. They
I want to see one more thing. Hold on.
They also could take a moment to fight at it here soon, and it looks like they're mobilizing to fight at this tier 1 right now, as all 5 members of Nouns are marching toward it.
Here's the problem that I have here. Besides the fact that Blaziken was kind of just hanging around bottom for no reason, yeah, he did get the Altaria camp, but that spawned after he was already down there. So unless he had the timer for that, which I don't know personally, I just kind of odd. And then what's even more so concerning for Tiburones Rojos, you know, Red Sharks, they see them running at the pad and they decide to press forward as if something is going to happen on their end. Like, if you see 2 frontliners aggressively pushing like that, chances are the rest of the team is going to be with them, because why else would 2 frontliners charge at you mindlessly?
Bruv in front.
Nice engagement by Bruv, and of course Gatlu's right there as well. They're going to start popping some stuff.
There's no
Toon
reason
Slim
for them
is
to do
popping
that.
some skulls
Yeah,
with
they
those
wanted to
snipe
defend,
shots.
but
They
realistically,
rake
you know your
that goal zone
all-rounder
down.
who's
Nice
doing
Ice Fang KO.
most of the
Bruv,
damage to your
great
team is
engagement on
bottom.
Dawnlux, and the follow-up is there quickly. 3 players down, immediately back the other way.
Beautiful stuff here, and look at that level 14 Inteleon right now. The question is this Ray fight is coming up in 50 seconds. Is the Mimikyu going to be able to catch this Inteleon, or are we going to see those astronomical numbers that we've seen from Toon in some of these matches? The snipe shots flying out, finding their targets easily. Regieleki right now, easily possibly secured by Nouns. We're going to have to see if they want to go for the overheat right here. The snipe shot is ready to go, and we do get to secure it.
Nice little peel back. We've got 25
All right.
seconds till
Still a
Ray.
close
Nobody
game
wants to get
otherwise.
caught out right
Only a
there.
28 point
probably be
difference.
back
That being
in time.
said,
It's just a rough one, and allows
Nouns
the other
have
team
the
to
level
position.
advantage
15
across the
seconds
board.
till Ray, the first Ray of our day 2. And again, don't forget, this best of 3 is win or go home.
That's right. No one ready for this Reggie.
I think it's
Steele.
also
Instead,
worth
decided to
noting,
move through this
team
central
composition-wise,
area, pick up some experience. We have the Rojos
Red
setting up
Sharks have
for this
very
battle.
little range.
Mimikyu not level 14 yet. We have 14 again.
So for
from
someone
Toon,
like
who's
an
gonna
Inteleon that can
continue
stand
firing
20
snipe shots
miles
just about
back
like
and
he
just
knows they
spam
will be
snipe shots,
in this tall grass. And we're gonna
as
see
long
if
as he's
anything can
positioning
happen
properly,
from Rojos to catch them right
there's
here.
really
Gatlu
no
with 100
reason for him to
points.
get caught
Rojos
out.
might be using this opportunity to move in, and they are.
They're starting to go in straight. Oh, Bruv used their Unite. We're right in the middle, straight into the Espeon Unite. Nice engagement. Bliss sits to the middle, and they're going to stay tall. They're going to get a knockout with that. Blaziken's down. They're going straight at them. Nice KO by Toon Slim. 3 players down instantly for the Sharks. They are finding themselves beached out here.
Yeah, the moment I saw these 2 guys unite move, it was pretty much over. The Slowbro ulted the Blissey, but on top of that, the Umbreon ulted early, so it didn't even have any effect. And then Blissey got their unite move. Like, not only did they not kill the Blissey, but they got their unite move off, and their shield isn't even stolen from the Umbreon unite move, which is the whole purpose of playing Umbreon to begin with in the late game. It's like your sole purpose, your existence serves to literally steal that shield, so Blissey doesn't get it onto their main target, whoever that is.
Here. Gatlu with 100 points. Rojos might be using this opportunity to
Like, there we go. We got the Slowbro unite move on the
They are.
Blissey.
They're starting to go in.
And then Umbreon unites. Oh wait, okay, I confused Clefable for Umbreon, for Blissey. That's my bad. That's actually
Oh,
my fault.
Bruv used their Unite. We're right in the middle, straight into the Espeon Unite. Nice engagement.
thought-
Bliss
for some
sits
reason,
to
I thought
the
Umbreon
middle,
was
and
on the
they're
orange
gonna stay
team.
tall. They're going to get a knockout with that. Blaziken's down. They're going
That's my
straight
fault, that's
at
my
them.
fault.
Nice KO by Toon Slim. 3 players down instantly for the Sharks. They are finding themselves beached out here in Hawaii as they are getting the brakes beat off them by this Nouns squad, 350 to 202, and it just seems like easy business.
That's right, but right now we have Blaziken coming back. Nouns is deciding to take this off the board, get rid of this win condition right now, and yes, they do. Secure it there. Blissey with the big hands. Nouns moving forward here towards the goal zone, looking to score more. With a minute on the clock, with the Ray Shields on their side, it's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, for the Sharks to come back right here. They're going to try to make a stand at these goal zones and push forward, but instead the points are raining in on the main base. 5:34, 2:02. It looks like this first game is heading to Nouns with a beautiful fight.
That was a phenomenal, phenomenal team fight. From draft to these final moments, I really feel like Nouns feels dialed in. What a game out of them. They were moving in sync, they were fighting in sync, and they were saying bye-bye-bye to the other team in this because I said in sync.
I saw what you did there. I thought it was pretty. You know what? Honestly, I just wanted to commit to it, stick the landing. I thought it was beautiful. The bye-bye-bye, go for
I
it.
caught it halfway, and I was like, is that where I'm going? I guess so,
You went
whatever.
there. You know what? I think everybody loved it, and I think they're celebrating you right now. I guarantee it.
Yay! That was them cheering in the crowd.
You can hear the chat. It's huge. The
Yeah.
Twitch chat right there coming through. Amazing.
I mean, Red Sharks didn't really have much of an impactful early and mid game. Their team comp is pretty much a reflection of what they want to do. The thing is their team comp is designed for skirmishing and team fighting. They have no range. Yeah, they have Espeon, but I don't like Espeon isn't the most. It's not the safest ranged attacker there is. It's relatively short ranged. Then you have Blaziken and Mimikyu, so unless you're going for picks or you're just going for a straight up brawl, you have very little tools to be flexible when it comes to other things. And then on top of that is when you're playing from behind, it just makes the game that much harder for you to actually navigate in the end game. Because you have no rip for Rayquaza, you have no range for poke, you have you're already playing from behind in terms of levels. So, and on top of that, you're behind in points, and you're behind in levels and you're behind in points. So realistically, you either need to fight or you're gonna have you're either gonna back up, you're gonna fight, or you're going to go for Rayquaza. You can't go for Rayquaza because you can't brute force it against 5 people. Team fighting wise, you're already at a disadvantage because you're playing from behind in levels. And then backcapping, I mean, backcapping, it's possible, but it's super risky, especially without a Hoopa. So
Stuff here as Nouns takes
Toon playing
game
with no
number 1.
sleep?
They looked pretty fantastic there throughout this match, and that Rayquaza fight was done phenomenally.
You didn't sleep?
We
How do you
talked
know
about
that?
How important that Bliss assistance was going to be when you have those shutdown Unite moves, when you have that slow beam, when you have that Mimikyu Unite, and they were able to use that to their advantage right here and take game number 1.
I'll tell you what, ToonSlim on this Inteleon is the real deal, and it almost feels like, man, why haven't we seen more of it? Because Inteleon currently is sliding through. It's not getting banned, and it's going to be in that pick phase. And it looks like they're getting it kind of mid-draft, so you're not giving up like a high-quality pick that you think the other team might want. But look at this. I mean, Toon getting the nod, as you can see, player of the game, as we're taking a look at both of these squads. How are they going to recover? Now, Tiburones Rojos back against the wall. They need to win or they are truly leaving.
That's right, and you know, you take a look at some of these moments. We were just singing his praises, obviously. There's the Inteleon, almost 80,000 damage, 5 knockouts, and it's not as much about the damage number, it's how intense the burst is, right? So even if that number's a little lower, the important thing is you hit with 1, 2 of those snipe shots, and a fight can go chaotically bad for your opponents. Now you've got to be landing your shots. Luckily here on the big stage, Toon is hitting his mark.
Yeah, I mean, the one that
Yeah, we
we
can
saw an
fast forward
insane
this.
stitch yesterday, KO Streak of 3, that essentially single
I actually love that they stole that away because I think it was such a huge choice.
It really
At
was.
this point, you have Nouns saying, look, we don't need to pick a supporter. It's not like they're going to take
I'm
the next
glad to
opponent
see
here.
that,
We're grabbing the Inteleon once again, and we're stealing away that Blaziken. Blaziken feels like
I'm glad to see
kind of
that
the
people are
star
picking
of this
slow,
entire
bro.
tournament. The
It does.
top level play that you see out of
Because
this
day one,
Pokemon
I
is amazing.
at least for
Yeah,
the games that I was
Blaziken is a
watching with
top-tier
you guys,
Pokemon,
the
and
first
it's
day,
delivering
it
on
was
a
barely
top-tier
picked.
Stage.
And it's not
Soraya
even
is
like it was
very
banned. I
happy to
think
have
the
that
first
Pokemon
series
in
it was
his hands right
banned,
now. As we're
but then
going
after
through,
that, it was
Gatlu's
just like
gonna
it was
lock
just not
in
picked
this
at all.
Metagross, and it looks like Adesu's going to take the Eldegoss. Hoopa surprisingly left on the bench.
Yeah, Hoopa left on the bench, and I've noticed. I feel like a lot of EU teams are really strong on this Goss, right? Like we've seen some big moments.
Don't
from them
pick the
with
Pikachu.
Eldegoss,
Don't
and
lock it in.
it's
Don't
never-
do it. Don't do
you
it.
will
No,
never
no.
Not love having an Eldegoss on your team.
That's better.
It has a
Okay, that's
similar
better than the Pikachu.
effect
At least they have
to
some
this, where
range,
you've got your
but
Unite move, not only healing your allies, but also
I don't know,
pushing
man.
enemies away, kind of disrupting a crazy push from them in a big moment. Gardevoir for the final pick here on Rojos. I kind of love to see it. We don't get to see much of it competitively. We saw a little yesterday, but of course, the Unite moves are so impactful,
Right.
and then also you can just whiff it pretty hard. It's one of those tough Unites that feels like it could be a game changer, but is a little telegraphed, and you've got to have it set up well.
I think the beat that Don Lux is going to have to hit with this Gardevoir is when Gatlu uses their Metagross Unite, you need to use your Fairy Singularity into the Coliseum.
Yeah.
You need to drop that right into the ring that they create for you, almost setting up a bullseye for where you need to put that Unite move.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's like kind of a great counter to what Gotlu's
Yeah.
going to throw at you. So then you have that moment. I feel like Umbreon presents moments like this where you go, I can't Unite until I see Umbreon Unite because it's going to steal all my shields,
Correct.
right? The same thing is going to kind of happen with Gotlu right here on this Metagross. I can't really Unite until I've seen what Gardevoir is going to do because it could be really bad for me in the Coliseum that I set up. So it is going to be interesting to see how that plays out in this match. I got to say, Metagross, we've seen some great ones throughout this tournament. Noun's Metagross yesterday looked pretty shaky in my opinion.
I agree completely. However, we are going straight into game 2. Nouns, if they win this, they're pressing forward, and the Rojos going home.
That's right. Here we go. Game number 2 of our first set of our 16-team Grand Finals day. We have Nouns Esports, your purple team. Tiburones Rojos, your orange team. They have to win this game or their chances of winning Worlds are done. They're heading home.
And I don't want to go home just yet. It's really nice out here. I'm going to be
Beautiful.
honest with you. So let's take a look
We
at
put them on the plane right away.
Yeah, immediately. There's literally a private plane to just immediately take them home after.
Very much like The Bachelorette. There's a car waiting outside.
They lost
We walk
that,
up to it,
Bunnelby.
We tell them they were great. They just weren't the one.
Yeah, we just drop them off 3 blocks away. They think they're going home.
They lost
Yeah.
both
We don't have
Bunnelbys,
that
by
in
the way.
budget.
We got to get the car back there.
Yeah, we all right, there's stuff
This is
happening.
already not
This is
even
an
looking
important
good for
game
the orange
for
team in the
Rojos
top
here,
lane.
so let's focus up.
Absolutely. This
lost
is a
all their
huge
farm.
Game. Mimikyu up in this top path, and
How's it
they're
going,
not having
Shogun?
the Blaziken. I felt like their Blaziken last match was incredible. Instead, Soraya on the Blaziken here for
It's
now.
actually they're
Gonna
getting
set up some
lane
big
gap right
plays
now.
Already in this bottom path, looking
Right.
to see if they can pull someone away and get a big time KO. Misses the slow bro right there.
Unfortunately, they're the ugly Combuskin. So once they get to Blaziken, they're really going to be online. But right now, again, not looking great because Combuskin just doesn't.
Yeah, Combuskin doesn't look great, and let me tell you, if you've been watching the Unite Championship Series, you've heard Doobsnacks talk about this. I feel like if he was a political candidate, this would be his only position.
Just no Combuskin ever for
No Combuskin ever. I'm so tired of things in Washington.
We are so good at this job. Holy smokes.
I just got news from Zoinks. He handed me a little bit of a card here. Onyx Rise beat Shin and Rude A, a team that a lot of
boy.
people thought could win the whole thing, which means the winner of this match will play Onyx Rise. Shin and Rude A, an amazing team. But again, we are at the point where some of the best teams in the
Ooh,
world
a
are
little
gonna be
too
knocking
greedy
each
for
other
Mr.
out.
Robot,
The
man.
disparity isn't like season 1 where you have the best team and the other teams qualified for Worlds. The gap is so large. All of that has shrunk. The differences between the skill levels of these squads is negligible, and that means anybody can go home at any point in time. Shin and Rude got their ticket punched. Get in the car. You're going 3 blocks. away.
Yeah, you're heading home, which is sad. I absolutely love that team. But we are going to have heartbreak after heartbreak today. Only one team, of course, can be your champion. Soraya, once again, missing that blaze kick, not making a combo happen right here. Noun's behind at this point. It feels like the Rojos are looking pretty good in this match. They're up on the scoreboard. The well level-wise, nice big eject button, picks up the KO right there. They're
What
gonna
is
try to run
Curlia
from this
doing?
Leafeon, but no, chase down and a KO.
Can someone
Oh,
explain this to me?
oh,
Okay, I'm trying to understand what exactly just happened here. Okay, so this part right here, Curly is coming from the top lane. Rotating
Only
down.
one team, of course, can be your champion. Sorayu once again missing
Okay,
that
so they eject button knowing that Blaziken is there.
not making a combo happen.
Literally,
But
you
we're
literally
gonna
see
have
the Umbreon.
heartbreak
He's
after
not even
heartbreak
in a
today.
bush. He's
Only one
literally
team,
in front
course,
of
can
you.
be your champion. Sorayu once
Look, look,
again
look.
missing that
Like, how do you not? Okay, there's no way you do not see Umbreon right here. I don't know what game we're playing.
Blaze kick not making a
But
combo happen
what's
right
even
now.
worse?
Noun's behind at this point.
Did you guys notice that the direction that Kirlia is ejecting is not towards their side of the map? They're going to the opposite side, which is the purple side. Take that in. So then,
It feels like the Rojos are looking
on top
pretty
of
good in
that,
this
it's
match.
like,
They're up
okay,
against
well,
the
I'm
level.
gonna walk
Well,
back
level-wise,
into the
nice big
Umbreon.
eject button picks up the KO right there. They're gonna try to
Like,
run
I don't
for the sleep down,
understand
but no, chase down and a KO
the
back
things
the
that
other
some
way.
people do.
Great play by Frank Bruv. Didn't have enough in the tank to try and save Sorayu there. Great engagement. Hits all four with that. And now here comes Toon. If they can be a menace with these snipe shots, they got a real chance. That goes a little short. The Razor Leaf is out, and Frank is just waiting to pull those back to see if they can catch anybody. Nice snipe shot on Froy in the back line. The Mimikyu's low, which is a great point to engage. Registeel's at 0.5%. We just popped the Unite move, the Emerald two-step. They're going straight for Toon. Are they going to get Toon? Nice support out of Bruv to make sure Toon stays standing. Yes, Rojos got the objective, but you have to be happy that Toon did not just give a bunch of experience to them as well.
Absolutely, yeah, a good fight there from Nouns, but Tiburones Rojos in control right now.
Yes.
In positional control, and I like that they said, hey, we took the snipe shot, we got hit here with Mimikyu, but we're not stopping. This is our objective. We're gonna zone them out right now. We're gonna get really aggressive. The rest of you handle this objective. Gotlu here in this top path on that Metagross. We've talked about it. It could be a huge difference maker, especially into a Pokemon like Mimikyu who wants to get up in your face and brawl. We're gonna have to see how well they can fight here.
Yeah, I mean, Gatlu, again, their Mimikyu looked, or excuse me, their Metagross looked a little shaky. However, Sync 1s that we watched yesterday looked insane. So hopefully Gatlu watched some tape and can bring that energy to their own Metagross. Now, nice, another little two-step. Adesu is gone instantly. Holy smokes. Regieleki's there. They're
Gardevoir, what is that Unite move, bruh?
As that Regieleki is marching towards Nouns Esports, is it going to hit the goal zone? We're squatting in the
Oh
Metagross.
my
That goal zone's
god,
gone.
oh
Nice
my
shot
god.
top. Nice, Blissa says support back on Frank, so they even go down. Sorayu goes over the wall. They are sussed out, eyed up.
Mimikyu,
Donlux
what are you
sees them on the
doing?
backside.
Oh my
They get a
Jesus.
KO on Froy, but that is the best
Also,
thing they're gonna
Gardevoir
do.
missed every
Yeah,
single
I gotta
skill
say,
that they
I
could
mean,
possibly
Nouns
miss.
Here, it feels like they're a lot shakier than game one. Rojos in a little bit of control in a lot of these moments, taking both objectives right there. And Sorayu has missed moment after moment on Blaziken. You don't need to hit them all, but you gotta hit some of them right here. It just feels like he has not had a lot of great engagements on this Pokemon yet.
Yeah, they need to facilitate them. They need to say, do less. We'll set you up. Just make sure you get the KOs. You know, trying to get the energy, the momentum, and the confidence moving. Toon is locked in, it feels like, and they're really trying to get this team growing. Between Toon and Bruv, they are dialed in. The rest of the team right now in this game too needs to follow suit. Donlux eating a snipe shot, half HP bar gone, meaning Texas has to top them off with these soft-boiled eggs. Sorayu's going straight in towards the objective. This might be a great engagement here. Bruv's on the backside. An Emerald two-step right on top of Toon, popping their Unite move back the other way. Gatlu actually picks up Froy quickly. Bruv is chasing straight at them, going right at Donlux, giving the separation. Frank pivoting around. They're trying to get back in the mix. Toon Slim is lining up a snipe shot, actually hits the slow beam target. Regirock is taken quickly by Tiburones Rojos, and that is causing the dominoes to fall on the side of Nouns.
Beautiful stuff here from Tiburones Rojos.
Hits the slow, picks up Froy quick.
The one thing I will never understand, and this actually triggers me because this happens so often in competitive play. I understand not wanting to give the objective, but if you're going to fight for the objective, why is the frickin' all-rounder pseudo frontline top lane backcapping? I don't understand this. Like, why does this happen so often in competitive play? Like, what's the game plan here? You guys think that you're so far ahead that you're gonna 5v4 the frickin' enemy team? Like, oh my god. I'm telling you, I need to make sure that I wasn't misreading the map. But so that's why I rewinded. But no, I did not misread.
Sorayu's going straight in towards the objective. This now in this game, energy the moment.
Have great engagements on
But
this
then, okay, well, it's not even a 5v4 anymore. My mistake because Mimikyu went top.
Just make sure you get the KOs. You know, trying to get the now in this game too needs to follow suit. Don Lux eating a snipe shot, half HP bar gone, meaning Texas has to top them off with these soft-boiled
This is
eggs.
so
Ryu's going straight in towards
troll.
the objective. This might be
Yeah,
a
what up,
great
Resi?
engagement here. Bruvs on the backside. An Emerald two-step right on top of Toon, popping their Unite move back the other way. Gatlu actually picks up Froy quickly. Bruv is chasing straight at them, going right at Don Lux, giving the separation. Frank pivoting around. They're trying to get back in the mix. Toon Slim is lining up a snipe shot, actually hits the slow beam target. Regirock is taken quickly by Tiburones Rojos, and that is causing the dominoes to fall on the side of Nouns.
Beautiful stuff here from Tiburones Rojos. You know, in that fight, they
Rock is taken quickly by
Wait,
Tiburones Rojos.
wait. Look at
and that
this.
is
Look at this.
causing
Wait,
the
wait.
dominoes to fall on the side of
Hold.
Nouns.
Hold. Oh my god. Texas, Blissey. Good job, man. You didn't do your math. Well, let's see the numbers that we have here. We got a 40. We got a 40. We got a 49. And we got a 15. Who should not be capping in this situation? The Blissey. Why? Because you score 40, and you can score 40, or you can score 40 or 49. Either combination. Those are both good. But the 15? No.
Beautiful stuff here from Tiburones Rojos. You know, in that fight, they jump in. They Emerald two-step. They're looking for Inteleon. But part of me feels like, I don't know if they're looking for Inteleon as much as they're looking to see how many Unite moves they can get Nouns to burn in that moment.
Yep.
He looked for Inteleon, realized
They
he
just
couldn't
trying
get
to
the
break,
KO,
bro?
held
There's
the Goss
3
up in the
people
air,
dead,
Unite
bro.
From Umbreon, and everyone from Rojos peels back, and it seems like they just let Nouns kind of gas themselves out in this moment. They move back in, great positioning, Gardevoir Unite move, ready for the big secure. It feels like they are in control here in game number 2, and they need to be. Again, if they don't win, their tournament
That being
is
said, though,
done.
that being said, this game is going much better for Tiburones Rojos, the Red Sharks.
That they're using that window where they go for the save to get objectives out from under them, as you just outlined. Great plays out of Tiburones Rojos. They have turned the page here, and they are looking like a new squad.
Leave.
Look at that beautiful play by them. A sneaky play on that goal zone. The Mimikyu Unite move, not used to deal with Umbreon in a way where you're going to be able to pick up a KO, but it's actually used to deal with it just so you could shut it down and everyone else can score right there. They're up right now, 93-259. Gotlu in a lot of trouble here, and the top path looks like he's going down, and he is. Adesu in some trouble, also going down. Regieleki does not walk. Nouns, however, scoring in the bottom path, getting the game closer, but still, Rojos is ahead.
Games
That's
are
where
lost
you
with
wanna
bad
be heading into
overcaps all the
Rayquaza,
time.
and a little 14 leaf.
That is true. That is true.
I mean, yes, they
I've
both
seen
got knocked
stranger
out. They should
things,
get
no
who got
pun
knocked out,
intended.
but that was their plan. They were setting up and buying time and forcing them to deal with them and this Regieleki so they could close out that T1 goal zone and shrink this score lead. The problem is they need to get
It's 'cause
up
they don't
now
farm.
on the level chain
Most of the
because,
kills,
again, the
most of the
Rojos
experience
are
that these
ahead
guys
just
get
a little bit,
is
but
from
it's
just
still a margin
back
that
and
you
forth
need to try and
trading
make up.
kills.
Right now, Nouns kind of has this Reg Ice for free, which is going to be nice for them. Team-wide XP, a little bit of HP recovery, which could be good if they're able to withstand sort of that first volley. But we have Rojos right here, ready for this at Rayquaza. They're positioned super aggressively right here. Bruv moving in, pushing the slow bro back. We have them caught right here by the Shadow Sneak, but that's not the target you're looking for, obviously, as they end up pulling back towards this Ray.
Slow
The
bro,
snipe
stop
shots
eating
are
all the
landing.
snipe
It
shots.
feels like Rojos
Jesus.
is going to need to make a decision right here, even though they are ahead. If
All right,
those snipe shots
259 to
keep hitting,
192.
Nouns will be
Not
in a
bad, not
power
bad.
position. Right now,
At least they
Nouns
have a lead.
finally
They have
back in this
a level
fight pit,
15
safe
Leafeon,
for
but the
a
rest of the team
moment.
is
Rojos
severely
not safe
underleveled.
at all in this tournament.
Not even level
They need
13,
this raid
Jesus
fight to go
Christ,
their
man.
way, or they are going home. Gotlu heading up to the top path, possibly looking for a sneaky score as members of Rojos are starting to push towards them. Gardevoir hits with the Moonblast, Gardevoir hits with the Psyshock, but you're hitting that Umbreon.
Oh my
It's not the
god,
target
these
you're
snipe
looking for.
shots are
Pushing
chunking.
Nouns back here as they're just retreating and trying to stay safe in this moment. They also could be putting the pressure on Rojos to make a play here.
Oh, man.
Inteleon caught by the Shadow Sneak, but they decide they're too deep. They are not going
They don't
in.
need to push
Nouns
up this
does need to
far.
make the play as they're moving around the top path here.
The more time
Inteleon
they
looking
waste,
for their
the
moment.
all they need to do is
Leafeon
kite
looking to see
backwards.
if they can catch them. Running
Oh.
down, looking for Gotlu here.
Straight into the Unite move. We're popping up. The Coliseum doesn't show up. Not enough targets. Bliss Distance into the middle. Patchy is right there sitting on it, picking up that Bliss Distance. That's going to give him so much sustain. Bruv is going straight at them. Patchy is going to get dispatched of. Patchy
They
Patchwork
play
done.
so bad. Oh, bad. These players are absolute bonobos. I'm sorry, man. There's no reality where you convince me that these players are better than the typical solo queue players. This is worse than my solo queue game. You want me to break this down for you? What the fuck are you guys doing? How do you guys play for an entire year and you still don't know the basics
Make
of
a
the
play.
end
Oh,
game?
man.
Inteleon
Okay. First of
on
all,
the target.
I don't know why they're playing so aggressive, considering the fact most of them, not all, with the exception of Leafeon, they have a level disadvantage. On top of the fact, they're winning, so why do you need to play so aggressive to begin with? Like, what are you gonna accomplish by chasing them down into their own jungle? You're just gonna put yourself at a disadvantageous position, because you're eventually gonna get split up, which ended up happening, by the way.
Target you're looking for. Pushing Nouns back here as they're just
These guys have been
retreating,
eating
trying to
snipe
succeed
shots
in
left
this
and right. And
moment.
by the way, the Inteleon has been doing a really good job at poking him out. So credits to whoever's playing Inteleon right now. But he actually took out the more than half the HP of the Gardevoir before the fight even
Also,
started.
putting
And they
pressure
didn't even get to
on
Unite
Rolos
move
to make a
properly.
play here.
Oh, man.
Inteleon caught by the Shadow Sneak, but they decide they're too deep. They are not going in. Nouns does need to make the play as
They're
moving
still
around the top
chasing.
pattern.
Gardevoir is whipping all their
Inteleon
skills in a
looking
bush
for their
that they're
moment.
not even in.
Leafeon looking to see if they can catch them. Running
Oh.
down.
Look at that snipe shot right there. From downtown across the land, Inteleon snipes freaking Gardevoir to less than half HP.
Looking for Gotlu here.
And then Slowbro unites, Leafeon
Straight
unites,
into
the
Unite move, we're popping
Metagross.
up the Coliseum, doesn't show up, not enough targets. Blissista
Didn't even
in the
get the
middle,
kill.
Patchy is right there.
And by the way, so while all that's
Leafeon looking
happening, I know the camera's focused on the Metagross, the Blissey, the Slowbro, all those guys, but pay very close attention to
see
Gardevoir,
if they can catch
okay?
them. Running
So
down,
they got hit by a
looking for
snipe shot,
Gotlu
less
here.
than half HP.
Straight-
Umbreon is literally running at them like a runaway train.
To the Unite move, we're popping up the Coliseum, doesn't show up.
Pops
not
their
enough
Unite
targets.
move.
Blissista
Gardevoir's HP is literally at a slither of hell. 1 HP in a dream right here. They are trying to crawl away for their life right now. And then they had no choice because they know they're about to die, so they tried to pop their Unite
into the
move.
middle, Patchy.
But at the end of the day, it's on an Umbreon, which is the support, and they already united. So realistically, it doesn't do anything for
is
them.
right there sitting on it, picking
So
up
they
that
united. They didn't even get the
That's
Umbreon.
going to give him so much sustain. Bruv is going straight at them. Patchy is going to get dispatched of. Patchy, the patchwork is done. You're ripped off the clothes. No problems there.
Metagross
Rayquaza is
still
getting
has
ripped.
Unite move,
All
by
of a
the
sudden,
way.
Tippernos Rojos are finding themselves that they've lost sight of what the prize is. And that's Rayquaza right now. Nice stun by Frank. Taken by Nouns in the shortest order I've ever seen. That is easy business. You know what Bruv called me last night? Said, we're playing the Red Sharks. I'll give you another shark tooth necklace. Dupes next. Put it on your necklace. We taking this down too easy.
Amazing stuff from Sorayu right there. I talked about it the whole time. Sorayu was not finding their moments. They found their moment right there. They said, Rayquaza, you are my fire. And it looks like Nouns is back. All right.
You are my one desire. Patchy again, dispatched up. I mean, this is easy business now. I want it that way. 8 seconds. Yeah, let's just wrap that.
All right.
Let's go ahead and put a button in that.
Nouns Esports, what an incredible Rayquaza fight from them. Rojos, I felt like played their hearts out, played an insane game.
Yeah.
Gave Nouns a run for their money, but man, the patience on Nouns, the way they played Ray, the confidence they had to drain the clock and find their moment, that is how a champion plays.
I'm not going to lie to you. The first part of that Ray fight, Nouns was playing scared. They actually got bullied completely out of the central area. What turned the tide is Gatlu doing Gatlu things, going
He
across
did
the
do
map.
Gatlu
Sometimes
Guys, it's a very simple concept to understand. If you're winning, unless you legitimately have the ability to fight, as in force an engage or actually get in a proper engage, just let the enemy come to you. Let them make the mistake, because at the end of the day, the more time that they waste, dancing around the pit because they need to make something happen, the better it is for you. But they were so hungry for a team fight, and then they ended up putting themselves in a bad position, and then they lost the fight. They used everything on Metagross. They didn't even kill the Metagross. Gardevoir got 1v1 by the Umbreon after getting snipe shotted by Inteleon. And then they had a Unite move that was irrelevant. So, yeah.
It
It is
costs
what
you
it
the
is.
game, and sometimes it builds the confidence in your team to go, okay, if they've got the stones to go, we're going. Soraya was right there for the follow-up. They popped a Metagross Unite move. Soraya
Let's
was there to
fast forward
finally clean up
just
the
a little.
trash, hit a vibe.
I'll be honest with you. So when I watched day one of Pokemon Unite, of the World Championships, I didn't actually see Fennel. But I've been hearing a lot of people hype up Fennel as if they're like, you know, they're like really, 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 really good. But I haven't actually seen them play at all.
We got to figure it out, and eventually now we just call them Fennel, which is much easier.
Yes, it is a lot easier. Now, for those folks that aren't actually familiar with some of the players from Fennel, they actually represented on the world stage last year. So 3 of them, Ton, P, and Yumian, came third, which is huge. And they actually ended up joining forces with Lucapo, who came 4th. So, I mean, 3rd and 4th, like, they are the top of their region.
Right, and that's really interesting as well, going from that interview where they said that they decided to choose them because they defeated Overlord, aka the team that placed above them. The only person of any of the
Are you
people
spoiled or
on
not?
Slash
I know who won, but it's because I was keeping track. I didn't watch the games, but I was keeping track. Because either way, by the time I watch the VOD, someone's gonna try to spoil it for me anyways. So I'd rather
but
find out
Overlord, of course,
myself
were
rather
the
than
only 2 people that were
someone
on a
tell
team
me and
above
ruin
them from
the-
Last Worlds. That's the weird way to put it, but you get the idea. So realistically, I think that they must have come in with the idea of revenge in a way. So we're gonna have to see if they're gonna get that revenge. We're going into draft very soon between these 2 teams. They spent no.
How about let's go to
There's
draft
no
now?
Lithium
Fast
for
forward.
this match.
Already going with the Blaziken. Blaziken has been getting through a lot recently, a really, really large amount, but it has been the game winner so many times, including, of course, the first set that we saw today. That Overheat was the big secure on what was, I don't want to call it a flip, but, you know, a really well-coordinated burn down of that Rayquaza. So
He's being sarcastic. He doesn't actually mean that.
Another one, Umbreon.
We were
Umbreon's
robbed
been
of
banned
Fusion
so
versus
few
Fennel
times
in
over the
finals.
weekend, but again, a game changer. That does
Robbed
mean
in
we're gonna
what
have
way?
a lot of big open options as far as, wait a minute. Is there
Open.
really no second ban?
Yeah, they don't have a second ban there, but you know what? They're still going to be confident. They're going to lock in that Charizard, Urshifu.
Believe it or not, this is actually... This could actually be a pretty good strategy if you're first pick. Because when you don't ban something, that just means that you leave something available that is considered good or meta. So, if you're banning less, that means there's more to take from the pool of available Pokemon. Obviously, that also runs the risk of giving something to the enemy team that you might not want to give. But, I'm assuming this is intentional. Because they could, like, if it wasn't intentional and people just lagged out, then literally they would just say, hey, we lagged. Can we remake the game before it starts?
Something that has come back, and you pair that with a Blissey, Lucapo, Yume, they are 2 good choices so far.
Yeah, I mean, these are a lot of really cool choices. This is one of the most interesting drafts I've seen so far. Obviously, no ban is super interesting. It doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with that. That must have been a choice. Maybe there's a lot of confidence there. I'm really curious. But on the other side, there's so many big meta choices that have gone through. Like you said, the Charizard, the Ceruledge is going through, and Slowbro, one of the Pokemon that's kind of fallen behind a little bit. And on this side,
Oh
it's
my
the
god.
I just feel like we're getting all of these lockdown Pokemon in. The targeted Unite moves from Charizard and Slowbro. But you know what? Fennel are going to answer back with that Zarina. So if they're able to lock onto their prime target there, that could work in their favor. However, I mean, you're rocking the Cramorant shirt here today, Chef. So
I am.
we must be seeing a lot of Cramorant.
This is literally the most... Based on the bans that have been... Okay. Based on the comps, or like the bans that have been happening throughout Worlds, this is basically like the most meta team comp that you could make at Worlds right now. Like, pretty much, this is all I've been seeing banned throughout the tournament. Charizard, Cram, and Ceruledge. Slowbro's hit or miss, and then Elagos is just always going to be Elagos.
Plenty of Cramorant. I didn't get Cramorant for a long time, then finally we get so much of it. But the final pick, actually, so many Pokemon I feel on the side of Fennel.
I think the only pick that
really,
concerns me
I
is
wanna
the
say, like,
Serena.
meta innovations from
Just because it's
Japan.
Serena.
Mammoth
but
we see now everywhere.
we'll see what
a
happens.
decent amount of Serena everywhere. The return of the Urshifu and how it's played. A lot of that coming from Japan. Now it's spread to other places. But overall, this feels like a much less meta team than Eastern Elementos, which feels like the most meta team possible.
We actually got to see this yesterday, Chef. If you look at
Just a reminder, you guys, that I do have a lot of ads running on Twitch, so I am streaming on YouTube as well, in case you just want to watch the stream and not get interrupted, just for
Mew's
transparency's
items,
sake.
it has the experience share. So rather than giving the experience share to the Mamoswine, they're actually going to be double stacking. So going in with a little bit more punch, a little bit more fang, I guess.
Yeah, so this is really interesting. Now, in the last set, we got to see Gatlu in game number 1 play, again, the top hat stacking Mamoswine, which is, may I note, I play that a ton in ranked. It's super fun because Icicle Fang can basically one-shot people. It is so satisfying, but I thought it was more of a meme. Now we've seen 2 of the strongest teams, 2 of the top seeds that got to actually choose their opponents, choose that as an option, as a surprise in day number 2. So I'm very excited to see it. Obviously, support Mew as well. Very surprising, but we did get the chance to see that pop off yesterday.
You know who else is excited? These players, the big smiles on their faces. They have the trophies right next to them, but we are
this
heading
playing
on into
the
our
best quality? Let me
first
see.
match. Ice and Amento on your purple side, Fennel on the orange.
This doesn't look like
I'm
1080p.
very excited for this one, and again, the
Looks
big,
grainy, choppy.
big potential upset is here. We
I think that's just the Switch graphics.
We got that little bit of a hint that Onyx Rise did beat Shin and Rode off broadcast, which is really wild up on the B stream. But we'll see if we can have another big upset involving APAC teams. Right now, that Charcadet just trying to defend here as the stacks are trying to go in. Tone is going to be able to, at the minimum, get, I believe, just one. And then
Oh my god, are they gonna...
from the
Oh, I thought they were gonna turn that.
Well, it's
Jesus.
definitely important for Ton to get in these little dunks earlier on. Having that attack weight, but also having that Aeos cookie just to give it a little bit more bulk with that HP. But we have a Chansey just circling around, making sure to just replenish that HP.
The only problem
And
with the
we are
purple
going
team
in
is
for
that
a
their
dive
early
there.
game
They
is
looks like
extremely
they're gonna
weak.
back on up, considering
That is
Ton
literally the
quite
only
low
thing.
here.
They
However,
scale well.
Licopo is lurking in the tall grass.
The early game is no
that was
bueno.
almost a little bit of a bait. It's like, hey, look at this, really low. You want to come forward and try to get a KO? It's like, there's nobody here to save me. But it does look like we're going to get the Rapid Strikes or Shifu. We've seen both across the weekend, but Rapid Strikes maybe getting a little bit more. And the big Icicle Fang, and that's going to be a first KO.
I actually really like the choice of this Rapid Strikers Shifu here, just to have a little bit more maneuverability, but also getting some self-shielding here as they are going to try and take down Jetty on the Charcadet. Was able to grab both of those berries, but that means Fennel were able to get in some more dunks, and now they are at 51 points.
That's huge. Their stacks are starting to look very,
Yeah,
very
this is very
scary.
concerning
When
for
we
the
see
purple
that,
team
Mammoth
right now.
Swine really start to pop off. It is going to be a terror. But right now, we got to worry about the bottom path, not where Mamoswine is. Right now, the terror is this Urshifu. The Urshifu comboed with the Serena, being very, very aggressive, able to dive very deep. And then, of course, the range of that Mew. Great escape, by the way.
Yes, and that is the brilliance of coaching, just being able to latch onto an ally and get yourself out of the way in a flash. However, looking at the levels, we already have 2 level 7s on the side of Fennel. Charizard has reached level 7.
I'm gonna pause it right here just for a second because nothing's really happening. The one thing that people tend to overlook, and I'm not saying Charizard is a bad Pokemon. I understand that after the buffs in the most recent patch, it's much better because it's an unstoppable Unite move now, as in, it's basically how it was before, where you grab someone and your Unite move is not going to get stopped. Unless you literally have like a Serena ulting you, or a Slowbro uniting you, there's nothing that's going to stop you from getting your Unite move off. Unless it's just like a really hard CC that just interrupts that. What people need to understand, though, is that people are always overlooking how bad Charizard's early game is. Of course, they also made that change a while back that, you know, you evolve at level 7, so it makes it a little bit more tolerable. But this team comp that they drafted for themselves is so bad in the early game. Charizard, barely any jungle pressure. Cerulean lane, I mean, you're gonna get bullied out by the Mamoswine. with on top of the surging strikes or Shifu that's gonna run at you. They've already been starved out in lane, and they're just clawing their way back right now. It's just a matter of scaling. They need to stop the bleeding and ensure that whatever they do going forward, they don't give up more experience than necessary. Because as long as they scale the way their team comp is designed to, then they'll be fine. But if they keep on giving kills, if they keep on dying, or if they keep on losing farm unnecessarily, then that's the problem that they're gonna have.
Still have some more wild Pokemon to spawn before moving on forward.
Yeah, we can just even look at the levels right now, though, and the levels have gone so far in the favor of Fennel just because of how the early fights have gone, how much scoring's going in. Right now, we've got to see that Serena escape. Did get a little bit more survivability recently, if you haven't seen Serena in a while. Of course, we've got to see a lot of it 2 worlds ago now. It's been
The
a
main
long
issue with
time.
Zard is that Unite Move can literally grab anything.
All of the, neutral Pokemon plus
I think
two
that's why
members of
people
Fennel, but, not enough to really make them
value it
fully
so much
win
more
this
now.
situation.
Because it's a relatively low cooldown Unite move, on top of the fact that you're just a lot more flexible with
Well,
who you can
considering
target
they are
now.
behind in levels here, they have decided to leave their defender and support him down bottom as that.
I still think it's
base
overhyped,
spawns.
personally.
Looks like Urshifu is going to solo up that Regieleki up top lane, but 4 members of Ison and Mento are here.
Ooh, big Electro Ball, and it looks like they will.
Oh,
Like,
wow.
we're not looking at it, but another big Hurricane coming out from East
That-
so some great hits there. We already seen
Wow.
that from Serena to stop that Charizard, and now there's going to be very little
That
defense
Piloswine
on this gold zone. They can break it
AoE
a little
stun
longer
was
just to make sure they get
huge.
maximum Overdunk from what they possibly could. 24 Overdunk.
The Charizard didn't even get to Unite move, and that's the whole point of Charizard.
Yeah,
He
that's
Unite.
massive. Being able
If
to
you don't
take
get that
down
off,
both
then
of
you're
those 2-1
useless.
goals. You do have Urshifu there soloing, however, they do have some eggs from the Blissey. Ends up getting chucked in the air by that Charizard. Burns on down. Looks like Ton is waiting for an opening here. Whether they are going to try and target someone, diving on in with an Earthquake to just take down that Charcadet, but they're going to use a Unite move to dive on Blissey. The Bliss assistance, unfortunately, was not able to save them.
Ooh, and this might be even one more KO. Tone is against a lot of members, jumping in to try and maybe facilitate the escape of Mashio if they need to, but wow, they're staying up for so long. That 1v4, I guess it was kind of a 2v4, was going a lot better than I thought it was going to, but those are some really huge
Wait a
picks, to
minute.
be honest. They need
Save them. Take down by that Charizard. Burns on down. Looks like Ton is waiting for an opening here. Whether they are going to try and target someone, diving on in with an Earthquake to just take down that Charcadet, but they're going to use a Unite move to dive on Blissey. Is waiting for an opening here. Whether they are going to try and target
Sorry,
someone,
I'm
diving
looking
on
at
in
something
with
right
an
here. Give me
Earthquake
one
to just
second.
take down that Charcadet.
Oh, I was wondering where they went. They used coaching.
But they're going to
Sorry,
use
I was
a
looking at the
Unite
Mew.
move to dive on Blissey.
facilitate the escape of
I was like, where'd they go? There was so much flashiness going on that I lost track of where it went.
I guess it was kind of a 2v4. Was going a lot better than I thought it was going to, but those are some really huge picks, to be honest. And that's one thing that Fennel's got to be careful of, is the fact that they are ahead by quite a bit, but the enemy team has the ability to slow beam you, they have the ability to Charizard Unite you. There's so many different ways they can like kind of pick you up and then just say, okay, we're going to get one KO here, and even if we lose the fight, the kind of rubber band experience is going to help us out so much.
Yes, the benefit is they do have those
I haven't even
abilities
seen
that
Cramorant
spawn
this
on
game.
the side, as we can see
Seen
those
them in the
level
sense that
ups.
they've
So it's
actually
just
been
a
relevant
matter
in any
of
way.
Trying to get the levels, trying to get that Charizard Unite move back online before these next objectives. However, we already have 3 double digits on the side of Fennel, and looking at the points difference at the halfway mark, it's 7 to 235.
Yes, that has only gotten worse over time. I mean, they got an extra 30 points since the last time we checked in with them. And only 7 means that any sort of stacking has just basically not
This is a
happened
really good
inside
moment
Ison
for
and Mento. Now,
Ison.
it looks like they're gonna be trying
They
to
see
focus
2
on
people
Regieleki.
bottom. If there was a
They
time to
wanna
go,
make
it would be
some
now.
points in before they don't have any more opportunities to.
Slowbro should have
Big
ulted Serena the
defense
moment they
here.
walked
At
up
least
like that.
3 members
Like
of
they.
Fennel. I don't know if they're going to be able to hold off against the entire team. Big Unite coming
Okay,
out.
they're
Charizard
going, they're going.
Kind of start that initiation, but Tone is just picking people up and slamming them down. Has to go out and pick up both the berries. But in the meantime, he's coming in, Mashio with the big Unite on top of everybody. And that's going to hurt them a lot alongside that Rapid Strike. Urshifu taking out every single member of Ison.
They wait way too long. Competitive teams in general, but especially pro teams, they need to recognize when they have an advantage. When you see literally 2 people on the map backcapping, You should not be afraid. You should play aggressive. You have a 5v3. They don't have a Hoopa. It's not like they're going to teleport across the map. They got to walk or recall. One or the other. They walked. And they made it in time to teamfight because they took so long to actually pull the trigger. Like right here, hold on.
Points in before they don't have any sort of stacking has just basically not happened.
So you see them scoring right now. Slowbro has vision.
It looks like they're going to be trying to focus down this Regieleki and try to maybe get some of the points in before.
The moment Serena walked up like that,
they don't
like
have any more opportunities to.
like
Big defense force here though. At least 3 members of Fennel. I don't know if they're going to be able to hold off against the entire team. Big
Charizard
coming
ulted
up from
Blissey.
Charizard to kind of start that initiation tone.
They had the right target, but the problem is the Blissey Unite obviously saved the Serena.
Just picking people up and slamming them down. Has to go out, pick up both the berries. But in the meantime, Yu's coming in. Mashio with the big Unite on top of everybody. And that's going to hurt
Eldegoss
them
didn't
a
have
lot
Unite for that either.
alongside that Rapid Strike Urshifu taking out every single member of Isan Almento.
Holy moly, wow. We have Fennel going in, moving forward, taking all of that experience from Ison and Mento
They're
as well.
so underleveled
Seeing
right
if
now,
they
my
can try
god.
and take away any of these
They're
buffs.
bleeding
Urshifu
experience.
was able to take that blue buff away from them, so that is huge.
That was really, I feel like, the last chance
Fennel can
for
beat
Isan
Keek
Almento to be
LG.
able to try and fight in the final moments of this game on even footing. Now, I feel like there's basically no way, especially now, look at that, they're going to lose the base and Reggie as well freely. I don't actually know what's going on right there. Trying to get any points in.
Hello?
KO kind of for free.
My god, what are we doing over here?
Basically no way, especially was really, I feel like, the last chance for Isan Almento to be able to.
Okay, he's going for a back cap.
In the final moments of this game.
23.
Now, I feel like there's basically no way, especially now, look at that, they're going to lose the base and Reggie as well.
Okay.
I don't actually know what's going on right there. Trying to get any points in, just giving up.
Also, something I also just realized right now, why did Eldegoss go Leaf Tornado? Barely any of them are dependent on their auto attacks. Like, yeah, I get, like, you get some utility from the movement speed, but like, you should definitely be going pull and puff.
That KO kind of for free, but this is going to be a huge lead going into the final stretch, which is still
That's a
really
huge
distance away,
mechanic.
but
That's just a
there's not
huge
gonna be
individual
any times,
misplay.
there's not gonna be any opportunities. They can try one more big push, maybe on one gold zone, try to take that down as we're hitting the final stretch, but this is tough. Isan Almento, they've got to find their way back in.
I feel like Fennel have all of their bases covered here. You have Zarina lurking up in the top half, and the rest of them lurking in the tall grass, just not letting Ison and Mento make any movement forward at all.
I know, they're a wall, honestly. Look at this, and this is quite a literal wall here with, well, I guess still figurative, but with Tone on this Mamoswine getting picked up, slammed down, taking a ton of damage, but look, it's not going down despite being focused solely. And like you said, the shields on the Rapid Strike Urshifu are so good because a lot of that healing can go towards having a top path.
If it was anyone else but Charizard, I mean, there are a couple of Pokemon, but kind of a late Unite move, but that Unite move charges relatively quickly, so it's not a big deal.
So it's kind of like giving you the ability to heal your entire team while focusing on only one. Same thing with a lot of the ability to heal yourself as Serena. There's just a lot of self-sustain.
Yes, it's a self-sustain, but also being able to get that shielding to just try and eliminate some of that hindrance.
Yeah, and they're also
from the
hard
opposite
focusing
team.
the
Serena was able to solo
Mamoswine
down
as well.
Regieleki, and with 20
Like,
seconds
realistically,
left to go, it'll be really interesting
Mamoswine's
to see
not the
whether
problem,
Ison and Mento are gonna
even
try and
though
shut it down,
he
considering
kind of is for their
Fennel are
team.
looking for some prime
Like, the main
positioning.
threats are Urshifu, Mew, and
Is looking
Serena.
very difficult. I mean, okay, they are gonna be able
Mamoswine
to
should be the
keep
last
down
of your
the Regieleki,
concerns. The
but
problem is
look
they're
at
just so
how
far down in
forward
experience
Fennel
that he
is
just
sitting.
seems like he's a
They've got
bigger
them
threat
so
than he
scared.
actually
I mean,
is.
One person walks into that Mamoswine in the tall grass, and it could be over instantly. The burst damage from this team could be ridiculous. They are covering all of their bases, but they did choose a really great direction to enter. This is one of the safest directions that Isan Almento could have chosen. However, Rayquaza is starting to get burned down. It's starting to get a little bit scary. They are going to find P in just the tall grass. They will know at least one person's out of position.
Look, the benefit for Fennel is they have those 2 tier 1 pads that they can easily retreat back into. Mew just poking in from the back line with those solar beams, and a little amnesia there from you just to take that boosted attack, circling around, waiting for the perfect opportunity to try and make a dive and get a pick. However, all of the Unite moves are still online here, Chef.
Yeah, this is really nice, like, confidence, I think, from Isan Almento. They know that they have to find an unfair fight in their advantage. Otherwise, they are going to lose because they're down by a lot right now. Lot. And now they're really circling all the way around, and it looks like Tone was trying to maybe start the initiation, but the slow beam going in on the Mew, can there be a follow-up? It doesn't look like there's all that much. The Revenant Ren going through, but the big shield from the Bliss Assistance is going to stop that. One member's going down, though, immediately the Serena trading for the slow bro. I feel like it's a good trade for Isan Elemento, but they're going to lose another and
Oh my god,
another.
Urshifu's
And
running them down.
Sent is going to be trying to run away along with Dreamt, and they are not going to be able to find that escape, at least on the
Yeah,
Charizard.
she's
4
moist.
KO streak for Lucapo, playing Lucario 2.0 basically. Dreamt, the last one up, getting it by the Egg Bomb. There's no escape. That's going to be a KO. 30 seconds left. I don't even know if most people will be back in the game.
Lucapo just popping on off there, and you've got to give credit to that.
These guys
Blissey
were
to just
dancing in the
chase it
palm
on
of their
down,
hands, man. They
providing
played
those
Ring Around the
eggs.
Rosie with these
They
guys,
don't
and they
need
still
their egg
couldn't
poison.
chase
Instead,
them.
they're just gonna dunk in these.
I mean,
points as
realistically,
much
you have to think of it this way, and this is just common sense. Isan Elemento, let me just rewind it back
That's gonna
20
be a
seconds, hold on.
I feel like it's a good trade for Isan.
line here, Chef.
Okay. Think of it like this. When you're going into Rayquaza at this big of a huge deficit, and when I say deficit, I mean a point deficit, they are 253 points behind the enemy team. Not only are they down in levels, like, look how atrociously far behind they are in levels. We don't, like, level 12 Ceruledge, level 13 Charizard, then you got level 14, 14, 13. The supports are, you know, don't really matter that much. Yeah, Mew's an attacker, but they were more of a support than anything else this game. Like, you're at a level deficit. You have a significant point differential. Even if you try to go for a back cap, there's no way you're going to be able to back cap enough to compensate for how far behind you are right now. So what are your options? Your only options are to team fight or to get Rayquaza, or a variation of both.
Starting to get burned down.
The Orange team know that they're so far ahead right now that they don't need to do anything. They literally just waste time and wait for them to try to engage on them. But obviously, if you're forcing an engage, then that puts you at more of a position to make a mistake, because you had to brute force an engage to try to get things to play out the way you want it to.
Bit scary. They are going to find P in just the tall grass. They will know at least one person's out of position.
Literally, they're just playing Ring Around the Rosie right now.
They have those 2 tier 1 pads that they can easily retreat back into. Mew just poking in from the back line with those solar beams.
Already killed
A
30
little
seconds.
amnesia there
Still
from
looking
Mew
good.
Just to take that boosted attack, circling around, waiting for the perfect
The
opportunity.
purple team is on the
to
clock
make
right now.
a
The more
dive
time
and
they
get it
waste, the
hit.
less time they have to
However,
try to
all
make
of
something
the Niners
happen.
are still online here.
The
Chef.
Orange Team Veil's doing a really good job right now.
Confidence, I think, from Isan Elemento. They know that they have to find an unfair fight in their advantage. Otherwise, they are going to lose because they're down by a lot.
Slowbro's
right now.
moving up.
Lot. And now they're really circling all the way
Eject
around.
button from
It looks like
Slowbro.
Tone was trying to maybe start the initiation.
Here's the problem, though. Mew, not the priority target. It should not be a priority target. Like, yeah, he's going for the engage, but it's not someone that's relevant right now. Like, out of all the people on that team, like, ideally, you probably want to go for Serena or Urshifu. I don't know if they got... I don't know if this is something they collectively decided, or if he was just going for the engage to make something happen. Keep in mind, at this time, they only have a minute left in the game. So I guess they just, going for the Hail Mary play. But the problem also is that the rest of the team is not really in a position to follow up on this. Charizard's all the way at the back if you look at the minimap, and then Ceruledge and the rest of them are kind of close, but...
But the slow beam going in on the Mew can't
And then Ceruledge pops their Unite move right now. Slowbro is still uniting the Mew.
be a follow-up.
You get the stun, but the problem is Blissey Unite, and it keeps them alive long enough so they can Unite move away.
There's all that much.
The Mew unites, and then now they're just gone. So essentially, you wasted 2 Unite moves on a target that you didn't kill, and you're kind of fucked. I'll be honest with you, guys, you're kind of fucked. Not to mention, Serena and Urshifu Mammothane still have their Unite moves at this point.
Ren going through, but the big shield from the Bliss Assistance is going to stop that. One member's going
Serena
down,
actually
though,
died without
immediately
uniting, and they still
Serena
lost.
Trading for the slow bro. I feel like it's a good trade for Isan Elemento, but they're going to lose another and another. And only Sent is going to be trying to run away along with Dreamt, and they are not going to be able to find that escape, at least on Charizard. 4 KO
Yeah.
streak for Lucapo.
It's
Playing
pretty bad,
Lucario
guys, I'm not gonna
2.0
lie.
Basically, Dreamt, the last one up, getting it by the Egg Bomb. There's no escape. That's going to be a KO. 30 seconds left. I don't even know if most people will be back in the game.
Lucapo just popping on off there, and you've got to give credit to that Blissey to just chasing on down, providing those eggs. They don't even need the Rayquaza here. Instead, they're just going to dunk in these points as much as they can. And this is the strength of Fennel. And I'd say probably why they were so high ranked on Zoinks' power rankings.
The Zoinks' power rankings and the rest of the world's power rankings. A very dominant first game. I will give it to Easton Almento. I felt like they played that last moment, like the final stretch, very well. Their positioning was great. Their confidence was great. And the fact that
there's really not much to say. I mean, it's not, their team composition wasn't bad. It's just they got gapped in terms of skill. And then once they snowballed, the snowball didn't stop for Fennel.
they were able to do as decently as they did, you know, getting the first pick in the fight against a team that had several
Doesn't this
levels on
just
them.
warm your
Very
heart
impressive.
and make you miss
But
Unite?
impressive is only
Absolutely
so good when you're on
not.
the world stage, especially against Fennel. We got them cheering.
Problem
Even
also is that
the
they had
Japanese
Blissey to counter to
casters are
Bro.
standing and cheering for
Whoever
Fennel.
they
You
always
know
getting
they've got
Blissey
to root
ulted.
for their
True.
home team. But that was really, truly a showing of why Fennel is so feared.
Oh, 100%. And the thing is, with today, it's single elimination, right? There is no for me and maybe some of these other players running the experience.
Role that for your. I love the. There's a chance for us to see the support Machamp. No, I'm really curious to see what else we're going to see. I mentioned this before. Fennel had a very off-meta team that absolutely was amazing. Isanamento had a very on-meta team. They looked good, but it just was not enough. We are going to see the Slowbro ban. Very interesting. We've seen a lot more priority, I think, on the Umbreon recently, but Slowbro doing well in the last game and now getting banned.
I guess you just do not want to risk getting caught out by that slow beam on one of your main carries there. However, it looks like Lucapo's Urshifu has been banned by Ison Almento along with that Blaziken.
I love that choice. I mean, Lucapo was doing, that was almost all 5 KOs. They got.
What 4 Mons would you ban in this meta? I would ban Ceruledge. Okay, so it would also depend on whether or not I'm first pick or second pick, because obviously first pick will always get that first pick of whatever you want. But if we're just talking in general, I'd probably ban Ceruledge. Man. It's tough, man. I like if the enemy team, okay. The thing is, like, it's harder because even if you say 4 bans, like, it's not, the reason why it's harder is because like, you don't get 4 bans. Like the other team, it would be easier for you to phrase it as in what would your 2 bans be if you told me what the other 2 bans were. I think that's because, like, realistically, even if you ask me 4 Pokemon, like, it doesn't make sense that way to me. Just because it's not gonna happen. But I'd probably ban Ceruledge and either Charizard or one of the, like, if Slowbro wasn't available, I'd say probably Charizard, just because I find it annoying. And if Slowbro was up for the Charizard pick, then I'd probably ban Blaziken or Urshifu, personally. I don't really care for much else. Or Leafeon. I think Leafeon is actually pretty obnoxious as well still, even though I got nerfed.
4 KOs in that fight, and they had multiple team wipes before that. So I think you just get that out of there. The Rapid Striker Shoot was looking so good. On the other side, though, it looks like Fennel will be taking the early Leafeon, and then Umbreon on the other side. So just taking the early evolutions, going to be some early aggression, I'd assume.
Ooh, but locking in the defender and the supporter here. So prioritizing that, leaving those damage dealers until a little bit later. So whether we'll end up getting some surprises here. Ooh, we get a Comfey. I feel like this is a very fitting considering our location in Hawaii at Worlds.
It is. We've seen Comfey work very well and also
Hoopa?
extremely not well so far this tournament. He's in a really good spot. And as usual, a lot of it is based on what you can actually put it on. So I'm curious what they're going to be putting it on. Putting it on something like the Leafeon.
I don't know. I think that would depend more on whether whether or not they had
you see the Mimikyu, which Fennel has been banning
pretty
in
good
most of
Koopa
their
player on their
games.
team.
Is that a hard? No, that wasn't locked in yet. I know Doomsnax is going to be very excited if this is something we end up seeing, but we do have the little mischievous support, quote unquote, being highlighted.
Do we actually get a Sableye this round? That would be absolutely insane. We do get the Sableye! Let's
What
go!
is this called? Okay, there's a very
Holy
shiny
shit.
man right off camera that just put his arms out like, what is this? The shiniest man we know, Zoinks.
You have
this
double
comp,
support and
there's
double
double
speedster with
speedster, double
Ceraluge.
support, kind of, but both weird supports, right? Not typical. And then Ceraledge, which is just Ceraledge. And on Lucapo, I feel like it's going to be absolutely terrifying. On the other side, interesting.
Why? Why did we go Pikachu? Why? There's so many things better than this rat. I don't like you guys. I can't with you guys. I can't take you guys seriously.
Talk about
I'm
the
sorry.
Buzzwole, which is a lot of really cool picks on their side as well. But the strategy, I'm so curious what Fennel is up to.
I'm really curious as well. It looks like, are they going for more of a scoring comp here? Obviously, Sableye and Dodrio are known for that. And considering Ison and Mento have gone in for a little bit more of a bulkier comp here. Maybe they're not looking for those team fights, instead just trying to, I mean, it is a game to win off points.
What would I pick instead? If I were to pick a Pokemon... Okay, so... let me just wait. Okay, wait. Let me just wait out the timer. I just want to see... I want to confirm their
the
items.
amount of damage you deal.
True.
I want to make sure that they're not... Oh, wait, no, they're not.
Teammates, again, mean shiniest man.
Okay, so they're going to attack Pikachu. Like, I thought they were going to do something gimmicky or cheesy and put on some, Expedia, bleh. Okay, I would say... Okay, if it were me, and I was picking for Isen, if I'm going for a ranged attacker, I would go Mew. Dude, I forgot the list of Pokemon. That's actually embarrassing. I need to look at the list of Pokemon because I actually forgot what's available. Okay. If it were me, I would pick Mew. I would pick, I know, right? I'm washed, man. I forgot. Sylveon. Mew, Sylveon. And if I wanted to go for scale, so this one is more for scaling or Delphox. One of those three. Also, Cramorant as well. And I say Cramorant because they have no front line. So as long as you're leveling up, like realistically, you could shred their entire team with your Unite move, but that also is... There's always going to be risk involved when you play a fragile attacker because they have so much burst on their team and die potential. But for safety, I would say Mew or Sylveon because they're relatively safe, but they're so Sylveon has a good early and mid game, and then obviously if you're doing well, you can scale well. When it comes to Mew, you scale well, and you just overall it's relatively a balanced Pokemon. It progresses well throughout the stages of the game. Delphox, horrible early game, but I would probably go Fire Spin and you just spam Unite moves. And with Mystical Fire Blast, whatever you prefer. But Pikachu's a no for me.
Talon defeating Nemesis, so the winner of this match will play against Talon. I feel like APAC doing an amazing job so far this weekend, but that does mean that NA is continuing to fall.
Yes, and that does mean, Talon continuing on through. So if Fennel do actually end up winning this match, they'll progress on through. However, if Ice and Omento are able to take it, we'll get a round 3.
And just as a reminder, we're only missing a few of the very first round matches. Everything else today will be on broadcast, but we're certainly not missing this one for good reason as we're going into game number 2 here of Fennel versus Issa and Aumento, and this comp is blowing my mind already.
Are we going to see an invading Sableye here as they are shooting across in that top path?
I'm curious where every single person on this team is going to go as far as paths. I don't know what's going on at all anymore. I guess Sableye going into the enemy center area is probably the most obvious of all of them. It does look like taking the center is going to be Leafeon. Up top, it's going to be currently solo Charcadet, and then everybody else going down on bottom with the Doduo plus the Comfey. Pretty interesting way to split that. They could have obviously gone kind of anyone, anywhere.
Fennel just memeing now.
I think that was a really great play there from Ice and Aumento to send that Mimikyu and that Chansey for the backup, knowing that they have a Sableye on their team. However, we already have 4 members down in that bottom path. Leafeon only taking the red buff and leaving the blue and the other 2 Voltoys behind to go and get some dunks and create some early pressure.
Good job from Ryu to be able to escape out of that situation. Early aggression is certainly going to be the name of the game for Fennel and this comp. And there were 3 pretty scary Pokemon down on bottom, but they were able to get out of there. Umbreon, the fact that they got that quick Umbreon evolution is going to mean that they're going to be able to hold that bottom path a whole lot better. And the early game power, honestly, from the side of Issa and Aumento is also strong. Buzzwole, pretty much off the bat, is going to be very scary. We are going to see the Ceruledge evolution, though. So all the power spikes you need have basically been hit already on the side of Fennel.
And there we go, a KO onto that Mimikyu, so they're not going to be able to get those buffs as the fight is going to continue up in that top half. Looks like Fennel are looking to try and dunk in some more points. Sableye dunking in 18. However, both the defender and supporter there are able to stop any further dunks rolling on through.
This is already looking, of course, quite good for Fennel, but how does Issa and Aumento manage to hold on here? Not getting KO'd in their own center path. That, let me tell you, that is not the way, but that tri-attack is going to do a ton of damage to Ryu on that Umbreon, and they're going to have to back up, back to the healing of that Blissey. In the meantime, there's a Solo Pikachu defending bottom, and that may be getting aggressed relatively.
Every Umbreon in this tournament, every Umbreon in their cat goes foul play.
Stop this super fast team, but being able to actually defend against it is another question, as we're going to see Jetty immediately getting burned down. 2 KOs up top. They're looking for the 3rd, but they are going to be able to get at least a ton of points in. They're going to set up for a huge overdunk, tries to stop the score, doesn't quite get it, and then has to retreat.
Yeah, being able to leave that base on 5 points does have that potential for a major overdunk. However, we do have
the more that I see Leafeon throughout this tournament, the more triggered I get with how obnoxious it is. Just because it has so much burst, especially in the early game. I think I'd probably ban Leafeon if someone on my team wasn't playing it. But that's just a me thing.
KOs on the side of Issa and Aumento. They are going to be getting a good amount of points in. Some were stopped actually.
Oh
my
god! Oh my god! Jesus Christ!
One hit.
That is disgusting. My god.
Oh, that was absolutely wild
Oh
a great
my,
lead
yeah, I gotta see that again, man. Like that was actually
Almost
just.
able to get a KO, but they are going to be getting the KO on the Buzzwole. Dodrio will go down, and Lugapo going down. That's some really big, important KOs on the side of East and Almento. They are
Their heartbeats.
good amount of points.
Dun dun. Dun dun. Dun dun. Dun dun.
Stopped actually.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Absolutely
Jesus
wild.
Christ.
A great Leafeon Unite move to just wipe them out, go and dunk in 40 points, and now they have the space to go and secure that Regieleki. But we can also see on the minimap, Sarah Leach focusing on that basement Reggie, while Sableye is just doing what Sableye does best. Ton dunks in 29 into that bottom pad.
The funniest thing about this is how weird everybody playing every Pokemon on this team has switched roles. Like, it's just so bizarre. Like, Tone is playing support kind of here. We're seeing Machio playing like a speedster. Oh, okay. Unite coming out, but there's no chance to do any sort of damage inside of East and Almento. Hold on, they do manage to get the KO on the Dodrio finally. We're using that Unite to try and get a few more shields, but there's just too much going on here for Fennel. Leaving this goal zone at 1 as well. Okay, finally getting the overrun to 22.
That was a 22 point over.
On their side, another extra KO just for good measure on the Mimikyu. And we have over 5 minutes left. We are not even halfway done, and there is almost 350 points on board.
There's really.
Chef, I think we have already seen 3 Leafeon Unite moves. Leafeon is already at level 13, not even at that halfway mark. So they have both of those pluses.
Honestly, if Leafeon
Plus,
keeps
if
up the
they're
pressure,
in that
this might be
pocket,
the fastest level 15.
Seems like they're
in world's
absolutely
history.
unstoppable. They're
Or,
gonna
like,
have to try and target this down.
if they keep going for kills and experience, I think they could get it.
Mimikyu Unite move.
But they're kind of slowing down right now, which is obviously normal. It's Worlds, but
Crowd control on the side of East and Almento, but it seems like even when they're using it, they're not able to pick up a KO.
oh,
That's a
Leafeon
good
died.
KO.
No,
I think he's
Leafeon.
getting 2 KOs
Bro,
for
look how
total
much experience Pikachu
control
got off that.
on the side of East and Almento.
So you don't get to see because the camera's not panning on them, but they just died right now. And Umbreon got a level, Pikachu got a level, and then they just leveled to level 12. They got 2 levels off that, essentially.
Of course, you know, kind of on the same Pokemon, but
They're still
at least they
losing
managed to pick that
horrendously,
13.
but that's a lot of
Almost
experience
come
given back to
crazy.
them.
Pikachu now at level 12, able to really try and fight.
Oh.
Revenant Ren hitting the entire team. That is so many people, but there's not really that much of a follow-up. Lugapo trying to get some health back with the Bitter Blade. Not enough, getting KO'd as well. And they're pushing this down quite effectively. Unite coming out from the Buzzwole, going to KO the Dodrio. There's
Okay,
the tall
Team
grass
Fennel
with
kinda
the
trolling now.
but it's
Not
gonna
gonna lie.
matter. That goal zone going down, and that is a lot of big KOs. The levels now, even aside from that Leafeon, the levels are looking even. The points are looking a lot less bad, but still relatively bad for East and Almento.
I think this team communication to just try and stick together and get these picks is working out for Ice and Mento. However, we do have Fennel locking in that Regieleki. They are going in for the brawl. More Unite moves are being used on out as Buzzwole was able to grasp
Jesus
that ceremony.
Christ.
However, they end up getting taken down.
Okay, the only problem I have right here
From that
is the
Leafeon,
fact that
This is working.
majority of them burned their Unite moves down at the bottom. So it's kind of overzealous of them to think that they could win the fight without their Unite moves. And yeah, they were doing horrendous, but then they got a lot of experience back, not to mention they scored, so they closed that gap.
Working out for
But
Ice
then
and
this
Mento.
was just like
However,
overreaching.
we do have
They got
Fennel
greedy
locking in
here.
that Regieleki. They are going in for the brawl. More Unite moves are being used on out as Buzzwole was able to grasp that Sarah Leach. However, they end up getting taken down one after the other, just like bowling pins.
Once again, Umbreon managing to get away. That's been, I mean, obviously kind of the target of a lot of the damage on the side of Fennel. It's been the only one that's lasted more than a few seconds in those longer team fights. But look at this. Look at the center goal zone for East and Almento. They're all there trying to defend against that one Regieleki. They're like, we cannot let that happen. That is game over. And Tone did maybe manage to go in and maybe was able to get something, but they didn't get away. Maybe they just thought it was a little bit too much of a risk. We are going to get the Reggie Rock on bottom for free, though, for the side of Fennel. And we're still 1 minute and 30 away from final stretch. It feels like it's been going on forever.
I think what Ton is doing here is just trying to get some eyes on the opponents here, provide some vision, potentially get some picks, as we do have both of those attackers lurking on about. However, a great vault tackle to stun Sableye in its tracks. And
I'm pausing it here just because I'm going to say this, and I say this so often, I'm honestly genuinely surprised and shocked and disappointed that Umbreon did not go mean look with the team comp that they have. They have no front line. Like, literally, mean look on any single one of them would be a relatively easy kill. And I don't even think any of them have full heal except for Dodrio, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, like, if you really wanted to, just avoid mean looking the Dodrio if you want to play it safe. But you're guaranteed to lock any of the other ones down if you have that. But for like, I don't really understand why everyone's going foul play. I really do not. It's just,
And they were able to eliminate that ward.
Lucapo sitting here with both buffs, just kind of waiting to see if there's anything left. There's a few little yellow dots. You can see some EXP that can be farmed in the Fennel side. Nothing too much in these Elemental actually are just starting to respawn as I say that, of course. So we're going to be updating those buffs on their side. There's going to be one really well-timed Regieleki, but you're going to have to burn it down a lot. I do feel like based on the comp and how they've been playing, Fennel could try to focus on that Regieleki up top, or they could maybe just try to back cap, kind of like you know, I know. So right now what's happening, East Elemental's like, they're going to go for that because they're scoring. We can't let that happen. So now what's the response from Fennel?
Well, some dunks do end up going in. Ton getting the stun, stopping that Umbreon. And I think Isonemento circling around this Regieleki, making sure that Fennel aren't able to get it, so it heads towards that their home base, is a good move. But the thing is, because they've gone and done that, they've lost their positioning, which you can see Fennel on the minimap are trying to group together.
Look at this, look at this, this is so sneaky. They're not maybe even gonna go for Rayquaza. They might just go for the full back cap. Who needs a Hoopa to get the full back cap? This fight is gonna happen in a weird place.
This is so,
does end up happening.
this is why you needed mean look. This is why. If you had mean look there, that's 2 kills. Oh my god. Fuck your foul play, people.
So many points, and this is what Isomental has to see, that they have to know that they've got to go for the burn on Rayquaza. What else can they do? But they're losing the fight. 3v5. They already, they do manage to get a KO on Tone. This is going to be at least.
They have no rip either.
Their highest level they really wanted for the fight. They're still though going to have.
Look how slow they take this. Jesus Christ! And Surly just.
They're going to have
Here comes Leafeon, by the way, with the comfy.
Egg bomb as Surly just lurking in the top part. They still have their Unite move. However, they do end up getting caught out by Umbreon. It is a little too late, but it doesn't matter because Pew was able to come in and get the secure for Fennel.
Not only did they get the back cap, they also managed to win the fight, and then they also managed to take.
By the way, Pikachu died without uniting, and then they came back to do nothing.
I feel like any way that went, there was an option for Fennel. They did an amazing job, and this score lead, I think this may be another one of those matches where it could end up.
Just gonna say right now, they deserve to lose. They drafted horribly with this Pikachu. It was irrelevant, and on top of the fact, I will die on this hill. They should have went mean look. Like you can argue foul play in a lot of other games, but mean look in this specific game where you have literally borderline the equivalent of what? Like so I know Sableye is a support, but technically like it's almost the equivalent of a speedster because of how obnoxious it is. Like you have 2 speedsters, the Ceruledge, no front line, and if you mean look whoever the comfy is on, you get a 2-for-1 special, guaranteed. Now, obviously, if it's on Dodrio and it full heals, then you can debate that at the bare minimum. But then, anyone else? 2. They could have caught out the Leafeon and the Comfy if they had mean look when they were running around in their own jungle, but nah, they had to go for the foul play. Cringe.
In the 4 digits, what a ridiculous game.
I'm dying on that hill. Poor decision making.
A ridiculous team.
Seems like they can just do anything at this point, and you know what? Why not have some fun with it? They are just catching these teams off guard. They aren't finished. They're gonna just continue to shred on down. And
let's run it back one more time and see what happened. We'll go from the 2-minute mark.
Positioning, which you can see Fennel on the minimap are trying.
You know, so they did a good job. They made sure that the third Regieleki isn't a problem for them. Then you have a bunch of them, and all 5 of them are in their jungle, by the way. Like if Leafeon walks out, so you know they're around.
This fight is gonna happen in a.
If Umbreon had mean look at this. Comfy and Leafeon. If you had mean look right there, done. Caught out. Easy.
End up happening. They do manage to spot up Yi.
That foul play didn't do shit for you.
I don't know if they realize that everybody else is there. They see everybody jumping over. The vision is there for Fennel.
Meanwhile, while all this is happening, you got two people backcapping in the home goal, the Serluge and the
They're in the
Dodrio.
home goal zone, capping so many points. And this is what
This was a very, very, very nice stun by Sableye. Because Mimikyu Shadow Sneaked the Rayquaza, and before they could take the jump, they got stunned. And potentially, I think it might have potentially got cancelled out as well.
has to see that they have to know that they've
Got confused, right? They can't move, and then Leafeon just melts them like butter in a microwave. Oh my god.
the burn on Rayquaza. What else
Blissey
can
United
they do? They're
Buzzwole,
losing the
but
fight.
realistically, they ulted Sableye. At that point, Sableye did its job. It picked off one of the priority targets, and on top of that, it confused rate them, and on top of the fact, just got them killed. Ulted as well, I'm pretty sure. So, by the time Buzzwole kills the Sableye, they are on cooldown for everything. They have nothing left to offer the enemy team. So you just wasted your Unite move on someone that didn't even matter. Pikachu died, by the way. Died instantly, didn't even Unite move.
AV5, they do manage to get a KO on Tone. This is going to be at least nice for them, but their Pikachu was their highest level. They really wanted it for the fight. They're still, though, going to have to try to burn this down.
This is so risky because they don't really have the secure here. They're going to have to try and maybe rely.
By the way, Mimikyu right here is doing absolutely nothing, and it actually triggers me. Because not only did they die or recall? Let me just double check.
Have to know that they've got to go for the burn on Rayquaza. What else can they do? But they're losing the fight for AV5. They do manage to get a KO. So many points. Managed to spot up Yi, at least as the first member. I don't know if they realize that everybody else
they
is
recalled.
there. They see everybody jumping over. The vision is there for Fennel. They're in the home goal zone, capping so many points. And this is what Isometo has to see, that they have to know that they've got to go for the burn on Rayquaza. What else can they do? But they're losing the fight for AV5. They do manage to get a KO on Tone.
Yeah, so Mimikyu recalled,
This is going to be at least nice for them.
and then they go down to defend, which is fine. Like, I don't have a problem with that per se. It's still a... Like, you got 3 people in the pit versus the 1.
This is so risky because
But the problem is, Mimikyu didn't follow the Leafeon. Like, if you know your team is doing Rayquaza and then you lose sight of the 2 people that were just in front of you, like, follow them with your Unite move. Stall at the very least. Because at the end of the day, the Leafeon is the one that secured the Rayquaza. So if you're not doing anything productive, then, like, what's your position in this game?
they don't really have the secure here. They're going to have to try and maybe...
Because look, the Leafeon went from the tier 2 bottom goal, now they're making their way back to the Rayquaza pit with the Cerulean already there, and they have the Comfy on
rely
them.
on a Blissey
And then
egg.
Mimikyu is literally dancing on the fucking goal in the bottom lane. Like, my guy, my brother, I don't know what game you're playing, but you do realize this is your final chance to keep your dreams alive at Worlds. You played the entire year for this, and you ended up choking in the last 2 minutes.
Lurking in the top part. They still have their Unite move. However, they do end up getting...
Finally decides to move his ass. He's like, oh my god, the guy's over there, I gotta go. Like, shows up 20 years too late.
It's a little too late, but it
Like,
doesn't
literally, the avatar was found.
matter because Yi was able to come in and get the secure for Fennel.
Not only did they get the back cap, they also managed to win the fight.
Oh, by the way, they die without uniting again, so...
And then they also managed to take the very awkward quote-unquote flip of that Rayquaza. I feel like any way that went, there was an option for Fennel.
They actually could have won this game, by the way.
score lead,
Although
I
they were
think
getting
this may be
stomped
another
majority of the
one
game,
that
they actually
could
could have
end
won.
up in the 4 digits. What a
Debatable.
ridiculous game from a ridiculous comp from what is a ridiculous team.
Seems like they can just do anything at this point, and you know what? Why not have some fun with it? They are just catching these teams off guard. They aren't finished. They're gonna just continue to shred on down and see if they can try and get the highest points on the board at Worlds.
Oh, they're getting close. There we go. Broke the 4 digits, 1,068. I do think the previous record may actually be held by them as well, but they're going to continue to push it forward. I know we got to see, there was another team, it was Talon or something like that, getting a ridiculous amount as well. Maybe it was Shinra Day. Shinra Day, that's who it was. But it doesn't matter, the points are ridiculous. Fennel is ridiculous, and they're going to be winning.
Pikachu MVP, by the way.
Forward into the round of 8.
Yes,
Pikachu MVP.
The crowd.
Alright, so, like, what did I take away from that game? Leafeon, obviously the MVP of that game, without a doubt. Leafeon literally just put the entire team on their... like, I'm not saying the team played bad, but Leafeon put in so much work that game that I felt like they were 1v9ing the entire game. Just constantly just popping off, spamming their Unite move on cooldown, getting, like, snowballing out of control. and obviously you have a pocket comfy on them that just makes them borderline unkillable. They didn't have any hard CC for them because they were just so far behind. They did mess up that one time where they died to the Pikachu in the bottom lane, but like that didn't really affect the overall outcome of the game. What's their team
But
name?
it doesn't-
Isen. The Pikachu was just a poor draft pick. I'm sorry to say, poor draft pick, and it's a reflection of how they performed throughout the entirety of the game. They got shat on in the lane phase, which is where Pikachu is supposed to do relatively okay. Like, I'm not saying it's going to stomp lanes, but it's supposed to do decent. They got stomped in lane. Outside of lane phase, they really didn't do much. Died almost instantly in every team fight altercation. Umbreon could have went foul play. Could have went mean look and potentially got some nice picks, but that wasn't the case. And the rest of the team was just irrelevant.
Doesn't matter, the points are ridiculous. Fennel is ridiculous, and they're going to be winning and moving forward. Yeah, thumbs up over there to them. Yes. We're always really happy to see them, but they're really happy to see Fennel win for sure. What a team. I cannot believe
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite World Championships 2024 in gorgeous Honolulu, Hawaii. My name is Zoinks, joined again
Alola.
in day number 2 by Danley.
Alola, everyone.
Already have started off with some amazing games.
That's what you
We've got
gotta say
a
in Hawaii.
particularly good
Alola.
one coming up for you next.
Yeah, I think this one probably is going to be one of the exciting games because
Yeah.
we get to see Zeta Division again. We saw them on the main stage once yesterday, and I mean, that was a masterclass match of itself. And I
Not
guess
the
question here is,
Howhola.
how are they feeling for day number 2? Because it's playoffs day. It's Champions Day. This is the one day you cannot afford to falter in any of your matches because it's single elimination all the way through.
Yeah, 100%. And now we're going to see kind of a double feature of Japan, right? The last matchup in this one, we'll have to see how the second team can do so. But it's going to be Dream Max Esports going up against Zeta Division. Zeta Division chose Dream Max specifically. I think it was Zeta Division in the 3rd pick overall by a randomized choice. So is Dream Max chosen
It's
rather
the
early,
Asia Cut
which is
special.
an interesting spot to be in, obviously, but DreamHack comes from a very tough region in Brazil. A lot of those teams extremely strong. We're going to get a chance to hear from both of the teams, though, as we have an interview over on the stage.
Here's your interview.
What's good, everybody? Dupe Snacks here.
Sisters of Wujiro, like the
Nope.
pairing between these two is incredible. Division. DreamHack, they were hovering over the Clefable, but I think they're going to leave.
Okay, let me see here. What were the bans? Hoopa ban, Eldegoss ban, Mimikyu ban, then Umbreon ban. Then you had your Blissey first pick. Interesting choice. Leafeon and Urshifu.
Instead, going for
Holy
two
shit.
strong picks, Leafeon and Urshifu. We
Right out of the gate, you got yourself a nice early
saw in our
game.
previous matchup just now how strong Lucapo was on the Urshifu. How
Would you wear
aggressive
Zoinks'
this
vest?
Pokemon is. So for Zeta Division to give this away, but also now to see it, what's their response for dealing with this bear?
Yeah, I'm curious as well. I mean, no Umbreon to really slow it down. We have some crowd
I don't think
control
it
out there,
suits
but
me.
My favorite pick from DreamHack so far is actually the Leafeon. We take that out of Vidopo's hands. They were unbelievable on it in day 1 in the group stage. So picking that Pokemon, as well as it being an unbelievable meta threat, taking it early, a great decision.
Yeah.
Tomato going to be on their signature Trevenant, Rom on that signature Inteleon. And I believe this is Crustl's debut in the tournament for Logitech.
Wow.
Maybe not. Maybe we saw it in the group stage, but we didn't have DreamHack on the main stage. But they are going to be locking in the Crustle Comfey.
Crustle Comfey. So we're going to be seeing some pocket action here on the side of DreamHack, but the thing I'm worried about here is, are they ready to deal with this Bliss-assisted Inteleon? We saw how much work Rom did with the assistance of Wujiro. Like, the pairing between these two is incredible. And now you've got some
I think that's the
amazing
first
frontliners.
Blastoise pick of the
Same thing
tournament.
again as yesterday. The
Maybe.
fact that they love
I didn't
running
see
with
all of day
Blastoise,
1, but
Trevenant
this is my first time
combo.
seeing Blastoise
So
this
much
tournament.
front
And
line,
Dragonite as
provide
well.
all this room for Rom to really do what he wants to do at the back. But I love the response here with this last pick, Delphox. We saw
this Pokemon do quite a number on this very, very melee-heavy composition from Zeta yesterday. But I guess the question here is, can DreamHack pull this off successfully? Because yesterday, it didn't win.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it was a Pokemon that, on paper, it really checks every box, right?
A lot of boxes.
I mean, there's so many boxes to check. But the Fire Spin, shutting down the Trevenant, and sometimes the Blastoise, but honestly, just waiting Dragonite from getting within Hyper Beam range. Maybe you can stop one of those Dragon Dance combos, break those stacks. Any moment like that seems great. But this Delphox's early game has been exposed so many times. The Fennekin into Braxton stage is really difficult, but they have great early game threats in both the Leafeon and potentially the Urshifu if they can get away without being invaded. I don't really see many invasion threats.
Yeah, that's the Brazil. Hell yeah, man.
So DreamHack will have two very early game threats from Kadazera and Gießen.
Yeah, now here's the thing though, even though we aren't looking at any natural early game threats on the side of Zeta Division, we know this team is also not afraid to play aggressive if they find the opportunity to do so. So I hope DreamHack is ready for this. If they're ready for this potential aggression and they have the necessary people in lane or any kind of support,
Oh my
really to
god,
provide
dude.
that,
I don't know how
assistance,
people can
then
play
we
on
could
mobile
be
devices.
looking
Those
at
things are so
them being able
small.
to repel that
My,
early
I'll
game
literally
and
get
maybe have a
arthritis from playing on mobile.
reasonable mid-game.
Yeah.
But
Like, my hands are
again,
too big
it's
for
gonna
the
have to come
phone.
down to the execution.
I would
Can they
literally
make
need to
the right
play on a
predictions for these lane
tablet.
rotations? Because Zeta Division,
And
they are
even then,
so
that doesn't
quick to
even
pivot from
make it
lane
much
to
better
lane
because
if
it's
they
still
feel
uncomfortable.
Like they're going to attack a particular target.
Yeah, that is true. That's a great point you bring up, Danley, because I'm talking about all these early game threats. I mean, Zeta Division transforms
That's
Pokemon
why
that would
iPad.
never consider into that category into that option. I mean, we've seen Dragonair invades aggressively and successful from this team, so they are very quick
Drizzile,
to play
we've
it.
seen Drizzile coming in, rotating from
That's
bottom
true.
lane and just getting snipes off, and
If
I'm like,
you
who?
want to have fun in ranked, the Inteleon invade right off the start of the game is such a fun one, especially when in ranked mode when you have those emblems equipped. The yellow emblems on Inteleon actually have a really fun synergy. So just want to give that shout out. Folks, sorry about that quick pause. We're actually going to be jumping back into game momentarily between these two squads, and here we go. Zeta Division versus DreamHack Esports.
All right, so
It's
one of the
Sai
lanes going
Kuno
forward,
here.
Definitely no invades, but we are seeing a bit of a share in that central area here for DreamHack, just trying to guarantee that nothing gets stolen, no one gets slowed down. So you can see DreamHack, they're trying to start off as strongly as possible.
Yeah.
This does come at the cost of them not, not pressuring the Dratini at all, but maybe they have plans for these lanes.
Yeah, I am so curious on how that Crustle is going to work out. I mean, Delphox plus Crustle is a ton of crowd control in the early moments of the map, but there's not many targets.
I don't know how I
on
feel
this
when
side of
teams
Zeta
do
Division
that.
are really
I
trying to
mean,
dive or make
they
it
gave
kind
the
of
red buff
great,
over to
so
Leafeon.
It will be an interesting match.
But obviously that
An early
delays the
push
level
by
5 from
Tomato,
Urshifu.
though, on this Phantom will get a slight score, looking to maybe get out of this fight, but they do secure the opposing team's Bunnelby and Focus Band, plus that Trevenant passive. So much survivability. Tomato gets away scot-free.
I love how much action we saw over a Bunnelby of all things.
Yeah, what?
Swablu and Altari, that could be a bit of a different situation, but unfortunately, the secure on the side of DreamHack is just not there. There's just too much burst on the side of Zeta Division, so they just snap everything up. And look, the Urshifu was up. Maybe this is the go sign for DreamHack to do something, because they've gone for Surging Strikes, and the one thing Surging Strikes Urshifu does so well is be an absolute menace on those goal zones. So you go for the dives, you pressure those Pokemon on the goal pad.
What
and
just...
potentially get knocked out.
Who is manning the camera for this? What just happened? You see a 2v2 happening right in front of the camera, and then you go look at the buff? Who's like, I don't know what it is, what game you're playing, but like, Jesus Christ, my guy.
Urshifu was up. Maybe this is the go sign for DreamHack to do something, because
Like, you literally see the
Surging
Leafeon
Strikes,
going
and the one
in
thing Surging Strikes
aggressively
does
in a
so
2v2.
well is be
Like, the
an
one time you want to
absolute
see
menace
people
on
fighting,
those
and then
goal
it's just like,
zones.
okay, I'm not
Go
gonna
for
watch
the
anymore. I'm
dives,
gonna go look at the
pressure
red
those
buff.
Pokemon on the goal pads and potentially get knockouts while you do it as well.
I didn't even get to see what happened. Look, you just missed the double kill.
Drizzile just coming in for assistance.
I can't believe you've done
Well,
this.
I mean, we couldn't have set it up any better before the match started, Stanley. We had a Drizzile and Dragonair
It's Rom,
movement
okay.
into the enemy central area. I mean, we
It's
know what
Rom.
Rom is capable of. And to tell you the truth, this is a Zeta Division that we have been watching for largely the competitive season. Play compositions so similar to this. The Dragonite and
They went the
Inteleon are
crap
really
moveset.
signature picks for this team,
Ew.
and that was part of
Hydro
the
Rapid
run
Spin,
at the World Cup,
cringe.
where they got that second place
Cringe.
finish. This is tough for DreamHack. This is the phase of the game that they should be dominating on paper. This Urshifu, this Leafeon with the Comfey, this should be huge for them. Right now, Zeta Division is answering everywhere.
Yeah, and now the fact that Tomato has evolved into that Trevenant as well, the Woodhammer basically is going to stop
Oh,
the Urshifu
wow.
from being able to do what he wants. So 2 knockouts, Crustle and Urshifu. I'm really worried for DreamHack here. It's really going to have to come down to this pocketed Leafeon, but I fear even Katazera doesn't have enough damage by himself to be able to look for those knockouts his team so desperately needs.
And it's kind of incredible too, even with that Comfey pocket, they don't have the survivability either.
Yeah,
We're
Leafeon
watching
not
Leafeon
being
dive
level
in and
9
maybe if
right
they jump in
now.
with that
Or sorry,
extra
not
boost
level 9,
on
level
them, maybe
8
be able to take the
by
KO,
first
but
objective is a little
almost
concerning.
they'd be giving up
'Cause that's the
2
whole
in
point of
return with
Leafeon,
that
just getting that
boost on
early
top
game
of
power
it.
spike just so you
Now,
can start
Reggie
making a difference
Aleki
sooner.
focused on by Zeta Division, no
But
surprises
they've
there.
been
They got
getting
that great
kinda
secure,
clapped.
They want to have that score tempo. because
They just
obviously
got
the
it.
points are going to help with
Kinda
that.
late.
Final one will be the Regice. The Slam Shot goes a little bit wide, but pretty early on the secure anyways. Fire Spin holding Trevenant for a slight moment as we try to chase this, but great play by Tomato, pulling for himself away.
Oh
And
my
Dragon,
God!
move.
Wow.
They lost bottom too, Jesus Christ.
This game is looking so clean for Zeta Division. They are finding everything that they're looking for, and DreamHack, they are scrambling to figure out what resources do we have left, what can we do, because the main objective for this lineup, as you said, it's not doing what it was supposed to do during the laning stage, and unfortunately, if you compare the 2 teams and you want to look at scalability, it's heavily swinging in Zeta's favor. So what do you really do here? Backcapping's not really an option for this composition either.
No,
So
you have to win team fights. You're absolutely right. And I would say maybe you could find some 1v1s, but with the way that Kakata and Tomato have been rotating around this map, you are never going to find a squishier target alone without a defender or a support to back them up. Wajiro, the whole squad showing up here. Tomato on the back line, but
Oh
it's a
my
big
God.
push by the Crustle, but look at that. They're barely hurt, and they're able to walk away. Urshifu in the back line. Unite Move going to try to hit a few targets, but they're just taking too much burst damage. Rom is simply not missing at the moment.
yeah, and the Bliss Assist on Rom almost deleted the Urshifu as well. So the fact that Zeta, they're not looking at being extremely efficient with their unites. They
This
just say,
Leafeon is
"If
not-
we need
this
to
Leafeon
unite
did
for
not
that damage
capitalize
burst,
on the
we're gonna
fact that
use it so
they're-
you don't actually get those free
like,
KOs.
They didn't capitalize on their early game.
So safe. DreamHack, they've got to come
Every
up with
Leafeon
something
that you normally
extremely
see,
creative
it should
or
be
something so out of
spamming their
pocket
cooldown on
that's-
Unite Move just
that
because it
basically
does so
surprises
much
Zeta
in the early
Division,
game.
but the way that
On
the
top of the
team
fact it's a
groups up as
low
well, they're never splitting
cooldowns
out.
to begin
They're
with.
never giving those opportunities for a free
But
potential
the
knockout.
longer they go
So for
playing
DreamHack,
passively like
again,
this is just
can they pull
it'll
something
reach the
out
point
of
where the
this
Unite
hat?
Move doesn't
A
do enough damage
rabbit,
to actually
a drag, obviously a
one-shot
knockout.
anybody,
That's what
essentially.
you want out of this hat, but
Yeah, if we're
just
looking for something
finding it.
specific, I'll find that knockout.
And then when you have the
Gotta
comfy
take a decent
pocketing
amount
the
of damage.
Leafeon
They
that's
still have that
playing so
Hydro
passively,
Typhoon.
it's
Leafeon
like
in the back line,
back?
but Rom with that great response with their own Unite, and now there's just the damage is swinging in from Zeta Division. Big engage, the Rebel Rouser stuns a few targets, and we're getting real low on the Regieleki, but yet again, it's Zeta
Tomato.
Division to find that secure. Tomato lining it up.
Leafeon's Unite
This
Move just got
team,
cancelled.
they are
Oh my
so
god.
disciplined with all of
What
Real
canceled
low
it?
on the Regieleki, but yet
Oh,
again, with their own Unite, and now there's just the damage is swinging in from Zeta Division. Big engage, the Rebel Rouser stuns a few targets, and we're getting real low on the Regieleki, but yet again,
it's so hard to see right now what canceled the Unite Move because there's so many like character avatars overlapping with each other.
response with their own Unite.
No,
and now
I
there's the
paused
damage
it and I'm
swinging
looking
in
to
from Zeta
see
Division.
what canceled the
Big
Leafeon
engage,
Unite
the
Move.
Rebel Rouser stuns a
The
few
Leafeon
targets,
went with the
we're getting
flank
real
after
low on
breaking the goal.
Regieleki, but yet again, Zeta Division to find
I
the
genuinely
secure.
can't see.
Tomato lining it up.
this team. They are so
But either way, they just got rolled right now
disciplined with all of
because
their
of that.
movements, just finding those objectives, being able to jump onto those targets. The Dull Fox gets knocked out here as well. Knockout after knockout, and Zeta, they are just pushing themselves further and further ahead of DreamHack. And I fear they're going to reach a point where they hit critical mass, where they're just too powerful and too strong that DreamHack, no matter what they do, they're going to eventually run out of gas. It might have to come down to this defense. here,
Oh
but
my
with
god.
The extra defensive capabilities of that
Oh,
goal, and it's being pushed
no.
further and further away.
Leafeon just
Regieleki goes in, they will be able to
melted
score, and all
as
the
soon as they
bonuses
got on
are not there
pad.
anymore. It's broken. Urshifu's going to go down. Zeta Division so far.
You know things are going sideways when poor Comfey has to leave from one of their teammates and actually just try to slow down the Regieleki at that moment. They were just throwing themselves in front of it, but obviously Zeta Division not giving DreamHack anything, not an inch in this battle. I mean, what a double feature of what Japan is capable of that we've been able to see these couple of matches with both the Zeta Division, of course, Fennel dominating the previous one on stream. This has been quite a showcase of what a lot of people consider to be the most powerful region in Unite right now.
Yeah, I think at this point, a lot of people are going to have to agree.
Leafeon is not meant to be played as a passive Pokemon. You go for picks, you go for aggression.
In the back lines, Leafeon actually getting a successful
And even if you
rock
don't
out
get
there,
a
so
kill, like,
big
ideally
win for the
just
team.
trade
Meanwhile,
Unite
the
moves.
rest of Zeta Division
Because at the end of the day,
fighting
your
up against
cooldown
DreamHack
is
in
probably
that
gonna,
So far, things are not looking too bad. They're but not
like,
looking
charge
very
faster than the
convincing
opposing
here.
enemy team's
Maybe the
cooldown.
plan here is to use the rest of the team to create that diversion and draw attention away from that roaming Leafeon. Maybe that's what DreamHack is doing, just causing that little bit of confusion and just saying, if we see Rom, we take Rom.
Yeah, I mean, they'll take any opportunity they can get right now, and Leafeon, of course, going to be the roaming option, but that does mean that basically every other team fight is going to be a 3v4, essentially, with the rest of them trying to face the bulk with Leafeon and Comfey being, of course, that duo. Kadazera getting in a little bit of danger, but that side shot going wide is definitely a grace for them. They're going to try to make their way towards maybe the goal zone to score or to face that Regieleki, as now we have DreamHack and Zeta Division collapsing on this objective.
Oh, it actually gets
Leafeon
stolen
United.
by the Leafeon! The Emerald two-step, and it was even a knockout onto Rom as well. Zoinks, we could be looking at a potential comeback here for DreamHack. Again, they're starting to pull out some really out-of-pocket strategies here. It's working out for the team, and now with Rayquaza on the field, Kadazera, if this man can continue to do this, cause all this chaos and confusion, they might have a way to steal this game back.
Yeah, Kadazera with a good little dive there. We take away the Dragonite passive, so no more Marvel Scale for Vitoboss, and the next dive will be
We're
big.
scoring as well.
Yeah, we'll get a decent back cap in. I mean, it'll make that scoreline closer, but Zeta Division locking down that Urge.
Oh my God.
Offensive targets that DreamHack had.
One of the
Now
biggest
it's
threats on
gone.
your team,
So
and they're just
Rayquaza
gone.
will
And
start
like,
being
they're
capped
underleveled.
by
They're
Zeta
severely
Division.
underleveled.
Zero trying to run away from Kokata, who's got that chase. Hyper Beam gonna go wide. Great eject button for the Delphox as DreamHack at this point in time is just trying to buy time. Dragonite in the backline for Zero, using that Unite move. It's only going to land on the Trevenant, really, not have much impact other than
Those
that.
Unite moves were
Rayquaza
just
still being
really
touched, but Zeta Division right now in defensive mode around this objective.
poorly
And it looks
placed.
like Zeta, they don't want to play anymore. They actually want to slowly start to rip away at this Rayquaza and DreamHack. They've caught wind of this. They want to try and get the steal. They're actually going to try and go for another knockout.
Nice.
Emerald two-step, they get it. The lockdown.
They
Kadazera
live,
so
though.
close yet so far. And they somehow get
Wow.
the Urshifu. GZ and getting the Rayquaza buff.
Hey,
DreamHack.
wow.
After a game where Zeta Division looked like they were beating them down in every single fight. The chaos, the
Hey,
Leafeon,
hey.
Kadazera, the confusion he created, the opportunity DreamHack needed, they found it.
Unbelievable. But I mean, the hope hasn't gone out for Zeta Division yet. They're going to try to push forward. No back cap potential for DreamHack Esports, but
No
there will be
fireworks.
a team fight win needed for Zeta Division. Big Hyper Beam lined up.
They
but it's
got
just
it!
simply not enough
They got
damage.
it!
DreamHack.
I need to go back. Let's play back from the top, just because.
Oh, it actually gets stolen by the Leafeon. The Emerald two-step, and it was even a knockout onto Rom as well. Zoinks, we could be looking at a potential comeback here for DreamHack again.
So they traded. Okay, so here's the thing. Leafeon ulted top lane. They traded 1-for-1. Until Leon went down, Delphox went down in the process. The good thing for DreamHack is the fact that they don't have to deal with a third Regieleki going towards their home goal. That being said, they're still down by basically close to 200 points.
Again,
You know,
they're
just a
starting
little
to pull
under.
out some really out-of-pocket strategies here. It's working out for the team, and now with Rayquaza on the field, Kadazera, if this man can continue to do this, cause all this chaos and confusion, they might have
got
a
the
way
eject
to
button.
steal this game back.
Yeah, Kadazera with a good little
Both
dive there. We take away
Intelliant and
Dragonite passive,
Delphox
so no more
spawn.
Marvel Scale for Vitoboss, and the next
look at
dive
this.
will be
We're
big.
scoring as well.
Yeah, we'll get a decent back cap in. I mean, it'll make that scoreline closer, but Zeta Division locking locking down that
You get there,
Urshifu. It's
Shifu.
one of the best offensive targets that DreamHack had, and now it's gone. So Rayquaza will start being tapped by Zeta Division. Frizera trying to run
Russell United as
away
well.
from Kokata, who's got that chase. Hyperbeam gonna go wide. Great eject button for the Delphox as DreamHack at this point in time is just trying to buy time. Dragonite in the backline. Frizera using that Unite move. It's only gonna land on the Trevenant really, not have much impact other than that. Rayquaza still being touched, but Zeta Division right now in defensive mode around this objective.
And it looks like Zeta, they don't want to play anymore. They actually want to slowly start to rip away at this Rayquaza and DreamHack. They've caught wind of this. They want to try and
I
get
can't
the
see if
steal.
Rayquaza
They're actually gonna try and
reset.
go for another knockout. Errol two-step, they get it. The lockdown. Katazera so close yet so
It didn't reset. So here's the problem. In the last little bit of the team fight, or the last part of these sequence of events that happened, I'm not exactly sure why. If they're gonna leash the Rayquaza this much and not let it reset properly, they should have just committed to it. But the problem is just they got it down really low, or at least low enough to force the Zeta Division to actually go to the Rayquaza. But then it's just like
still being touched, but Zeta Division right now in defensive mode.
they
around
go
this objective.
for
And it looks like Zeta, they don't want to play anymore. They actually want to slowly start to rip away
The
at
fight
this Rayquaza
instead.
and DreamHack. They've caught wind of this. They want to try and get the
keep in mind, you can't see right now, but the Delphox on the other side of the pit is actually stopping the Rayquaza from actually fully resetting. So yeah, like, the camera is focusing on the fight, which is fine, but then, like, the rest of the people don't realize that how low Rayquaza actually is, except for the Blastoise and whoever else is literally right beside them. I can't see it right here.
Katazera so close yet so
It was,
far. And they somehow
Blissey.
get it! The Urshifu!
And between the Blastoise and the Blissey, they're not gonna secure that shit.
Above DreamHack after a game where Zeta Division looked like they were beating them down.
Like, you have a
every
Dragonite
single fight. The chaos.
for situations like this, and you're not utilizing it properly because you're trying to go for the fight, which in hindsight doesn't even really matter, because on top of that, you didn't even get any kills.
Unbelievable, but I mean, the hope hasn't gone out for Zeta Division yet. They're going to try to push forward. Max.
A lot of cases,
And I think they
many
just
teams that have been broken down, thinking, what do we
Their
do?
Yeah.
But regardless
micro
of
and
the
macro was just a
situation,
little poor.
They kept their heads on. They said,
Put it
Katazera, it's
simply.
Yeah, it really depends on
Bad
player's
micro
ability.
decisions.
I mean, right, like Zoroark
Bad macro.
would be considered to be an option here, but that's a pool that's tougher to get. If you really want to get outside, think outside
They
the box.
had the
maybe
lemons to
Talon
make lemonade, but
playing
somehow they made orange
sometimes.
juice.
Talon, by the way. Shout out to Talon on the B stage for playing Talonflame. Just want to give a quick shout out there. That was very fun. But
on brand.
on brand. We love it. We love it. But in this matchup, yeah, I think Draft is going to be so interesting in this game number 2, Danley, because I like Zeta Division's plan of taking away that Hoopa. I think it is a great draft strategy they're going into. And they're also banning away that Mimikyu, something that DreamHack and honestly Brazil as a whole is quite well known for, playing quite a bit of. I think Legacy doesn't play too much of it, but a lot of other Brazil teams end up doing so. But we're going to be jumping into draft here in just a moment between these two squads as Zeta Division have chosen that first pick position yet again, and they're going to lead things off with that Hoopa ban, a 43% ban rate for this Pokemon in our tournament. Just a reminder for anyone out there, our stats, any percentages you see on screen, are now in day number 2 are only from Worlds. So all of these statistics are only from group stage from yesterday and will be constantly updated with the matches today.
Yes. So we do have our bans here for both
Okay, Hoopa ban,
teams.
Eldegoss ban,
Again,
Mimikyu ban,
no
and Umbreon
Eldegoss,
ban.
no Hoopa, no Umbreon, and that Mimikyu is going to be taken out of the pool as well. And Rom, are they really locking in this Inteleon again for Rom?
Oh, yeah. This is the swap. This is the swap I was hoping for.
This, yes,
Last
I
time we
had to
saw
take
Zeta
it.
Division take Blissey in that first pick, we are going to abandon that strategy and instead lock down the Leafeon. So, we might not be banning it, but we're counter-picking it. I'm a big fan, but there's that immediate response. If you were going to take first pick Blissey last time, we're going to take it from DreamHack.
And I actually think this is a very significant counter pick coming in from DreamHack as well, because we did see yesterday how important that Blissey is for enabling Zeta Division to do what they did in their previous matchups, which was essentially not only save your teammate, but power them up and turn the tables in those fights.
Yeah.
So I want to know what the response is for Zeta Division.
Okay.
They're going to change things up. They're actually going to go for an evolution comp here, adding Espeon to the roster here for Rom this time.
Honestly, if I were DreamHack right here, what I would do to,
pressure from the way that DreamHack was playing.
I would pick
We're
up Slowbro
rotating
as my
off the
defender,
Espeon.
and I would take
Tomato
Charizard,
on that
like
Mammoth
deadass.
Swine is just an immediate answer to the
And then you have a final pick
Ice Fang,
to
But
be
listen,
flexible
Mr.
with whatever it is that.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
wow. Okay.
Yes,
Mr. Mime
Chandelure.
is wild. I'm a fan. Chandelure, this is the Brazil pick. They have been playing this Pokemon for so
Oh, yeah.
long.
Eh,
One of the
if I-
most popular picks in that region. So I'm very excited to see it yet again. And if they pick Aegislash right now, I am the happiest boy
Oh my
on
God.
earth.
What is
Christmas
even
morning,
happening?
Hadazera on
There's
the
so many
sword.
strong picks against this team
Oh
comp,
my
but I mean,
gosh,
okay,
what kind of
we'll
game are
see.
we gonna be
Mr.
looking
Mime
at?
and
This is
Aegislash,
crazy.
definitely not.
I didn't think we would ever
My
see a
preferred
team just
picks.
go absolutely, you know, crazy with their draft.
I
What
would have
kind
liked
of
to have
team
seen a
are we?
Charizard
I'm
or a
thinking from
Slowbro.
Zeta's perspective, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking,
Because
what am I
naturally,
playing? What's happening? What am I
Comfy's
playing
always
against?
gonna be
Because
on
look at
someone,
this, it
ideally
doesn't
one of
have
the
a clear
speedsters.
direction. There's a lot of running at your opponents. There's going to be Chandelure as
Just a
well.
nice way to shut them down, and then
There's
obviously
Lycanroc to be the
Charizard.
back-range damage dealer,
Lots of
but
fragile
what
picks
is the
to choose
overall
from.
goal here for DreamHack? Is it just to run down Zeta Division? Because if you look at Zeta so far, they have 3 ideal candidates that they want to jump on top of: Leafeon, Espeon, and Dodrio.
Yeah, to tell you the truth, I think it's actually a flip-flop of that strategy. I think it's a defensive strategy.
You think
I mean,
so?
They've built anti-dive. Aegislash for a long time, and I'm not saying it got played, but there were rumors that it was one of the best Pokemon into the evolutions. Wide Guard is an incredible move that counters a lot of the Eevee's moves. If you Emerald 2-step, ignore that damage. You have that great bit of bulk just to dodge one of those bursts. And there's going to be, of course, Leafeon and Dodrio attempting to do that. There's some really interesting stuff in this matchup. We're going to be talking a lot about builds and draft, but Danley, we called it out. We said draft was going to be the most exciting thing in this game. I don't know. The gameplay is going to be electric as we jump into game number 2 between Zeta Division and DreamHack.
How's it going, Don?
I'm looking at this game and I'm kind of wondering, was this Mammoth Swine the right pick? Because in their eyes, were they thinking, oh, we're just going to have to deal with the Urshifu, we just need that single target lockdown, but Ice Fang Mammoth Swine, it excels when it's trying to focus down one target.
Oh my god!
One that you potentially need to actually
Oh
lock down.
my,
What's the
that's
goal here for
fucking
Tomato?
horrible.
Does he have to just basically stop everybody? Is he still going to focus just on the Urshifu? He is
Jesus
putting quite a bit of
Christ,
problems here
dude.
Because he's stolen. Look at
This
Zubats
is-
on this Pylo side. He's doing so well on this little swine up. And can they actually stop him? If he makes that getaway happen, it would be a miracle with the eject button. Tomato!
Unreal.
The
The
fluff
heist
Tomato!
of the century! Tomato going to escape
That-
from the
that
enemy
is
central
literally
area with both buffs and
a
their
disaster.
Full, I mean, not their full HP bar, but a whole lot of it. And they're going to be making it back towards their side. I mean, what a response from game number 1 into game number 2. Urshifu left untouched in the enemy central area in that game number 1. Certainly not the way in game number 2. Love that.
He literally just
adaptation from Zeta Division.
snowballed
We
and
see
then
some
tackled the
spicy
other
stuff
one
from
and then just
DreamHack,
snowballed
but a
again.
Great
That
shift
top
from
lane.
Zeta.
This is a nasty top lane. They look at all these Pokemon that are just going to want to jump right on top of you, especially with the Urshifu as well. This Dodrio is going for the little pokes, maybe can go for a sneaky pickup here. The Comfey though, not enough sustain unfortunately. Dodrio is going to go down and Comfey will run away. We do have Tomato coming back, but I don't know if Tomato can do this by himself if you get the freeze. They do have the Leafeon coming in, so it looks like they do get a secondary third knockout here with the Ice Fang, and they managed to stop the attack from DreamHack.
Okay, solid. So they keep a lot of those points away. I mean, the main part of that initial push after they got the Urshifu was to get the double-blade evolution. Honedge was
That
still
Dodrio
stuck
was
at
a
that
little
before.
bit-
They wanted to get some scores, get some of that attack weight pressure.
A little too
and get the dub.
overconfident.
So they got
It was a
there.
2v4.
Look at
They should have played a little bit more
Zero and
passive.
how Hadazera's gonna be played. They get a big engage, and that's the immediate KO onto that Pylo Swine. Percentage of HP missing damage is huge in that specific option. I love this Aegislash final pick. I honestly do.
And we're actually looking at a flamethrower Chandelure in this game. It's not going to
Okay.
be overheat, so we're looking at some big damage numbers in this game. It is a really interesting choice. We'll see if it does pay off for them, as unfortunately Blissey will be picked off thanks to Kokoda. Are we going to see another attack? We have the Espeon Rom on the sidelines. They managed to get the pullback onto that Urshifu. Instant knockout. And that's one of the frontliners. They still have that Mr. Mime, but man, this Lampert, there's only so much you can really do here with a Mr. Mime sitting in your front lines. The flamethrowers, they're doing a little bit of work. A nice eject. They're not being caught out by the Piloswine, but he's been caught out by the Dodrio. We have the Urshifu coming in. Oh, barely surviving thanks to the regen on that goal zone. Oh my goodness, that Lampert's living the edge of that cliff.
Yeah, man, shout out to Lampet of Karazera, but oh, nice dive by Giesen to take that knockout, but it's Vidopo on the top side picking up 2 as well. So we're trading knockouts basically everywhere. This Comfey Leafeon duo, we saw it from DreamHack, we saw it really help win the game, and now Zeta Division gets their hands on it. So interesting. But I was talking about that flamethrower earlier. I can't think of a harder composition to land flamethrower explosion hitboxes onto than a Dodrio Leafeon composition. That is so hard to lock down, but I mean, they want that damage number. They believe in their ability to land those skill shots, and they're ready to go. I actually think it'll be interesting to see the second move option. I mean, traditionally, I think Imprison the best competitive move that they have, but it is Poltergeist. The living room is really tough for Dodrio and Leafeon to deal with, so I think getting all that furniture in play is actually going to be huge.
It's going to be so good for zoning those very small choke points as well. We do get a big push coming out from Dream.
Oh!
Instant knockout onto that Urshifu.
Urshifu didn't get the Unite move.
At all. Espeon with the Psychic Slayer throws them in the air. Another KO! And in the back lines, even the Chandelure as well. DreamHack not successful with that push, and Zeta Division will get their counter scores in and break this goal zone.
Okay, DreamHack is cooking. That is a
They only have one Unite move. I honestly don't know why they're playing so aggressive with only one Unite move. Yeah, they got the Regieleki, but that doesn't necessarily mean you can dive a 5v5 on the
I don't know if I'd be
goal.
comfortable with it on the world stage, but right now, DreamHack, they up a game against Zeta Division, and they're feeling it right now. You can tell, but Zeta Division has been the ones responding in time. Triple Trample stopped by that barrier, so nice little wall for a moment, but it will not do much more than that. Ignite Midnight for the blind, like we saw. But
it's on cooldown now.
Yeah, it's on cooldown. Won't be here for the next set of Reggie objectives, but hey, at least Chandelure didn't get knocked out.
That's the most important thing, right? Got to make sure your attacker is going to be big and strong when you need them the most, especially around that Rayquaza pit. We do have a bit of a kerfuffle happening here in that top lane, and Aegislash with the Mamoswine here, the Piloswine still actually. Tomato has not evolved yet. You can't really go for those little cute plays, especially with Tomato around. You really have to make sure you have that vision to spot him out. Down bottom, though, they are trying to go for a fight as well. They don't quite get the Leafeon, unfortunately, thanks to the Bliss assist. The damage is there. The Mime is there with the lockdown as well, but they can't comfortably take this goal zone.
Yeah, now they get a little bit of points scored in, but it feels like if they try to gain an inch, then Zeta Division just shuts them down immediately. So a little bit of scoring, but not enough.
Their mobility is probably the one thing keeping them in this game at the moment for Zeta Division, because they've not been very easy targets to catch. They always have some way to escape these skirmishes, and unless you have that hard lockdown for DreamHack, they can't really, they struggle to finish off their targets.
No, you're so right. Like, look at this. Urshifu's trying to chase down a Dodrio. Normally, Urshifu, a Pokemon that can see any individual target and find the KO, Flux Zone or not, but these speedsters are having a great way of getting out, and Mamoswine's just general tankiness and ability to lock down with Ice Fang is just too much for them to contend with. Big dive in with Lance the Earthquake, stuns multiple targets, grabs Karazera, lines up Vidopo. That will be a Shedinja Doll. Coup de grace onto the Mamoswine, and there we go. That's the Aegislash combo. They're still hanging in this fight.
They're still hanging on that fight. They weren't able to get the Chandelure, so just firing off those flamethrowers from the back lines. But I think they're slowly starting to run out of gas because they've lost Tomato in the back lines, and the Chandelure left uncontested. Urshifu trying to catch up to that Dodrio, but just can't quite find that opening. And instead, I think they will be retreating, so DreamHack can deal with the Regieleki. Unless Rom wants to do a cute little play. No, he's going to play it safe, okay? Don't go too crazy, Rom. Okay, it's not Inteleon, it's Espeon.
Amazing call out by Karazera to do that rotation. That was a great play from Zeta Division. Leafeon, Comfey, and Dodrio all immediately went down to the bottom path after the fight was a little bit lost, trying to get back.
My gosh, the Egg Bomb setup!
But no, not going to take the Registeel. Dodrio going to clean that one up.
The coordination for DreamHack, they are looking impressive today. The fact that they got that free knockout on Tomato, just perfectly stacking all of their stuns, just goes to show how informed DreamHack are today. And the fact that they were able to take that game #1, it wasn't a fluke. They are legitimately a fantastic
she's
team
capping
today.
so hard. I don't know what game she's been watching, but like, what they're saying is like the exact opposite of what I think. Honestly, I get anxiety from just watching these guys. I feel as if I were to watch these games, I would get worse as a player. Because then I would just do what these guys do in solo queue, which is absolutely just
course, that
horribly
will be
wrong.
out-healed. We're getting real close to final stretch. Olivio caught out. That will be the showtime, and it's Mamoswine to go down first. Urshifu and Aegislash able to combo those moves. The trio caught by both walls and the egg, and now it's all hands on deck. Zeta Division with the response. Leafeon's able to take out the Mr. Mime, and Vinopo is
They're
bringing this
so
game back around.
bad.
Rom, Vinopo,
They're
and
so
Wajiro
bad,
hang on,
bro.
and now they're focusing on the
My
red.
And
God.
they're going to be able to get it as well. They have so much
I think the real crime is the
Zeta
fact that they won
Division.
game 1. Oh my
Finding the
God.
chink in DreamHack's armor and being able to bring it to a game number 3 in this matchup. Tomato may have been a bit of a hindrance, but I really feel like in that case, he was really a trap. DreamHack really focused and grouped up to try and take down the Mamoswine, but once everything was done and dusted, when you're grouped up and you're up against a Leafeon and Espeon, you are asking to be united.
I know, exactly. All those Unite moves were so strong, and we just were out of cooldowns on DreamHack. Simply did not have enough firepower to continue.
Let's play it back. Let's play it back.
They're primed for
We're
some
going
pretty
into
big
Rayquaza,
overdunks
20
at
seconds
any
until it
given moment.
spawns.
Leafeon and Dodrio
You got the
roaming
Dodrio
right now, some early
being a nice
damage on
little
the
ward
Blissey,
for
but of course
them.
that will be out-healed.
Mamoswine's in the bush. I think he... Did he eject one of them?
Situation. Clearly they're primed for some pretty big overdunks at any given moment. Leafeon and Dodrio roaming right now, some early
Alright,
damage
let's see
on the
here.
Blissey, but of course
Mamoswine's literally in front of the support. He goes in with the high horse
getting real
power. No, what was that? The fucking...
close to final
Mr. Mime pops their Unite move when they see 3 of them, stunning them.
stretch. Olivio
Mamoswine goes down.
caught out. That
Mr.
would be the
Mime's still
showtime. It's
stunned.
Mamoswine to go down first. Urshifu
Nice light screen into confusion.
Aegislash
Stuns
able
them,
to
takes them to half.
combo those moves.
Egg Bomb knocks them
Dodrio
up. Urshifu comes in with surging strikes and just nukes them. And then it's looking good. All 4 of them have Unite moves, but then Leafeon literally just melts them.
Olivio caught out. That will be the showtime, and it's Mamoswine to go down first. Urshifu and Aegislash able to combo those moves. The trio caught by both walls and the egg, and now it's all hands on deck. Zeta Division with the response. Leafeon
Yeah, they literally got wombo combo from the Espeon and Leafeon Unite move. They couldn't skill.
Bringing this game back around. Rom, Vinopo, and Wajiro hang on. And the egg.
Did they see the Espeon though?
Real close to final stretch. Olivio caught out. That will be the showtime, and it's map given moment. Leafeon and Dodrio roaming right now. Some early damage under the Blissey, but of course that will be out-healed. We're getting real close.
Oh yeah,
The final
100%.
stretch. Olivio caught
Literally,
out.
literally
That will be the
Espeon's right
showtime.
there.
It's Mamoswine to go down first. Urshifu and Aegislash able to combo those moves. The trio caught by both walls and the egg, and now it's all hands on deck. Zeta Division with
Yeah,
the
they
response.
just forgot about the
Leafeon's taking
Espeon.
out the Mr. Mime, and Vinopo is bringing this game back around.
Finding the chink is really
Yeah.
a trap. DreamHack really focused and grouped up to try and take down the Mamoswine, but once everything was
First pick right now in
Yes.
this specific matchup. I don't think you ever leave that on the table. Now, this Urshifu Blissey has been looking extremely solid for DreamHack, so I think going back to that well is a great decision. This is a good start to the draft. I think we might see some shifts a little bit later on. Zeta Division is hovering that Mamoswine again and the Espeon, but I am curious. I think the Mamo
Like
will
I'm
see a
generally,
repeat
if
of-
they
I am
if they
very
do this
curious if
again
we
and
see
play the
Espeon
exact same
second game in a
comp,
row.
like
Okay,
I
I
swear to
wanna hold our
you,
horses here
you got a
because we
Slowbro and a
have multiple
Charizard.
defenders and
They have no
supporters on
frontliners.
side
They,
Zeta
you
Division.
basically
They've
you have
gone
an attacker
all
and 2
out with their
speedsters.
speedsters
No,
and
no,
attackers so
no.
far. Interesting choices here for Zeta Division. I'm not sure.
Why
if
are
it's
you
gonna be the last two
people picking Pikachu, you cringe lords? Oh my god, this stupid mole rat. Like I don't understand, man. I don't.
support and defender for their last pick, or are they going?
Mamoswine's
absolutely
okay.
ham,
Like it's
and are
not the
they just
worst
going
pick
to
ever, but like
bypass a
Pikachu,
defender?
why?
Comfey is being considered here,
Yeah.
and it's potentially locked in for Wajiro. What is Tomato going to be going for that last pick? I want to know, why is Tomato last picking here? He saved this tree to the very end.
Yeah, I mean, clearly DreamHack is not going to be taking it away. DreamHack's very focused on trying to counter pick everything that Zeta Division is doing, which is a tough spot to be. You're playing Zeta's game at this point right now. Zeta going with this double speedster composition. I mean, we're about to see the Japanese Potion Dodrio, infamous in that region.
Infamous.
And now it will be the Blaziken, the final.
Okay. They drafted, so Zeta Division drafted the exact same team comp. Nothing really changed. On the other hand, you brought out the Pikachu and the Mamo. Blaziken's not a bad pick, but the thing is, you barely have any range on this team, so you're more of a skirmishing team fighting comp more than anything else. I really don't like this Pikachu pick. I'm not necessarily a fan of. I don't know. I just don't like their comp.
Final pick, wild that we are seeing Blaziken for the first time in this series as a last
Because
pick,
they
but
picked
it
their
will be
Shifu jungle,
Tyrantera
you're not
picking
really
that
gonna pick
Pokemon. As much as
Charizard.
I like those niche Aegis/moments
I think I
that
would have
do
liked
a really
Charizard instead of
great
her
in a few
Shifu,
spots,
and then you could have kept the
Blaziken
Blaziken.
has proven to be one of the best Pokemon.
The Mamo
in
has
the
that better
entire
early
game
game,
right
so
now. Lock it down. We're running
it's a
into it. We
safer
have
lane.
Mamoswine for crowd control.
But I do like that
guarantee
Slowbro
that's gonna be a Volt Tackle
just
Pikachu.
for
We're gonna have a little bit of a net, a little
overall
bit of stop and
presence in
drum
the
with
laner
that
game.
Mamo. Let's see if we can slow down this double speed serve Zeta division.
Well, the thing is, I'm more worried about the speedsters slowing down DreamHack, because for DreamHack, their lanes
No
are a
Ceruledge, yeah.
little weak for those
That is
first
also
couple
true.
levels. So
Very.
this is the ideal time for Zeta to actually consider going hyper aggressive in the lanes, and maybe even consider, do we want to actually go and pressure that mid lane from the get-go?
Yeah.
Because they don't really have the best supporters to come in and assist. Like, you've got Blissey, you've got the Mamoswine as well, but these guys kind of either want to be in their own lanes or on the enemy side of the map. They don't want to be defensively in their central area.
Yeah, I'm really curious if we see an immediate start to the match of an invade, right? Obviously,
Tomato of all people. would
yeah,
definitely
Tomato
do it.
can, right? I mean, there is the Trevenant invade technology. Usually it involves a float stone. I don't think Tomato had that one equipped, so we'll have to see where these early game rollouts go. We're gonna have Torchic in one, Pikachu in another. Not a whole lot to write home about, but here we go. Game number 3 between Zeta Division and DreamHack Esports. One team moves on, one team goes home.
And on the side of DreamHack, look at how they're guaranteeing this farm for their Urshifu. They're saying, we will give
They
you
had to send 3 people
first-class
to the jungle after that
escorts to
PTSD
ensure you
early
get those
game
levels.
last time
So
around.
I love the fact that they are playing so securely here. They're not taking any risks at all. And it's going to come down to the Urshifu to stabilize the lane for that Torchic up in the top, because you don't want to have that Blaziken delayed at all. Pikachu doesn't need to worry about evolution, so I think they can kind of scrap that bottom lane if they really want to. It's that Blaziken that's going to have to get that assistance. But for now, they just want to take those extra little bit of experience there, get the evolution up for the Urshifu, and we do have a Surging Strikes Urshifu for this matchup.
All right, so we're going to go with the Rapid Strike. A couple games in a row. Geeson's made it look pretty good, but they've been struggling to really close out some of these knockouts without a Unite move or without a Bliss assistance. They won't have either of those for a few minutes. So let's see what the early impact is like. Big Electro Ball taking a lot of that. Tomato's going to use the eject button, but well done. They will make it back to their goal zone.
That eject button just playing so nicely there for Tomato. So unfortunately, because that was a failed attempt on the side of DreamHack, they're going to go for the rotation instead. Combusken is holding their own up there against that Dodrio Comfey combination. And the fact that Pikachu has shown himself, got to be so careful, Rom, actually thinking of maybe trying to go for a play himself there. But these teams really trying to position themselves to go for those very quick knockouts, and actually this might not look good for the Combusken.
Like, this
That's a
is,
free-
like, here's the thing that always confuses me.
DreamHack, they're gonna go
It's
for the
simple
rotation.
stuff like this that may not seem like a big deal to a lot of people, but for me, especially at the competitive level, like, it actually just makes no sense. So you see these guys posturing back and forth, Obviously, nothing is really getting done. But at the end of the day, it's still map knowledge for you, and that's something you should communicate with your teammates. I'm not exactly sure when you see a Leafeon, and then you already see a Comfey and a Dodrio in the lane. Why they're playing so aggressive for stacks?
Thinking of maybe trying to go for a play himself there, but these teams really trying to position
Because
themselves.
now here comes Leafeon with their friends. Dead.
Actually, this might not look good for the Combusken. It's a free knockout
Blissey,
for the Dodrio.
trying to back up
Blissey to
their
follow as well.
teammate, dead. Like, that's 2 free kills that could have been easily avoided, or like you died for nothing. They got 1 stack off that. But in the process of doing that, you also allow the enemy team to score, so you gotta ask yourself, is that 1 stack worth it? Absolutely not. Not in this case.
Okay, a 4-player rotation.
And because 2 people died, even if Urshifu wanted to go top, there's no reality where they 1v4 the enemy laners while
Top side,
the other
it's a
2 people
whole
are
ton of
dead.
investment. Almost 5 players. Actually, Tomato on the minimap, kind of rolling up to join them as well. But a great response from DreamHack Esports.
I know they rotate, like,
These
or
Shifu
Shifu
dumped a
rotates
ton of
bottom,
points
which
into
makes
the
sense
bottom
because
side
there's
of
nothing
the
else
goal.
for him to do
With
top
this
lane.
rotation, Zeta has now locked in a score lead and taken every bit of experience from the mid part of the map.
Yeah, very interesting priority decisions on the side of DreamHack because they have not really provided a lot of assistance for that top lane. It's been a lot of focus down in the bottom lane.
Yep.
And I kind of question, is it because they're trying to slow down ROM? Do they want to break that bottom goal zone? Do they want to have that map control down there for that next Reggie? Why is there no priority here for this Combusken? Because they need this Blaziken to come online at some point.
Yeah, they really got to invest some resources in it. Dodrio almost getting that KO, but now it's
Oh,
Ethan's
there
turn.
we go.
And there will be a revenge knockout. Liquidation going to take credit for that one, I believe. Kadazera still not at
It's a
that
level 8
7,
Leafeon. They should be
but
very
certainly
careful.
A lot of damage. They're going to be breathing a bit easier. We're headed towards that 7-minute mark. A very
There's a
close
2-level
scoreline,
difference
but now the
between
objectives are
Combusken
about
and
to start
Leafeon
spawning.
with the
It'll be Zeta
Comfy, so
Division
just
prioritizing the top side of the map.
focus
DreamHack
on
with a
farming.
split strategy as they have to give Blaziken some farm, but they are going to have eyes on both objectives.
Yeah, we've got Urshifu coming in with the Blissey, trying to compete for that Regieleki, but Dodrio manages to get that secured, unfortunately. So DreamHack will have to deal with this potential 4-man push coming in from Zeta Division, and there's only so much you can do. Without the Bliss assist, you just don't have that.
That right there is just poor decision making on the Urshifu side. There's really nothing to gain from that. That Regieleki was gonna crash regardless and break the goal, and they could have just got free farm.
Boost in power
But
to
instead, they're going in a 1v4 for literally nothing and just
really threaten a
I don't
4-man
know.
push.
Yeah,
It's like
I'm
stuff
not
like
sure
that.
why we jumped in there.
Very
Here,
simple
you want
decision-making that-
Regieleki to hit your goal zone
It
at
is
that
just
point,
common
but
sense.
It's going to be tough. Now you have to try to retreat and defend your second goal zone where these double speedsters are really going to try to take it. But DreamHack will be able to out-secure Tomato. Not an easy task that we have learned again and again and again, but they are able to take out that basement Reggie, earn a Regice buff, and of course that team-wide EXP.
Yep, Kadazera is online as well. Level 8 on that Blaziken, so really going to have to ramp it up with that experience gain. But it's going to be hard with Vitopo roaming your central area. That Dodrio trying to take your experience as well. They do catch them with the Vault Tackle, and there goes the bird going back to base. So
Nice pick.
big boost of experience going in the
Volt
way
Tackle
of DreamHack.
finally
These little knockouts
doing something in
really
this game.
paying off for them every time they can get them.
Then there goes Piloswine.
Okay, we're looking at two teams that are really employing some big combos, right? We have the Volt Tackle.
Pikachu has level
into the
9, so they have a night
Blaziken,
move.
and then we maybe even have the Mamoswine to set up some moments, but there's also Tomato teeing up some big plays for Leafeon. You would hammer pull and center a few targets, allow for some big engagement in this double speedster. We're going to see a lot of knockouts in this match, and I mean, what a time to do it. The pressure is on more than it has ever been for either of these teams as a chance at the World Championship title is on the line.
Oh, they're trying to go for some quick scores, and actually they even used the Unite onto that Urshifu. No knockout, but definitely a
Nice,
amount
nice,
of damage,
nice.
and even Pikachu coming in with the
I would have
Thunder
liked to have seen
Storm.
Urshifu
They catch
Unite
the
move the
Dodrio, but they
Leafeon,
can't quite get
but
that Leafeon just
it is
too
what it
quick
is.
for that lone Pikachu. But again, these little pickoffs, every time DreamHack get them, this is going to push them closer and closer to not only equalizing the game, but they're actually slowly overtaking in levels.
Yeah, exactly. Such a good point, Denley, because, I mean, points, you're going to just kind of have to forfeit that strategy of this game. Frieza will make it away.
Pikachu should not be going in by themselves on top of the pack, not having a Unite move as
Yeah,
well.
you're going to go into the final stretch with a point deficit. That's going to happen basically no matter what. Into a Dodrio Leafeon composition, your plan is to win the team fight and secure that Rayquaza.
Oh.
This is his Son of the Blaziken, sets up for a huge overheat. That's the first knockout, but Olivio's taken so much damage, they got to retreat. Gizen going to be on the receiving end of it, Espeon Unite, as they set up a few targets. Mamoswine with that Rampage, knock around a few targets, but Tomato with an absolutely huge Horn Leech into a gigantic Unite move. The Trevenant from Zeta Division is unbelievable.
Oh, DreamHack, they ran out of gas, and at the time they needed it the most, they just didn't land all of their big unites. The Bliss Assist unfortunately didn't connect onto anybody. It was just the damage boost, and the fact that they didn't have the necessary lockdown to lock one person down and to get those KOs. With all the unites down, it's
Pikachu tried to go for the pick on the Dodrio. They Volt Tackle, but they got cleansed. They wasted the Unite move on for nothing. I mean, like, they traded for a full heal, but that's not really worth on their end.
Down bottom, Leafeon's going to be able to take the Reggie for free. Tomato's going to come and assist in that top lane. I don't know if you want to be giving away a free Reggie here.
Yeah, I mean...
It's a Reggie steal.
Yeah, it's going to be an attack buff, but I mean, that burst damage already is so unbelievably strong. What else are you going to have to deal with? Grom does take quite a bit of damage, but with just Blissey and Mamoswine there to combo...
They do get the
they're
Reggie
not
steal, but
gonna
the
find
thing
a way
is,
to close the deal on
unless they
that
die
knockout.
sooner
The
rather
trio
than later,
Kofi has been the duo for most of the time.
that
Interested to
Reggie
see
steal
Vipovo
buff won't
run around
last
without that
until,
pocket for
like,
Quadro.
it'll expire
Instead,
before
it has
Rayquaza
been
spawns,
on,
so
I
it's
think,
not that big of a
Okada
deal.
is the
Granted
player
that they choose
wants
not
to
to
do a
take
trio for Zeta
any
Vision.
unnecessary
He
fights.
doesn't need the pocket anymore. He's confident in how
Oh,
he
yeah.
plays the game. He's potion. He's the potion Dodrio.
It's
He's got his own sustain. Down bottom though, big Emerald two-step on that bottom goal zone, and actually two going down on the side of DreamHack. They will try to keep fighting.
And
with
right
that
when I say
Blaziken, but
unnecessary
too
fights,
many
they
players
die
are
on the
here
goal.
for Zeta Division with no knockouts. They're overwhelmed, and now it's Zeta advancing. in that
They're not on
trying
the
to
same
keep
page here, so
Instead, it has been on
what's happening here?
Okada is the player that
If they were
wants
all
the
on the
trio
goal
for Zeta
at the same
Yeah, he
time when
doesn't
the
need
initial
pocket
score
anymore.
was
He's
happening, then
confident
maybe.
in how
Oh,
he
yeah.
plays the game.
But look how late they like. They're so far behind Urshifu when it comes to scoring that he doesn't even get the speed boost, or the score boost, I should say. And then they get interrupted by Leafeon. They try to go in, and then Leafeon and company both pop their Unite move. They commit to that.
And actually two going down on the side of DreamHack. They will try to keep fighting with that T2. DreamHack. This game, they've kind of equalized it, but they're still not looking comfortable here.
Tomato simply does not hit Horned Leech without at least two members in it at any given time. This tank player has been shutting down DreamHack's offensive hopes at every single turn. If we have any time to siege one of these tier 1 gold zones, it's been shut down by a quick rotation and Tomato setting up a huge play. Horned Leech, Woodhammer, Unite move if we need it. Everything has been used to lock down DreamHack, and they have not found a way.
They've fallen behind in
We
levels.
got 5
Their
seconds to go before that
team
raid
comp is
phase
a
as
mess.
as
They have
well.
no
So
hard
we're hitting
engage,
that
with the
last
exception of
2-minute stretch here,
Pikachu
folks,
volt
at the
tackling
Pokemon
and
Unite World
popping their Unite move at the
Championship.
same time.
Final game between Zeta Division and DreamHack.
Not to
Team
mention they're
that makes it
down
through will
over 200
continue on,
points.
but the loser will be eliminated from the tournament. And Tomato has managed to catch Olivio. He's on his own, isolated, forced
Terrible
to use
Unite
the
move
Mammoth
because he
Mash
got picked.
defensively, so they won't have that anymore for this next potential fight. But who's trying to go for the cheeky play? Katazera in a very aggressive push. Vitopo scouting for the team on that Leafeon as well, but who makes the first move? Zeta Division, they're the ones playing defensive because they have that point advantage.
Yeah, Tomato with a great lockdown on the enemy L bush as they're sitting there. I mean, DreamHack knows they're
40
there.
seconds already
They
gone. They're
simply
running out of
cannot
time.
respond because of the amount
Still
of
down by
damage they will receive.
201
Tomato
points.
locks them down for even a moment. Finally, Zeta Division will relent and move back to their side. That allows DreamHack a little bit of space. Tomato going to focus on that Mamoswine yet again as Katazera knows their role.
Oh, the
They got
Blaziken!
It's over.
With their combo, they're down. Olivia was going to grab that Leafeon. Pikachu Unite move is teeing up quite a bit of damage. Mamoswine with no Unite move will not have a chance to last long in this fight, but they can still land an Ice Fang, and they're going to run.
Oh,
Tomato won't
Tomato!
let anyone with that Phantom Forest. Pikachu will eventually go down, and Zeta Division is hanging on. But Gizen and Anthras are still in this fight, but Anthras is gone.
2 for 2 so far, it's actually 3 for 2. This Dodrio doing so much damage. GZN, he needs Olivio to provide that assistance. He needs some kind of disable, some kind of support. The Urshifu was down. Oh my gosh, I don't even think they have the damage. Katazera though coming in with the overhead.
Like, there's not much to say, man. Like,
Anthras, Tomato.
there's so many micro misplays.
From the
And it's just they happen for no reason. Like, obviously you got to give credit where it's due. Like, Zeta Division are without a doubt playing better than these guys, but at the same time, DreamHack at an individual level, they're playing so piss poor that it's just like it's not a surprise to me that they're losing.
Zeta Division and DreamHack.
Once again, it goes down to the fact that not only are they down in points, they're behind in levels. Their team composition is horrendous for this type of situation, because here's the thing: you have no range for pulling Rayquaza to even try to do that. You lost both your top and bottom lane goals. You didn't break any on their side, so you don't even have the map opened up for your benefit. Like, you can't play around top or bottom aggressively because they can always fall back to their goal if they really wanted to. You're down by so many points to the point where you actually need Rayquaza, because there's no way there's no way the enemy team is gonna allow you to backcap over 200 points for free. They have no engage, so they're dependent on a team fight to happen, but they can't reliably do that in their favor.
Team that makes it through will
And then let's just go
continue
back to
on
here.
with the loser.
So Urshifu's already getting chunked out to
Will be
half
eliminated
HP.
from the tournament, and Tomato
Mamoswine goes into the enemy team when the rest of the team is not even in position. Urshifu was running backwards because he needs to reset a bit.
catch Olivio. He's on his own, isolated.
Gets taken
forced
very
to
low and is forced to Unite move just to stay alive because he thought he was going to
the
die.
Mammoth Mash defensively, so they won't
Mammoth
have
Line is
that
borderline
anymore
useless now.
for this next potential fight. But who's trying to go for the cheeky play? Katazera in a very aggressive push. Vitopo scouting for the team on that Leafeon as well, but who makes the first move? Zeta Division.
Blaziken's trying to back-cap, then they get stopped. Now they're running backwards.
Yeah, Tomato with a great lockdown on the enemy L-Bush as they're sitting there. I mean, DreamHack knows they're there, but they simply cannot respond because of the amount of damage they will receive if Tomato locks them down for even a moment. Finally, Zeta Division will relent and move back to their side. That allows DreamHack a little bit of space. Tomato going to focus on that Mamoswine yet again as Katazera knows their role.
Oh, the Blaziken!
And Blaziken, I think this is when they start to realize that time is running out.
Zeta Division will relent.
So, like, time is running out. It's reaching, like, almost 1 minute left in the game.
Back to their side.
That's when they start dancing around Rayquaza, but the problem is...
Tomato going to focus on that Mamoswine yet again as Katazera
It's just, look at that burst. Between the Razor Leaf and the Tri-Attack, like, this guy... Oh, and the Psyshock, like... It's just... This guy got melted. Didn't even get to leave the pit. He was in there, and then he just died.
Mesa with their combo. They're down. Olivia was going to grab that Leafeon. Pikachu Unite move is teeing up quite a bit of damage. Mamoswine with no Unite move will not have a chance to last long in this fight, but they can still land an Ice Fang, and they're going to run.
Oh, Tomato!
Anyone with that Phantom Forest, Pikachu will eventually go down.
Now, I will say, though, it was a good attempt from the Mamoswine. Like, I will give them props for that. But even though Blaziken got caught out, nice CC from the Mamoswine with the eject button. And they also get the Ice Fang on the Comfy and the Leafeon as well. Brings them to the team, and that's when the rest of the team goes. There's the Unite move from Pikachu. Volt Tackle gains some damage off across multiple people. Leafeon melts.
Is teeing up quite a bit of damage. Mamoswine with no
Unite popped the Unite move and died as well. So it's a 4v3, but Mamoswine is literally 1 HP in a Dream right here.
This fight, but they can still land an Ice Fang, and they're gonna run.
Oh, Tomato!
Anyone with...
Now, here's the problem, though. Despite how the team fight went in favor of the orange team, DreamHack, they still need Rayquaza. They have 45 seconds left in the clock, and on top of that, they don't have the damage to rip Rayquaza even if they wanted to. Blaziken's dead. Urshifu's, like, literally the only one. Mamoswine and Pikachu do not do damage. Blissey is just Blissey.
That Phantom Forest,
and you still got 3
Pikachu
members up on that team.
Down, and Zeta Division is hanging on, but Gizen and Anthras are still in this fight, but Anthras is gone.
2 for 2 so far. It's actually 3 for 2. This Dodrio doing so much damage.
And then at this point,
he needs Olivia to provide that assistance. He needs some kind of disable, some kind of support. The Urshifu is down. Oh my gosh, I don't even think they have the damage. Katazera, though, coming in with the overheat. It's down to that Blaziken. Bird versus Bird. Who's going to win this matchup? Katazera playing with the bush, trying to catch him out. But this Dodrio, he's got the assistance. He's got the healing. The overheat's not enough. He has relented. He gave the knockout away. 8, 7, 6. Zeta Division locking this game in. They will proceed to the next round. And DreamHack, their journey ends here.
With a few moments for DreamHack, where
I mean, they had they were playing from behind majority of the game. They had no hard CC for any of the priority targets, which is the Dodrio, the Leafeon. Obviously, they have Mamoswine, but Mamoswine needs to commit for that, which is literally the eject button and get as close as remotely possible.
Take down this team, but Zeta
I think between
Division is simply too strong.
Individual misplays and just their team comp, they were just doomed.
And they are, they're unbelievable. They are unbelievable.
Love the description.
Yep, thank you. I am lost for words when it comes to Zeta Division. They take down their chosen opponent of DreamHack Esports in this round 1. But hey, DreamHack made it to day 2, made it out of grooves, had a pretty solid couple of games in that set. And Yeah,
Well,
it's not the result
I
they
mean,
wanted, but hey,
it's the
they still had a
emotions.
very, very
You
good
play all year for this.
They had a great
And then you
tournament
lose.
run. Really unexpected showing, especially being able to take a game off of Zeta Division, considered one of the best teams in the tournament. And again, it wasn't a fluke. It was because of a clutch play. They made the decision to make that play happen. DreamHack, I hope we see this team again next year. They look amazing this year. Give them a little bit more time to cook, and I actually think they have a really good chance at being.
You got to be flexible with your picks as well. The thing is just there's a reason why there's a quote unquote meta, and I'm generally just surprised that the fact that they drafted the exact same, the fact that Zeta Division drafted the exact same team in both games, no changes. Like, I would have liked to have seen a bit of adaptation from DreamHack, and obviously I'm still insisting that they should have picked up a Charizard or a Slowbro at the bare minimum, considering these speedsters were giving them so many problems. Umbreon was banned, otherwise I would have recommended Umbreon as a defender as well. But Umbreon was banned, so you can't pick that. But yeah, Charizard and Slowbro. But you could have had Charizard jungle and kept the Blaziken. That way you still have your all-rounder. That's early game-ish. But, yeah. I don't know.
One of the best teams.
That's just my
as
opinion.
well.
Who knows?
Yeah, they definitely could be. But right now, one of those teams that is considered best in the world is going to be Zeta Division. I mean, they have a lot to live up to, coming from a region with a lot of expectations, but they're living up to them tournament after tournament, and this one is no exception. Huge plays from Rom. Cool to see them on a new pick that was just as dominant as their Inteleon we've learned to love and maybe fear if you're the enemy team, but on this Espeon as well, they look fantastic. Cleaning up a lot of great plays. Shout out to Kokata for playing all kinds of crazy stuff. Blastoise, Dodrio, anything is really going to help them win the game. They're willing to rock it.
Whatever they need, they have it in their back pocket. I mean, if you're a world champion, I think you better be able to play everything in the game. But Victoria banned.
Because
but,
that Pokemon is so
Oh, and this is going to be the North America game, right? Fusion and Orange Juicers.
Charizard, you're right, might be a little situational, but Fusion might be the spot to do it in.
Exactly.
Very interested to see how this series went.
Picks as well. One of the few teams that are still relying on the Buzzwole in that top path. A Pokemon that has really fallen off in popularity to a huge level. Can
we just talk about the bug types? How about the Scyther that comes out from Fusion?
Okay.
I don't think we've seen anyone else play Scyther on the main stage so far.
There's a part of me that thinks Zeta Division did it, but that's just because Lucapo's on that team, and I think I'm just remembering Worlds from last year.
Well,
that's the only thing.
Lucapo has played Scyther this year, so I don't think it would be too much of a stretch, but at Worlds, I don't think he has played Scyther yet.
Okay,
so
interesting.
Probably
yeah,
Fusion.
that is, Scyther is a very, very interesting Pokemon. I mean, you ask one person how powerful they think it is, they think it's in the bottom tier of damage-dealing Pokemon that you could select. You ask the next player down the line, and they're like, actually, I think it's one of the best Pokemon that you could have on your team comp.
And then you ask Fusion, and it's just like, it's the best Pokemon in the game. So,
correct. In our hands,
it depends.
In our hands, it's the best Pokemon in the game. Exactly. So, Pokemon selection, of course, very interesting.
They fought each other before playoffs and played the same comp 3 times in a row.
Of course, this is our round of 16, so the first matchup of
There's nothing wrong with playing the same comp if it works, especially if you're winning with it. It's more so for the enemy team that's playing against it to adapt accordingly.
All year long, regional victories throughout the entire year. They take down.
It's like whether it's like whether it's you change up your in-game strategy, whether it's you change up your team comp or whatever, it's just
I think it would be very
gotta do something different,
for this team to do this,
or just play better. Do the same thing before and just refine your strat.
Really do well leading up to their World Championships tend to bomb out at the World Championships. Now the thing is, Fusion have looked fantastic yesterday, so they're definitely not coming into this tournament looking pretty shabby. They are looking on point. but they're not in the clear yet. They need to get themselves into that grand final first, and then need to keep it up from start to finish. And it requires a lot of effort, a lot of mental power, teamwork as well, because it's not just you have to worry about. You have to make sure your teammates are on point as well.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things about Pokemon Unite. When I first was interested in this game and playing it and doing commentary, I've been a fan of Pokemon my whole life. But seeing Pokemon Unite be the first time that Pokemon would debut a team game at a competitive level, I really fell in love with that aspect. And it really makes our game unique in some fantastic aspects. And it's cool to see that on stage. You were exactly right. You gotta trust your teammates, but your teammates also need to rise to the occasion alongside the whole roster of 5.
So we're just waiting for our teams to get into the lobby so we can jump into that draft. But, I mean, this is plenty of time for the teams
Okay, let's see.
change. Teams in this game for
a few clips from the Pokemon well, but this Chandelure and Blaziken out of Fusion looking unbelievable.
Yeah, and also just to point out the bans in this particular game. Garchomp was taken out of the pool, Slowbro and that Blissey, so some more supporter hate, I suppose. Not really hate, I respect.
Ah, there you
Support,
go. Yeah.
respect. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, Hoopa definitely getting one of the getting the ban treatment most of all of this. Taking a history already. Fusion.
I feel like this Pokemon would have that with how impactful this Pokemon is. It does
extremely strong. We have
plan anyway for orange juices.
Okay, let's see what you got here.
All right, so what's going to be on the table here for bans? Hoopa, obviously.
ban?
This has been the probably the most banned Pokemon at the tournament so far. 44.6%. Garchomp, secondary ban, exactly the same.
Garchomp ban.
But Scyther ban from orange juices.
Okay.
Love the respect
Scyther ban. That's a target ban right there. They were playing Scyther day one, and they were just popping off of that shit.
Yeah, Kea is going to lock down the Blaze.
I don't know about the Garchomp, but I don't know.
Blissey Umbreon combo that is so good on that first pick of the orange side. They are going to deviate from that strategy a little.
Gyarados.
Chisel taking the Gyarados alongside Zelgrug's Umbreon. So they may give up the Blissey in this scenario, but having the Umbreon as that
Pichu's banned,
counter
obviously, so they're not going to pick that.
Yeah, and even Fusion, they kind of flick through the Blissey as well, thinking, what do they want to do? Mamoswine, so locking in their defender first, and the Ceruledge as well. So double all-rounders so far on the side of Fusion, really wanting to brawl with all of these mid-game brawlers.
Okay, now Roland's hovering the Eldegoss right now, but this is one of those niche cases where maybe we could see the Wigglytuff. It is a crazy call out, I know, but the natural counter to Ceruledge is that Pokemon, that Recital being able to
That's not gonna happen.
Mr. Mime?
We're gonna
Picking
see some
Wigglytuff
crazy
into an Umbreon is just suicide.
It will be the Mr. Mime from Roland locked in. All right, a bit of anti-dive to go along that Blaziken and Ceruledge, a decent option here.
Anti-dive, and remarkably, a strong laning support pair.
Yeah.
One of the things that makes Mr. Mime so scary in lane is that he has KO potential. You don't mess around with this Pokemon, regardless of whether it's called a support or not. I actually think this dude is a defender / all-rounder. He's crazy.
Yeah, he really covers all the bases on this Mr. Mime. That is true. And the final selection is going to be Flareon.
I'm personally not a fan of the Mr. Mime support. I'm fine with everything else, but Mr. Mime is, for me, is kind of
We're talking to that player yesterday about their games on main stage, and they said they specifically didn't play it. The nerves were just hitting a little too shaky, and they were like, I just don't think I'm going to hit my shots, but
today's the day.
I would have preferred something a little bit more traditional.
Flareon's is locked in, ready to go, and has found that confidence.
Depending on what moveset Umbreon goes, like if Umbreon's going Wish, then they'll still have a little bit of heal and sustain. But if they don't, then obviously that just means, unless you go Power Swap with Mime, then most of them go Light Screen with Confusion. That means you just have no heals.
Yeah, I think also adding on to that,
and I don't think you necessarily need the damage considering
he's got
you have the Gyarados and Mimikyu already.
If he needs
Plus
that assistance. Lots of aggressive potential, but also
Inteleon.
defensive plays if they have to turn around and help out Flareon. So the question here for Fusion, obviously they have to deal with the front line, but how do they get to Flareons? How do you get to that Inteleon when you have to deal with that Mr. Mime, the Gyarados, the Umbreon? I feel like the Umbreon will be a pretty pivotal Pokemon and making sure that Flareons is going to be tip-top shape for the majority of the game.
Yeah, it is going to be a hard Pokemon to dive into. I was talking with a few of the Orange Juicers, remember, and as a composition, when I asked why we didn't see the Inteleon, a part of it is we saw a lot of Flareons on the Cramorant. Cramorant basically good in any kind of composition. It fits nicely. And Inteleon needs a little bit more room to work, like you were mentioning. Umbreon will be able to buy that space. And of course, there's not a whole lot of dive necessarily on Fusion, depending on how they play some of these all-rounders, that is.
Yep, so it looks like Roland's going to be coming in to that central area to provide assistance for his teammate to make sure that they're able to get that red buff for them. So not stolen at all. But Kia, Draken, they have other plans. If they can get a knockout here or just
this is such a toxic invade.
Delay this central area, this is going to be a big win for Fusion. Love the aggressive
Oh,
plays,
they
but
picked
in
up a
the
kill on top lane.
meantime,
Nice.
though, a Torchic in the top lane is actually getting knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be a ton of it, even just effort gauge for that Magikarp. But then we're going to see very close to the evolution. But yeah, XP2 get away. Draken will eject button, but they will not escape the Shadow Claw. And Kratos.
Oh my god, very nice.
Goes, doubling him up. OJ starting strong.
Yeah, I don't think you want to be giving away a double knockout to a Mimikyu this early on. So obviously Kratos, make the most of this early laning stage. Crush those lanes, because if you want to win the lanes, best time to do it right now. But with the Cerule Edge, counter knockout, completely stopping that momentum.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking good. Like, so they overstayed their welcome with that invade. Then they gave up 2 kills, but then also, it's not very good when the person that got those 2 kills gives away a kill to their ranged attacker who needs the experience to begin with, which is a Litwick.
Roland just going to hang around with his team as well, just to have that wall ready in case they had that opportunity to maybe lock someone in, but haven't found anyone, although they're going to run into that lamp and even ejecting forward, locking them into that wall. They have the damage.
Very nice.
Oh, the Drizzile just coming in with the snipes. I feel like Inteleon is going to make a comeback to Worlds this year, because this Pokemon has disappeared after
Come back to
Worlds.
Worlds.
But it is so great at those early game
People have been playing it. Toonsome was playing it literally early today. Well, not in the series.
Again, with the way it's been dominating some of these Worlds games. That burn damage is going to be a little bit too much for Kratos to get a score, but they'll jump right back in with the damage. Orange Juicer is going to break the first goal of the game. Fusion with an answer on the top side, but they will not be catching up to the score line of Oak.
There's always this debate about whether you should break or not. Generally, when I play solo queue, just as an example, I always go for the break. I don't care how early it is, because I would rather I break and open up the map than having to deal with my teammates play around that goal and potentially just die continuously because they didn't open it up earlier. When it comes to competitive play, though, I mean, Orange Juicers have been dominating so far, at least in the fights. I think they could have waited a little bit longer before they broke, but obviously they collectively decide to break early and just rotate top from the looks, or they're rotating top from the looks of it.
I'm not sure if you're going to be feeling too good here for Fusion, because your lanes are not looking too bad. Levels.
Oh no, they're not rotating top.
Really
They're staying bottom.
Edge, but they're going to have to try and get this Combusken and Lampent to catch
Yeah,
up.
then I think they could have waited then.
That they can hit their peaks and eventually fight into Orange Juicers. We do see a knockout here onto that Mr. Mime. Roland just being a nuisance on the enemy side of the map there, but providing crucial vision. I think this is something that is not really spoken about in Pokemon Unite, but sometimes just having your support play so far forward, providing you vision, telling you where the Chandelure is, where that Pilot Swine is. Are you safe to
so they
do
trade
that
top or bottom.
objective, or
Top
are
Ridge
they
Lucky's
rotating
pushing.
down?
If they're going to defend this, they need the rest of the team. So, not exactly sure what's going to happen here.
In that top lane, but can they defend with just...
I'm personally not a fan of this play. I don't like the fact that Inteleon is showing, giving that information to Fusion that he's down there. They obviously don't have a Hoopa, so they're stuck down there until they recall, and, you know, until they score and then recall. They do have the Cerulean Unite move. Chandelure, like, nobody else has Unite move just yet, but...
These two, actually walks in.
It actually went in, wow.
Bit questionable there.
It's all right. They got tons of stoppage, right? They have the foul play plus the Mr. Mime. I mean, they're locking this goal zone down. A small score will happen, but if that's all they're able to get in with a Reggie,
Okay, that was horrendous. So I'll be honest, dude. That was actually horrendous.
Defense from Orange Juicers, foul play from Zugrug, and all those mine barriers from Roland work fantastic to stop the mobility of all of Fusion's Pokemon.
The bait working out really well here for Orange Juicers, and there's only so much Eldegoss can do by themselves to try and stop this, but can they get the counter KOs? A Gyarados knockout would be very nice here, but it might just end up being nothing at all. So no knockouts for Fusion, no experience. That was a T1 goal zone for free.
Yeah, T1 goal zone for free, and Flareon's was able to get a
this right here is just... I don't know what that was.
There's only so much Eldegoss can do by themselves to try and stop this, but can they get the counter
Okay, so almost a
KOs?
kill onto Gyarados.
Here,
Unfortunate, but he got away.
Being nothing at all. So
But then I don't know why Inteleon is going into the enemy jungle by themselves in front of 2 people.
Yeah,
that just...
goal zone for free, and Flareon's was able to get a back cap in bottom side as well while that battle around the tier 2 with the Regieleki was going on. So the score pattern for Orange
I don't know what that was. That was just...
really holding on to this macro game and putting on that pressure.
No bueno.
Levels are scary for Fusion, though. We have the level 10 Ceruledge.
Oh yeah, lowering the death timer, man. Intentional,
Anemo
100%.
and Tempo are 2 of the most dangerous mechanical players we have in our game. You always got to be wary when they're on these power picks.
yeah, gotta really play behind their team. Orange Juicers, don't get caught out, don't give them that free experience. So far, just this 2 Pokemon defending successfully. This Umbreon
not really keeping track.
On. They're even gonna be using the Unite there, but oh, they managed to get the Ceruledge. I think this is where Orange Juicers, can they continue with this push? Oh my gosh, Flareon, he got a bit of a snipe there, but he goes down. He got caught by the Pylon Swine, and the Unite being used because of the evolution. Roland thrown into the air as well. Gyarados going down. Fusion, can they burn through this? They really want this goal zone.
I'm not gonna lie, I think going after the Inteleon there is a mistake from Fusion. They allow Mr. Mime just to walk all over their backline. You might knock out that main source of damage in the back, but after that, you have nothing to push forward, and it will be Orange Juicers able to take
Not
that
necessarily.
team fight victory
The fact that
in the
Flareon's died there allowed Mamoswine to level up.
This Mr. Mime is a legendary player. They've stopped goal zone pushes. They've won team fights on their own at this point. I mean, Orange Juicers are so thankful for this roster right now.
They're looking so good. Roland be rolling on this Mr. Mime, and we could even potentially see a Mr. Mime ban.
It's not
in
weakly
that
tough,
next
but it's
game.
fine.
It's the same color. It's fine.
Okay.
Up top we do have a Regieleki being stopped by that Gyarados mid lane though. Oh, Flareon's
Bro, Flareon's positioning is god awful. Holy smokes. I like, what business do you have to... He's... I kid you not, this guy has an average, like, lifespan of about 30 seconds before he picks the bucket.
We could even potentially see a Mr. Mime ban.
It's not weakly tough, but it's fine.
It's the same color. It's
and he's go... Okay, wait.
Up top we do have a Regieleki being stopped by that Gyarados mid lane.
I don't know what he's doing here. I generally don't. There's literally no reason for you to be that far out. There's no farm. Even if you get vision, I mean, what's the point if the team isn't with you?
Catching up multiple Pokemon, 3 players on the side of Orange Juicers, trying to protect that tier 1 goal zone using the Unite as well. Roland buying time for the team to come in. We do have the Gyarados coming in with the Unite as well, but who do they want to catch out? They get 3 Pokemon. 1 for 1 so far. They have lost their defender. Blaziken trying to escape that Gyarados in the backlines though. Knockout after knockout. Orange Juicers are squeezing Fusion dry.
We are looking at a whole new
what is happening in this game?
Roster in day number 2. I mean,
what there? Should it really?
Okay, so they're getting Inteleon. You got one person top. Okay, so it's it's a 5 versus 3. You know that because one person's dead, one person's top. Gyarados is recalling. They're trying to score. Okay, here's the mistake right here. Why are you trying to score in front of 3 people? Like, I know you got the numbers advantage, but like that's just stupid. They're not gonna let you score 40 points for free if they're standing right there.
Trying to protect that tier 1 goal zone using the Unite as well. Roland buying time for the team to come in. We do have the Gyarados coming in with the Unite as well, but who do they want to catch out? They get 3 Pokemon. 1 for 1 so far. They have lost their defender. Blaziken trying to escape that Gyarados in the backlines though. Knockout after knockout. Orange Juicers are squeezing Fusion dry.
we are looking looking at a whole new Orange Juicers roster in day number 2. I mean, this is a completely different look from last we saw this team. A 227-point scoreline to just 177. They are winning so many of these team fights, and Roland is leading the way. Huge lockdown. That Mr. Mime showtime, blocking any score and setting up all those fights. And the patience from Machisel on that Gyarados, just being that da-da-da-da Jaws theme around below all those targets.
Knifing under everyone. Yeah.
Unreal. Finds those 3-peats, and of course the team fight victory after that. Orange Juicers looking good. And ooh, nice little Shadow Sneak hit on Kea.
Yeah, so catching out a little bit of vision there. We still have 40 seconds to go before we hit that last 2-minute stretch. So gotta play it safe here, folks. Don't want to get any more knockouts. No preemptive unites. This is the time that you want to try and get your unites back online so you're ready for that final fight. Now down bottom, it's just a Regice. No attack buff, no defensive buff. This is huge for Fusion. And if they can rip through this Regieleki, which they certainly can with all this damage, this is going to have to be something that Orange Juicers needs to work on. Do they deal with the Aleki, or do they want to position around the Rayquaza pit? And it looks like positioning is key here.
Yeah, you have to get positioning right now. You don't want to fight for position with an Inteleon-based composition. You want to have that already set up and built and ready to go. Kratos is going to hang out on jump pad just in case anybody is going to try to score in that defenseless goal zone. The rest of the roster, they have that point lead. It might not be huge, but they do know they're holding on to it. Sherledge does score 58, but that's going to be immediate dive from Kratos on the Mimikyu. Revenant Rand goes down, so that's a huge Unite move already gone. Fighting, but they need to go down. Steals a bunch of shields. Mamoswine going to try to stomp all over them. But Chisel and Zulgrog are 2v3 right now, but Roland is joining the fight.
Oh, he's coming in. Roland be rolling there with the Unite yet again. 1-for-1 so far. Support down for that Mimikyu, but the Gyarados bounce. They catch the Ceruledge. We're looking at a 3 versus 4 matchup in this Rayquaza pit, and now it looks like Orange Juicers, they want to take the Rayquaza for themselves, but Fusion, can they snipe this away? Can they slow them or stop them down? The Chandelure stuck with that Umbreon. They don't want to get that steal off at all. Who gets the last hit? It's the Inteleon Flareons.
What a combo play from Kratos and Flareon. So good.
Yeah, it really is.
Blaziken, the one threat to that Rayquaza.
I mean, if you're not uniting at the last team fight of the game, what are you doing, man?
Flareon gets the play with me unite, locks them down.
There's a lot of Pokemon. There's some Pokemon that can still do well without their Unite move, but then there's some other Pokemon that are like, their kit is dependent on their Unite move type of
I'm seeing
thing.
some big smiles on those player cams as well. So,
And if you're playing a support and your main job is to heal and you're not getting that off, then
what do we do for game number 2? Because
like your value just drops down
they are
exponentially.
going to have to come up with a solution for this next game. Do they let Flareons play the Inteleon again? Do they change their own team composition? Because I kind of feel, I don't think you can play Blaziken and Ceruledge on a team together. They are too demanding. I actually think they need something a little bit quicker here.
All right, well, I don't know if I'm that less confident than you, but hey, I think it make it work. Those Pokemon pulled extremely strong.
It was, I truly feel in this particular matchup, it was also composition. Like, what's the play here for Fusion?
I don't know. Yeah, we got to go back to the drawing board, certainly. Their bans from this game to that last set they had, identical. I feel like now it's finally time to shift things up. They are going to be in that first pick position again, we can see in our draft lobby, so they will be running that back. We've seen that Hoopa ban time and time again, but I think we still stick to that one. But maybe we return to that Mimikyu.
Possibly.
He might need to take that Mimikyu away from Kratos. It was a big difference maker. I mean, the most important moment of the match was thanks to a Mimikyu Unite.
Right. We do have the draft up here, folks. So game number 2 between Fusion and Orange Juicers. We are good to go. What is being banned? Are we seeing any new bans hit the field for these two teams? And Hoopa, this one is to be expected. Slowbro will continue to be banned in this series. Garchomp is still going to be hitting the field here for Fusion.
I don't get the Garchomp ban. I'll be honest with you. Like, did they scrim these guys and they were just secretly playing Garchomp, or like what's the
as game
story
number
behind
one.
this
Yeah, we'll
ban?
run those back. Okay, so Orange Juicers obviously feeling pretty happy about this situation. Last time in this spot, Fusion picked up the Blaziken, and we're going to run that back. So, a powerful Pokemon, obviously in its own right. Flareons, don't tease my heart with the Gengar hover, please. That would have been fantastic, but we are going to see an exact same draft so far
It
in
worked
this
so
phase.
well.
Yeah, I mean, it looks great, right? So, Umbreon, Gyarados going to be those first picks on the orange side for Orange Juicers.
Yeah, look, it worked in game number one. Run it back, and I feel like Gyarados is so versatile as well that he really fits in a lot of team compositions, especially with how Mishizzle, very team-oriented player. He's not a greedy Gyarados. He's always thinking about where his teammates are, how he can set up for his teammates as well. So Gyarados, great picks. Flareon's back on the Inteleon. Buzzwole coming up here for Fusion. So it looks like we're going to keep seeing this brawl coming up from Fusion, but they really want to go all in for the lockdown. And are they just going to say, we're going to build our team so tanky that we kind of don't care about this Mr. Mime?
Yeah, that is so interesting. They're going to take a lot of poke damage from this Inteleon with no threat to the backline again.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a pretty early selection. They were hovering Dodrio for a moment. I'm kind of shocked we're not going that way. But it will be the Buzzwole this time from Tempo. So certainly a harder lane opponent for the Magikarp to go into in this game. And final selection
Is it really
for North
Guardi?
America. It
Oh
is going
my
to be
gosh.
Gyarados. Or not Gyarados. It is going to be Gardevoir.
We got two G Pokemon on the team. Totally understand. But I'm trying to think for Orange Juicers. So what's the thought process of running a Gardevoir and an Inteleon on the same team comp? Because yes, you do have three very good frontline Pokemon, but is
I mean,
Kratos
it's
basically
literally just
here
the poke.
existing
Poke
to
and
power
zoning.
up and set up for Flareons?
Potentially, its Unite move is also unbelievable into that enemy composition, right?
Lots of lots
you're
of
looking
melee
at a bulked
grouping
up
up
team that
Pokemon.
wants to run as a unit. One Fairy Singularity is going to lock down so
I
many
think
targets
overall,
there.
Orange Juicers
I think
last
the
game
other
were
thing is,
playing
in game number
okay.
one, Orange Juicers kind of dive checked.
There were a few questionable
Yeah.
Like, hey, can you get to our
plays,
Inteleon?
but
The answer was no.
as
That
long
composition
as
Sarah-led
Flareon's
Blaziken. Now that
watches his
Buzzwole
positioning and is
Blaziken, I
mindful
believe
of
the
what
answer's
he's
gonna be
doing,
the
then
same.
they
They're
should
like,
be
fine,
okay.
We'll pick two attackers because we're safe back here. Roland and Zugbrug
Because
are locking
Flareon's
down
was
that
dying
front
way
line
too
for
much,
us.
but it
We'll be
wasn't
totally fine. If we need
because
a
of a
big
team
engage,
thing. It was
that'll
just
be
more
up to Mishizzle.
so
Well, let's see how these lanes are going to be
just
here,
getting
folks.
caught out for
Game
doing
number
things
two,
unnecessarily.
Teams are locked and loaded. Are we going to see a game number 3, or will Orange Juicers keep the NA flag and wave it high and continue their journey through the Pokemon Unite World Championships? And I think most importantly, knock out one of the favorites to win the entire tournament. Very much possible, but we're talking about Fusion here. We could see a game number 3.
Yeah, this is a team that has been dominant all season long, so you can never count them out. In the round of 16, to see them exit, I think will be a shock to so many players and fans from around the world. Anemo gonna go to try to get some scores in on this Buzzwole, but it wants to out-contest Mishizzle, who is able to secure that Bunnelby in the face of a Buzzwole, so impressive stuff. Buzzwole not having the best levels 1 through 4, definitely starts seeking higher spots once they hit that level 5.
Yeah, Mishizzle just looks so comfortable. Playing
Yeah.
Magikarp into Buzzwole of all things. Like, this is not a matchup that you would see someone be able to steal away that last hit. But Anemo, we've seen this player just absolutely blaze things yesterday, so I don't think that's going to phase him at all. He's just getting his levels, getting his experience, getting ready for that first little skirmish. And it looks like top lane will be the priority as well for Orange Juicers, so we could be looking at a pretty big brawl.
Yeah, I think both these teams, if their central area clears are alone, they are going to prioritize this top side. Big barrier stun. Blaze Kick tries to kidnap Roland, who's taking a ton
They
of
got
damage.
him!
Super
Wow.
power offensively from Anemo, lands on both Kratos and Mishizzle. Not enough damage to double up on any of those KOs, but they clear a ton of space. 30 points go in for Anemo.
Yeah, there's not really much. They've actually got the
Oh,
Kalia!
man.
Oh my gosh,
They're not
Anemo,
respecting the Buzzwole,
surprise
man.
knockout there on the central laner. That really hurts Orange Juicers because that's going to basically stop that defense
Magikarp might die here.
from that central area. Although, look,
Why are
we've got
these
a
guys
Drizzle
not
coming in.
respecting the
Flareon
Buzzwole,
wants to come in and
guys?
help, but he has to be careful because if Anemo gets him,
Flareon's
they get the
positioning
knockout.
just
Drizzle
mess.
rotated for this.
Anemo wants even more.
Oh
and it
my
What is-
gosh.
Guys, what's happening here? Why is is the Buzzwole invisible on your
What a
screen? What's
response from
happening?
Fusion. For those of
Okay,
you
I get the
at home,
first
by the way,
time, you know,
Anemo is currently
all of them got
for this
smacked with the
6
superpower because they
attack
got
rate
grabbed by a
set.
teammate, but like
This is
all the other times were
terrifying.
avoidable.
6 stacks, this early on, I don't think you can
I'm
touch this top
at a loss for words at what's
I mean,
happening
at the
here.
very least, we have the Gyarados. So Machisel does evolve at some point in that brawl. So maybe all those resources worth it. But at this point, Buzzwole is stacked at the maximum amount, and they are going to be swinging for the fences. Chandelure Evolution, after they clear out some of that central area, it has been Tempo and Zainu splitting the EXP back there between the Ceruledge and the Blaziken for the majority of this match.
Speaking of experience, Fusion looking at a massive experience lead. 2 level 8 Pokemon on their side, whereas we only have the Curlier sitting at that level 7 here for Orange Juices. So unfortunately, that little bit of a kerfuffle in that top lane really not helping them in that experience department. They might have to slow things down a little bit just to play catch up, because Machizel's not looking too confident here anymore. And Nemo just looking too big on this Ultra Beast.
Yeah, interesting. Ooh, Anemo kind of faking gonna break that goal zone, wants to get some more points. Now is threatening 28, but if they're gonna dive in, that is gonna be so challenging. Trying to make that choice.
Okay, they got a 27-point overcap with the top lane goal.
Very, very difficult.
Got Blaziken doing the Regieleki in the top lane. That's going to push towards the tier 2.
He's level
Regice in the
9,
bottom
and
lane.
Nemo is so big. And level 8 is the highest level, now level 9 on the side of Orange Juices. But down bottom, this is going to cause quite a bit of issues, especially if Anemo decides to go, but he's actually rotating up top instead, wanting to push with that Regieleki. And Machizel not looking too happy there. The Mr. Mindwall basically stopping him from crossing back into that lane. But look at this Buzzwole. He's hunting. He wants to eat something, and I think it might be a Gyarados.
Yeah, fish on the menu potentially. Flying fish, a rare one, but Machisel is going to try to escape. Early bounce, they won't have the Unstoppable to try to dodge any of
Oh
these
my
grabs.
God.
And
Jesus.
Anemo's going to get that full combo. Machisel
Level
down
10.
yet again.
He's level 10. This guy looking unstoppable in this early to mid game, and if he continues to snowball like this, I'm not sure how Orange Juices is going to be able to easily eliminate this Buzzwole.
I would have
from
liked
the
to see
fight.
the
They
Buzzwole
will
bottom,
maybe have to
only because if they
overcommit
plan to fight for
Ignites
this, like they
catch
could just
him out.
continue
Down bottom,
snowballing
though,
their
they've
level
actually
lead.
decided to commit their whole team down here
But
for this Regice. It's not an attack or defensive Regice, it's just going to be the heal bonus, but they will get it. They need this experience so badly, and they're going to try and push with this as well.
Ooh, nice barrier stop on Zainu's. Tees up for 2 slime shots in a row, and Flareon's is going to finally get on the KO board. Tons of scores going to rain in from Orange Juicers now as they will break this goal zone, as Anemo and Kea do have to retreat for a little bit and allow that space. The problem here for Orange Juicers is, though, that the entire time Tempo on this Blaziken was scoring in that tier 2 on top side.
Scoring tier 2 topside, just basically getting everything that he needs to be that big powerhouse in that mid game. We're at the 5-minute mark here, folks. Halfway through the game, 3 minutes to go for that last 2-minute stretch, and things actually looking pretty even again. We're not looking at that very one-sided experience-heavy Fusion. Orange Juice is doing a really great job catching up in the experience department, and now rotating together into that top lane. Blaziken securing that Regieleki. Gyarados is here though. Machizel setting up by himself with the Dragon Current, but unfortunately caught out by Anemo, so no, not
I don't know about the Eldegoss tonight.
But I think
It
it's
seemed
a
as if
really
Eldegoss was trying to go
disengaged
for a potential
Machizel
steal or
bouncing
secure,
out,
but
actually they're gonna commit.
Yeah, Blaziken's going to get the chase. That's a lot of damage from Flareons to back them up, though. And now Roland and Flareons need to commit to this fight. Anemo going to get involved a little bit. Rotation around, trying to find Flareons, but Roland always there with the backup. Great barrier stun. Interesting choice from Orange Juicers there, right? Machisel sees an opportunity to dive onto the Blaziken, but it's 1v4. Flareons rotates for support, but Mr. Mime and Gardevoir defending against the Regieleki. I mean, a rare spot where it felt like the communication was a little off there from Orange Juicers, but they bring it back. Great coverage by Roland to protect Flareons. Now they got to regain for their next fight.
Yeah, just got to keep things steady. Don't lose it even after having a little bit of a rough start in that laning stage. They can make that recovery happen, but they got to make sure they don't lose the Guardian. They have spouted out a Nemo, so no easy knockout on that central laner on the side of Orange Juicers. Fusion. You can see Fusion, they want to make something happen, but the way the Orange Juicers are playing, I love how defensively positioned they are so that they're just not caught out for free.
Yeah, it's so tough to play into a front-to-back team like this without a speedster, but hey,
Whoa,
great setup.
my
Flareons
gosh,
able
the
to tee up
bait.
that shot.
that was
What
super
a
greedy.
Just not caught out for free.
Yeah, it's so tough to play.
Like, Umbreon is the last person you want to be targeting as a Buzzwole, and diving right at them, especially when they have to pass up and foul play, is just like I don't really understand what you think is going to happen in this situation.
But hey, great
Whoa,
setup.
my
Flareon's
gosh,
able
the
to tee up
bait.
that shot. What a slam shot. I mean, if they were nervous
Like,
about
if
missing
you
their
could
shots
avoid
last
targeting
time,
the front
I think
liner,
they got
just avoid it.
all kinds of confidence this time around. Zagrug will go down.
Umbreon jumped in.
A 1v4
Now, here's
excursion
the
is
problem. Even though they got the Buzzle, which is a really good pick, to be fair, it's still a 4v4 at the end of the day because Gyarados is at the top lane. Not to mention, Umbreon has a little bit more mobility than the rest of these guys. So, or he has a little bit more, he can afford to be a little bit more aggressive with how they go in, because not only is he a frontliner, but he also has the CC immunity with the Snarl and, well, Foul Play for the dashing. So, it's going to be a little hard for the rest of your team to catch up, and if you're going in by yourself when the rest of the team is not ready, then you're just on your own.
Gonna get punished, but those snipe shots are working out great for poke damage. Both Blaziken and Eldegoss are extremely hurt right now. Mammothswine dives onto 2, locks down the Kratos, but they are gonna get away. Registeel, though, is going to be secured by Fusion.
Secured by Fusion. I did see Flareon's try to go for the charge there, but just too little too late, unfortunately, with the positioning. Up top, though, looks like Regieleki may be the next objective here, spawning right now. And obviously, Fusion, if they can grab that, this will be a big hindrance to Orange Juice because they have to deal with this Regieleki. And with Rayquaza coming online so soon, you want to spend your time now getting that experience. And if you can get a stray knockout, that's great as well. But you really want that experience. But the experience game is currently in favor of Fusion with 2 level 13s, and Nemo and Blaziken at level 13. They're ready to go, but actually Orange Juices, their cores are all level 13 as well, so they're good to go.
Yeah, after an explosive start, Fusion's actually been pretty quiet
They
for most of
petered
the
out.
mid-game, right? Orange Juicers not necessarily taking over the matchup, but certainly gaining momentum and gaining a whole
last 2
lot of
minutes.
levels.
Let's see what we got here. Regieleki crashed to the top tier 2. They're not going to ignore that. Get in position on Rayquaza. Snipe shot and Psychics going out for zoning. Same with the side shock, not tagging anything.
Fusion need to be very decisive with their jump. And actually
What
Nemo
the hell just happened over here?
Fusion goes home. If Fusion win this, we go to a game number 3. Rayquaza's on the map.
Yeah, Fusion need to be very decisive.
Buzzwole just dives in headfirst, 1v5, pops their Unite move, and
Their
nothing.
jump, and actually Nemo instant knockout.
Jesus
He
Christ.
dove in and he got deleted. That is massive. 4 versus 5. This is not the matchup Fusion want, but you can see Orange Juicers, they also want that Rayquaza. They're forcing Fusion to fight. They say, if you don't fight into us, we want that Rayquaza. Zagrug has gone down in the back lines. They're Inteleon working on that Blaziken, melting them down. The Mammoth.
Eldegoss and Chandler still have Unite moves.
They're back up there.
Flareon's is hitting every shot. He chased down that Blaziken. That's such an important KO to get, and he also done a ton of poke damage on that Sarilege. Now he's on an ever-present threat. Machisel is able to
And Nemo's
ignore
back.
all that Anemo grab and escape.
The
Rayquaza
walls.
About down to half HP. Flareon's is not getting body blocked. Buzzwole trying to get it
Unite!
ready. Gardevoir Unite, setting it up. Snipe shots already used. And
oh
it will
my
be
God.
Fusion securing it. Sarilege take
Jesus,
the not
what's
getting body blocked. Buzzwole trying to get
There's
it.
a Gardevoir
Gardevoir
Unite.
Unite, setting it up. Shots all
Oh my God. Oh, that's unfortunate.
already used, and it will be Fusion
Fusion!
securing it.
That's crazy.
Sarilege take the Ray.
They get the Ray, they get the double knockout as well. Can they break the shields? Can they do anything?
That's a heartbreaker right there.
Zagrug outrunning that Blaziken in that bottom lane. Roland as well as the Gardevoir wanting to defend that bottom lane as well, but someone has to defend that home base. Break Draken Shield. Don't let him score, and they don't let him score at all.
There's only 30 seconds left.
Not that it
though.
matters, because you literally have 2 people scoring bottom, and they're already winning
In
anyways.
from tempo, and that is going to seal the deal. 20 seconds remain in our match, and we are going to be going to a game number 3 in this knockout round.
That was such a close Rayquaza fight. The fact that it really came down to just who got that final hit, and the fact that Sarilege, oh my gosh, that final hit. Orange Juicers, they just needed something to land to secure that Rayquaza, but they just didn't have it in them.
Yeah, the Gardevoir Unite really teed everything up at a pretty early snipe
Considering the
shot out of
Buzzwole almost
Inteleon.
inted that so
Up in
hard,
those
I'm
moments to
shocked
know
it
when
didn't.
we're doing our damage, when we're landing our
It could have
burst,
went better. I want to
a
watch that
break
one more
for poke
time, just
damage
because
with Blaziken.
I want to see how that played out.
You want to Fusion with
Yeah, after it levels, we've hit the final stretch. If at the end of this,
Okay,
Orange
so they're going for
Juice's
positioning right
Fusion
here.
goes
Everyone's
home.
kind of
If
chilling.
Fusion win this,
Trying to
we
get some
go
poke
to
off
a
with
game number
Inteleon
3,
and
with
Gardevoir.
Quizzes on the map.
Buzzwole went full Bonobo wacko
Fusion
mode
needs to
down
be-
here. 1v5 face checking. Tries to pop their Unite
Very
move and just
decisive
goes
with their
down.
jump, and actually Nemo
So 5 versus
instant
4 for Orange Juicers.
knockdown.
They all
He
got their Unite
dove
moves as
in,
well.
He got deleted. That is massive. 4 versus 5. This is not the matchup Fusion want, but you can see Orange Juicers, they also want that Rayquaza. They're forcing Fusion
Umbreon
to
Unite
fight.
move,
They're
not the
saying,
greatest,
if you don't
but
fight
then-
into us, we want that Rayquaza. Zagrog has gone down in the back lines. They're Inteleon working on that Blaziken.
They blew 3 Unite moves on that
melting them
Blaziken
down.
just to
Mammoth
secure the
Fly, they're all
kill.
on their own.
Inteleon
Right
Unite move,
back
Mr.
up
Mime
there.
Unite move,
Flareon's
and
hitting every shot. He
Gyarados
chases
Unite
down that
move.
Blaziken. That's such an important KO to get, and he also done a ton of poke damage on that Sairlich. Now he's on an ever-present threat. Machisel is able to
Anemo's
ignore
back.
all that Anemo grab and escape.
The
Rayquaza
walls.
About down to half HP.
Gyarados just
Flareon's
melts.
is not getting body blocked. Buzzwole trying to get it
Unite!
right. Gardevoir Unite, setting it up. Snipe shot's already used, and it will be Fusion.
That is so crazy.
Sairlich take the Ray.
They get the Ray, they get the double knockout as well. Can they break the shields? Can they do body block?
Watch Zainus on this Chandelure. Believe Gyarados, they are going to lock it in. Yeah, 100%. All right, we're probably going to be looking at very similar picks in this game. I mean, the bans are identical. I don't see any reason for Fusion to be shifting things up here. It will be a Blaziken locked in. Now, Orange Juicers are going to grab the Umbreon. I really like this Blissey, but Machisel is just feeling this Gyarados. They are going to lock it in 3 games in a row.
Gotta make sure that they can somehow stabilize his lane. Get him that early Gyarados if possible. But again, it's Fusion. And the way that they always run that top lane, Anemo, if they've got to find a favorable matchup. And I don't really know how you want to do this. If you pick an Eldegoss, just really push hard in that top lane, get a strong central laner. Flareon's hovered over the Mew, back onto the Inteleon. What is the play here? Do they keep going with the Inteleon? I think Flareon's Inteleon has been great. I don't think you really changed that.
It has been, but because of Fusion's draft strategy here, it makes it a tougher pick. They take the Chandelure and the Mamoswine earlier than they have so far in their drafting phase, and they threaten speedsters with their final picks. So all of a sudden, it makes it very difficult for Flareons to lock that down. Final selections for Fusion are going to be coming in now. It will be the Eldegoss and the Buzzwole. So, Anemo's Buzzwole is going to make it back 2 games in a row. Kratos currently hovering the Urshifu. I actually think this would be a great answer to what has been going on, but that Chandelure matchup can be pretty difficult. I'm expecting Kratos to play very heavy.
So the only thing that they changed on their side is... Okay, so these guys kept the exact same team. On the other hand, Orange Juicers, the only thing that they switched out was the... Oh god. Blaziken. They switched out the Blaziken and they brought in the Urshifu. Okay.
Heavy into the top side.
Play heavy into the top side, and I think they need to send somebody in that central area. Guarantee that central area experience, get that level 5, and then you start running down those lanes. Because if you're Fusion, and you look at this team so far, you're looking at that Urshifu and saying, guys, I actually think we just try and go for an invade. Slow down his fire, because what are you going to do? There's a Magikarp in the top lane. Magikarp's not going to even do anything in that top lane. Bottom, okay, Flareon's might rotate as that Drizzile, but he wants that experience too. So I think if you're Orange Juicers, stabilize your lanes. Get the experience on Kratos first, then focus on Machisel, because Flareon, he's been so consistent in that bottom lane. He doesn't need help. He is such an independent laner, which I feel like makes him such a top-tier player for this team.
That is true. He has looked amazing, as have both of these rosters. And now we are headed to a game number 3 elimination match here in Worlds. Honolulu, make some noise for Orange Juicers and Fusion. One team goes home, one team moves on.
Oh no, I don't even know who goes home at this point. Both of these teams deserve to go through, but someone has to open the door and basically just watch.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're in the moment of World Championships where heartbreaks happen, but of course dreams also come true, which is a fun after effect as well. Zainu's on the Chandler, gonna head into that bottom path like we talked about again. Pretty tough early lane matchup for them in particular.
And look at this, straight invade. Kia's like, guys, we need to stop this Urshifu if possible, but Roland's doing his job. He knows he has to stop this. Even Zugrug is coming in because this little swine up, he wants to steal that experience. If he can KO Kratos here, that'll be even better. But with the assistance of Zugrug, Draken's gonna have to make a clean getaway because he's running out of health.
All right, so an identical strategy to game number 2 from Fusion with the double invade. Both the Gossifleur and the Swine Up tried to make it to the enemy central area. Not much taken away, but of course we still don't have an Urshifu, so I think we have to count that as a success.
Count it as a big success because it does open up those side lanes for
I
Fusion
need something.
to really do whatever they want. But now hitting level 5, what's the choice of lane here? Are we going to be seeing Kratos go top lane or bottom? Definitely top lane. They want to get Mashizzle into that Gyarados as quick as possible, but they're gonna miss that first wave of Swablu and Altaria.
Yeah, favoring the KO. Wicked Blow lined up as well. It's Dark Bear as Kratos who swings in. Machisel trying to get close to take credit for this KO. Paul and Puff gonna do a bit of burst of damage, and KO will take the
nice play from the Buzzwole.
As the KO tool for them. Anemo,
Yeah.
Tempo, KO.
That was a
We're
huge
together.
play.
It's a Lampant rotation
Grabs the
for
camp and
final
smacks them
touch
with
damage.
it.
Fusion win that first team touch.
I think we just witnessed an Elder God moment. Kia just sitting there, basic attacking. Yes, Animo was the target there, but the damage output. This is why Eldegoss is considered a top-tier support. Can just
Flareon's
do
gotta be
so
careful.
much in the laning
Flareon's
stage
gotta
and
be
really
careful.
assist with those knockouts.
Flareon's
And for
might
Orange
die.
Juices, for that engagement in the top lane to go sour. This is not good news at all.
Pretty brutal. Flareon's going to try to make a cool little
Yeah, that
play
is
with
unfortunate.
Jet
He went for the
Buggy.
invade because he saw the top lane getting rolled, but he overstayed and died.
Tempo has not hit level 7 yet, whereas Kratos has hit that benchmark, and this Urshifu
Unfortunate that Eldegoss kind of got the kill, just for the buffs, but
not
not a big
in
deal.
this matchup that Orange Juicers
They
have
buff
drafted
Eldegoss.
extremely good secure
Just as
Pokemon
annoying.
in their central area. So the Rayquaza fight has definitely become more of a priority as we go into game number 3, as Orange Juicers focusing on a bit more of objective-mindedness.
Yeah, interesting decision here. We'll have to see if it pays off for them because Wicked Blow, I kind of have some questions when it comes to this kind of Urshifu, but if they can make it work, absolutely go for it. And that Wicked Blow, securing the knockout onto the defender. So nice little boost of experience, but also eliminating one of the frontliners for Fusion.
All right, they take him down. Reggie is going to be spawning on the bot side of this map. Orange Juicers with a heavy focus, and with Inteleon and Urshifu, those are two extremely difficult Pokemon to answer. Big snipe shot, tease
Yeah,
up.
way too
Kratos
close from,
does close out that KO. Overheat is going to take it. Tempo with great positioning, both body blocking the snipe shot and setting up for the secure, and that's Fusion with the first Reggie.
Fusion stealing that Reggie away. They did get a knockout for that, but I'm not really sure if that's the trade you're really asking for in that bottom fight, because this attack buff just means Fusion can take over this tier 1 gold zone unless they can somehow stop them. They do bring the Urshifu back. Snipe shot missing, unfortunately, just landing on an empty wall. Kratos, though, thinking, wanting to go engage. Zugrug hunting as well, but they just can't find that opening. But actually, no, they caught the Urshifu with the Ice Fang. We'll be able to get out with the Throat Chop. Now Zugrug being chased, but I think the fight is just going to end here. These openings are so small, and if Orange Juicers can't capitalize on it the moment it happens, they just seem to lose it from there on.
Yeah, this bottom path has been pretty patient from Orange Juicers. It's been focusing more on defending this goal zone rather than trying to get big chaos. Pulls them away, but Flareon is going to make it away for a moment.
Oh my god.
To the other side, Tempo does get the knockout with the overheat, and despite the
Yeah, that's a late
Urshifu,
Yunami from Urshifu. If they were going to do that, they should have done that before Flareon died.
It's 1v3, but the rest of Orange Juicers are trying to defend against the Reggie Alecki in the top side. Fusion are taking over this game.
Fusion are running down this game
Oh.
in both lanes. The fact that they've split their forces, and regardless of what's happened, Orange Juice is really struggling on both fronts. It just really goes to show that that mishap in the early game is now really coming back to bite them in this mid-game. They have to figure out a strategy to stabilize somehow, whether it be to go for some clever picks, diversion, go for those back caps, because looking at the goal zone situation, only 17 points have been scored by Orange Juicers. They just haven't been able to touch Fusion's goal zones.
Yeah, it's been brutal. Fusion's been winning the laning matchups, the flanks, the objective fights. Everything has been going in their favor in this game number 2. They've eclipsed 200 points and we're just sub of the 5-minute mark. Tempo does take a bit of poke damage, and with no support to heal that back up, these snipe shots are very sticky right now. That's 3 members. 3 different members hit with those snipe shots, and now finally, Eldegoss is going to join the fight. Kea gets involved. Big Kratos engage. Ebon Fist knocks off Tempo. They're going to try to earn that KO. Gyarados will at least get the
There's no follow-up when Kratos does that, though. That's the problem.
Is going to be leading the charge.
Oh, Mishizzle not feeling too happy here. He is too low. He needs some kind of healing. Trying to go for the aggressive.
I think there's just I think there's like a little bit of miscommunication going on between this team. Because you have the rest of the team focusing on the objective, and then you got Kratos going in by himself.
And that is it. They have no health left. Back to the
that back up. These snipe shots
Let
are
me play
very
from here.
sticky right now. That's 3 members. 3 different members.
Okay, so you got 2 Unite moves from both sides, Mr. Mime and Urshifu, then you got Mamoswine and Eldegoss. Urshifu's going a bit aggressive, Eldegoss heals, knocks the Blaziken up, gets chunked out, doesn't even get the Wicked Blow off.
But the Mr. Mime Unite move is going to be leading the charge.
Mr. Mime goes in with Unite move, but there's no follow-up after that either.
He needs some kind of healing. Trying to go for the aggressive bounce. Dragon current into the back, trying to catch Anemo. They will throw him in the air. Can they somehow turn this fight around? They're losing health bars, and that is it. They have no health left. Back to the Pokemon Center for you, and Fusion continue their advance down Orange Juice's lanes.
Yeah, Orange Juicers just seeming like they've run out of momentum. They can't capitalize on some of these snipe shots. They got a big chance for a refight here, but it's Blaziken who strikes first. Finally, Flareon gets a KO. Anemo goes down. Also, Dragon on that Mamoswine falls next with the Blaziken.
Man, this is crazy.
Unstoppable. Tempo finally goes
It's so
down
back and forth that you would think it's the last fight of the game, and it's still, we still got a minute and a half before Rayquaza spawns.
Very costly fight for both teams there, but most importantly for Orange Juicers, they get a big burst of experience, especially getting the elimination there onto that Blaziken. They need this experience so badly because the experience difference between these two
Blaziken is pretty strong.
becoming too wide. It's almost reaching that critical mass point. Level 12 on 2 of the calls so far, looking pretty good with the comebacks, but they really need something else. They need a tiny bit more. They found the Chandelure, throws them in the air, they get that KO. That's going to be a nice start, but this Urshifu is going to have to sacrifice himself for that knockout.
All right, we trade those KOs, and now it's Tempo's turn to get involved in the fight. Dragon Current just waiting for that Unite animation to cancel. Bounce is going to get them out of range, and Zugrug will be trying to escort the team back, but they've just taken too much damage. They simply have to retreat. Flareons might go for a cheeky steal with the snipe shot, but that is their only chance at the Regieleki. Everybody else on the run.
Very nice body blocks as well coming out from that Blaziken, just saying, no snipes for you, but this will need to be dealt with on the side of Orange Juicers. If they let that Regieleki through, you do not
Damn, bro,
want to have
295 to
any more
17.
points scored. And oh my gosh,
It's a Rayquaza game,
to
that's
get
for sure.
coming into this final stretch. Registeel, arguably the best Reggie buff to have going into that Ray fight.
Orange Juicers have not secured a single Reggie all game, despite having Inteleon or Urshifu, Aleki or otherwise. They have not got one. And now, as the final stretch has began, Zugrug does find Anemo alone.
They want Anemo?
And that's where they're going to engage. They're going to go all in. Super Swole Slam, going to get them out of danger and increase the danger. Zugrug goes back for the Citrus Berry. Draken engages into multiple targets on the other side. Machisel charging up, but that will be the first KO. Zugrug goes down. Draken starts the fight.
Oh, not looking too good. You've lost one of your frontliners. You really need to have someone create that space
man.
so that the Inteleon doesn't get caught. But Fusion, they know that they have their lead. It has to come down to Orange Juicers to find that opening, but they've got to make sure they don't get chipped down whilst doing so. They just don't have that same level of sustain that Fusion have for
Oh, they're
these
killing
fights.
time. They don't gotta do anything.
Inteleon have been fantastic for Flareons, doing so much poke damage, but simply they just don't have the options to chase. Draken does try to Ice Fang, but an early throat chop by Kratos will escape that lockdown of the crowd control. So now they are rotating around this Rayquaza. We're about to hit 1 minute, and
Anemo?
time is running out. Anemo playing on that top side again.
They caught him.
The hard call out. They will now have a 5v4 fight, playing for their tournament lives. A minute left.
Oh, they managed to
Oh,
get the
nice
Shizzle with
engage.
the bounce, but Shizzle finding the attacker. In the backlines, Flare with the Unite as well, dishing out the damage with the basic attacks, but they have lost the Urshifu.
Oh my god, Urshifu went down without uniting. That's insane.
Basic attacks fighting up against this Eldegoss. Has to keep creating space. He has Roland there to provide the support. Zagrug, though, looking too low on that Umbreon. Basic attacks. They want the Rayquaza. Mishizzle is low. Flareons, can he secure for their team?
He got it!
He got
it on the Inteleon! It must have been with an auto attack. Blaziken was set up perfectly to body block that, but there's only 20 seconds remaining. Zagrug does have a full Rayquaza shield. This is going to be so tough for Orange Juicers.
There's
they
no
need more
time.
than 100 points. Fusion is got a hold on this series. The time is running out. Zagrug cannot score, and that will be Fusion knocking out Orange Juicers.
What a game. What a way to end that game. It looks so close.
It's actually crazy to me that happened twice where the Buzzle basically goes in doing weird stuff and then they get caught out. But somehow the team is still able to collectively carry this guy to a win.
They caught it.
Escape that lockdown of the crowd control. So now they are rotating
Like
around.
Buzzle is literally off on his own island playing defense on top goal, but he overextends. Gets caught out by 3 people.
They will now
That is a
have
huge
5v4 fight playing for their tournament lives. A minute left.
Oh, they managed.
This right here, it's actually astounding to me that Orange Juicers lost this, and it's a 5v3 at this point. That's insane.
Catch a Chandelure with the bounce. Mishizzle finding the attacker. In the backlines, Flareon with the Unite as well, dishing out the damage with the basic attacks, but they have lost the Urshifu. Their frontline of Flareons. He is free to do the basic attacks, fighting up against this Eldegoss. Has to keep creating space. He has Roland there to provide the support. Zagrug, though, looking too low on that Umbreon. Basic attacks. They want the Rayquaza. Mishizzle is low. Flareons, can he secure for their team?
He got it!
He got
it on the Inteleon! It must have been with an auto attack. Blaziken
And ironically, the Buzzle spawning there is
set up perfectly to body
what
block
gets
that. But
Flareons.
there's only 20 seconds remaining. Zagrug does have a full Rayquaza shield. This is going to be so tough for Orange Juicers. They need more.
Don't worry,
than 100
Zagrug, you gotta
points.
score over
Fusion
200 points in
is got
15
a
seconds.
hold on this series. The time is running out. Zagrug cannot score, and that will be Fusion knocking out Orange Juicers.
What a game. What a way to end that game. It looks so close.
Oh my.
So close for Orange Juicers, but just the Rayquaza, it came moments too late. Sure, you have the shields and it helps you score, but if it's an Inteleon and most of your team is gone, you still need to be protected.
Yeah, I believe it was only Flareons and Zagrug receiving those Rayquaza shields, so just not quite enough firepower to bring it there. And Fusion able to run it down and get a few more scores. The crowd, honestly, pretty split between OJ and Fusion for cheering for these teams. But an amazing matchup between these two squads. The Latin America South Regional Champions knocking out our North American Regional Champions after an amazing best-of-3 game set. And with that, the region that has won Worlds 2 years in a row no longer has a team in the top 16.
Okay. Normally, I would skip to the next game right now,
This will
but
be
I'm going to
a
see if I can grab a
storyline
snack
for
really quickly.
sure to find out
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep it playing. I'll play an ad really quickly, and then when I come back, I'll just fast forward to the game. I'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes.
Here and there, but ultimately, if you win the series, that's what matters the most.
100%. I mean, Orange Juicers dominating this game number 1 between Fusion and Orange Juicers, but this Blaziken from Tempo, after we saw that role swap of him playing in that Sarah Legend game 1, adapting to play that Blaziken 2 games in a row was phenomenal. We have gassed up this player for so long for their mechanical ability, but their macro knowledge and their teamwork and their team leading abilities need to start being praised as well. Because that is one of the biggest reasons that Fusion is moving on in our tournament into the next round. I mean, what a gauntlet. There's more games after this? You mean that wasn't the World Champions? Unreal amount of games that these teams have to play today, and the competition is the fiercest it has ever been.
Truly, just watching Fusion play, I feel it is a monstrous task for whoever is waiting in the wings to see who they have to play and they find out it's Fusion. There's no clear-cut direction when it comes to beating Fusion. This team has so many strats, so many playstyles, so many Pokemon up their sleeve where you think you figured them out and they come out with something brand new. And so the question is, what is it that makes Fusion tick? How do you break them down so that you have that advantage from the laning stage? Because this team, their lanes are clean.
Yeah, their lanes are pretty solid. I mean, Anemo in that game number 2, I think, was one of the best looks that we've seen. And Zainu's able to hold it down on a Chandelure, a Pokemon pretty notorious for having a weaker laning stage and still making it look good. So, I'm sure we have a ton to hear from Fusion. We have Zainu's on stage to get a post-match interview. So let's throw it over there.
That's right. I am on stage with Zinus, the winner of that incredibly close series between the Juicers and Fusion. Congratulations. I have to ask, how did you adjust after losing one game to Orange Juicers?
Enhorabuena, y querían saber cómo habéis ajustado vuestra forma de jugar después de haber perdido una partida contra Orange Juicers.
Sentimos una presión, pero a la vez fue más nuestra inspiración a querer seguir ganando y no rendirnos.
So we felt a pressure about the game, but then that really motivated us for keeping playing and get to win.
Amazing. Now you have two teams that are actually getting set up right behind us, Legacy and Kakalak. Who are you more excited to face in your next match?
Puedes ver que están aquí los dos equipos que se van a enfrentar ahora y nos gustaría saber a quién nos apetece más enfrentaros en la siguiente ronda, a Kakalak o a Legacy.
Obviamente a Legacy, nuestros compañeros y hermanos.
Obviously, we would like to face Legacy, who are our companions and our brothers.
Amazing. I can't wait to see it. Brother versus brother, possibly coming up very soon. We're going to throw it back to the booth. Congratulations again, the undefeated Fusion.
Thank you so much, Spraggles. Great to hear from Fusion. I mean, the 100% tournament win rate dream is still alive as they move on, but whew, what two tough opponents to potentially have to face in this next round.
Yeah, but, you know, it's the name of the competition. It doesn't matter who you play against. If you win, you win. And sometimes it's just a case of just do your best, pick your best. And sometimes it requires you to be a little bit cheeky with your picks as well. Because I do expect the deeper we go into this competition, we are going to start seeing some cheese picks, some Pokemon that we don't normally see to catch some of these teams off guard. And with that said, Fusion will proceed to the next top 8 match. And their opponent is either going to be Legacy or Kakalak. I believe their game is actually still ongoing, so we're still trying to figure out who they're going to be.
It's going to happen on stage next.
Oh, it's on stage next. Oh, great. I want to see some Kakalak action. Let's go.
Yeah, it'll be a fantastic matchup. I mean, these top 8 teams are extremely strong. I mean, Fennel versus Talon sounds like an amazing game. Zeta versus Sword Tigers Gaming. I mean, the matchups that we have are fantastic. But we got to wait for those for just a little bit. We have a very short break that we're going to throw to, but when we come back, more Pokemon Unite World Championships.
Welcome to the 2023 Pokemon World Championships!
世界最高峰のバトルがこの日本で行われているのが、とても信じられないというか、こういった舞台をすごく今楽しんでて。
It's been an incredible experience. They're going all out for this world.
The opening ceremony with the drums, like everything was beating, my whole body was into it.
You've seen the show, you've seen the decoration, everything, like it's definitely worth in Japan. Like it's everything I wanted it to be.
So exciting just to walk down the street and see all your favorite Pokemon everywhere, and to watch your children's faces as well when they light up as they see everything. Pokemon just brings such joy to everyone's lives when it's things like this. It's amazing.
Altaria, there's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It's Axon, the most decorated Pokemon Go player in history.
there. Are we there? There's a second energy
And that's
recycler we're
it.
waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiao Chong'an is your Junior Division World Champion.
Pumpkin Pit! Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your Seniors Division World Champion here in Yokohama,
Alright, so I got my
Japan.
food. I'm gonna keep my camera off just because I'm self-conscious when I eat. But I am here.
Is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch
So
card.
I am gonna fast forward it just to get on with the games. Otherwise, we're gonna be here all day.
Orders brings up the Zacian V. Vince Kelly.
To you, but to me, that is hilariously amazing, and I love it.
It's a strong name. I think so. Sun Sage, I feel like, is probably my favorite.
Sun Sage, yeah, it's clean. It's clean.
Yeah, I like it. I like that name. Of course, we have Legacy. They chose this team. You know, this is who they thought they could take down here.
Hey,
You're
Spargles
looking
is
to
back.
have the easiest run through your bracket, you know, if possible. There's a lot of variance in Pokemon Unite. There are a lot of moments that just don't go your way. We just saw Orange Juicer's fusion. It was some burn damage from Chandelure that flipped a Rayquaza in their direction. So there are moments that you do everything you can, you just can't control. And when you're looking to control the most you can, you will pick the best team possible. That's what Legacy has tried to do right here.
Yeah, whether it's you just believe them, you just believe your team to be so much better than theirs, or you think, hey, we really understand their go-to strategy. We have it in us to counter that, kind of where we are most comfortable, so it's just a clean, stylistic matchup that you want. I mean, that's where they went. We're taking a look at Kakalak right here, Pufaza, Nadiza, Spoo, SCG, SGC. There's no way that's not going to gum me up. And then Sun Sage, which you said, great name, and I agree.
I think it's a hot one. Kakalak first place out of the Thailand qualifier for Asia Pacific West. A strong team, but they didn't make it here through the top of the bracket, right? They're not the first seed out of their group, so obviously this was one that you could choose to run into. There are a lot of hard teams that you had to choose between. I don't feel like there were any choices that were the easy choice.
No, they're taking a look at Legacy. All names are familiar with. Mazo said how important it was for this team to stick together. They think they have good synergy. Mazo, Falb, Lel, Salto, and Wolf right there.
That's right. Legacy, last year we saw them get to 5th place. We saw them take down Talibobo Believers, a team that a lot of people had clocked as maybe the best in the world. They beat them in groups. They head to 5th. Year before that, they had a unfortunate run, lost in groups. They are on an upward trend. They're getting better and better. They're placing better and better. They looked amazing on day 1, and now we're heading here into day number 2. They struggled a little bit up top against Luminosity. They went down to them 1-2, but were able to do very well in their groups moving forward.
Yeah, and actually, they bounced back from that incredibly well. They took that loss, and then they haven't lost since. They just keep marching forward, and they've set themselves up for another opportunity to win. Let's get into draft right here as we're taking a look. Blaziken going to be the first thing dialed in, and a slow bro for Legacy.
And it's actually Umbreon for this next pick right here. Final ban over to the side of Legacy is going to be the Dragonite. There are a few teams that are kind of known for their Dragonite. Obviously, I'm thinking of Zeta Division right here.
Yep.
There are just some teams that kind of play it so well that you feel like you have to target ban that thing.
Correct. I mean, just the Hyper Beam Secure that it has, its Unite move is incredibly underrated, I believe. And if you have the read, you gotta ban it. Quickly locked in, though, by, this is gonna gum me up, SCG, SGC, Urshifu. Now, we've seen both styles already this weekend. I wonder where they're comfortable, where they want to go. Lel getting the Hoopa.
Yeah, the Hoopa early here, and it looks like we're also bringing out the Cerulege. It feels like teams are bouncing back and forth between Cerulege and now Charizard, something that was looked at as maybe, you know, one of the more dominant forces in this tournament, is actually not getting much priority at all. Charizard not getting banned, not getting picked. Instead, we have Cerulege. We have Gyarados that I feel like is rising in popularity throughout our couple days here, right? Our next couple picks, hey, there you are, buddy. Charizard, and it looks like possibly Mamoswine over to the side of Legacy. Mamo is a really interesting one because it's kind of come out as a top-tier defender that I think a lot of people have been counting out for a while. And then we got Char. We're going to see if a lot of teams have been right to avoid it.
Right. Crustle kind of making its way back. We've only seen a couple teams lean in that direction, and at one point it felt like Crustle was almost a first pickable Pokemon because in that defender slot it was so strong.
Here we go. Next two picks. We are looking at Blastoise and we are looking at Eldegoss. So we've seen a little Blastoise this tournament, especially we're going to reference Zeta Division again. Kokata's Blastoise has been pretty powerful. Blastoise, however, feels like it has fallen off a lot in the competitive scene. I'm surprised to see some of these teams pick it up, even if they are picking it up pretty late. However, that is a really tanky composition there from Kekalok.
It really is. Sustain and go for the finish, especially in the face of something like a Charizard that can't pick up a single target. It makes it more difficult on what that target has to be for Mazo to really leverage how many Unite moves are going to get throughout this game. Again, taking a look at Blastoise, don't tell Zeta Division. Maybe Kekalok taking a page out of Zeta Division's book. You know, Dragonite needing to be banned, this Blastoise back in the mix. I'm interested to see if they're going to go Spin Pump like we've seen Zeta Division do.
Yeah, I think a lot of players have been playing that lately. It gives you that hindrance resistance, which is really nice, and you've still got that disruption. You have that burst over on the side of Legacy right here. I was waiting to see what items were kind of locked in on that Charizard. We've got the weakness policy, the scope lens, and we also have the curse bangle, which I think is a really strong choice. It turns Charizard not only into this really strong carry Pokemon, but you've also got the anti-healing for the enemy side.
Yeah, that's something that we'd like to see more of. We were actually talking to Inder in the back, who's with the Juicers this weekend, and saying, man, we kind of really need to get back on these cursed items. That's something we weren't really seeing yesterday, an adjustment we needed to make. And I think a lot of teams could learn from that. Cursed items, just that darn good.
And here we are getting ready for it. Our two teams heading into their first game now. Kekalok, your purple team. Legacy, your orange team. It's win or go home here in day 2 Doob Snacks. Let's get it started.
Let's get it started. Cup Food not being escorted by anyone over there. Just kidding. Gospeler sitting in their pocket as they're making sure that they can evolve. No invasion just yet. Mazo and company going to play this straight up.
And we can see Bob running towards this goal zone here, looking to stack, looking to try to steal some of this away, and they do. It's tough just being a little Magikarp all by yourself. Here comes the Cramorant to the top path as well, putting a lot of pressure on this top path. If you can shut down this Magikarp for a while, you'll be in a great position. We've seen a few Gyarados today evolve it, you know, before 9 minutes. Like, teams really get caught with it. If you can shut it down, however, it's going to be pretty weak for a while.
Cupfoo's still trying to get to that Urshifu so maybe they can hit a path and be impactful. They're actually pivoting downstairs, which makes an opportunity for maybe a personnel overload.
Yeah, it looks like it. Sending Gyarados downstairs as still as a Magikarp. We have 4 members of Legacy top, 4 members of Kekalok in the bottom path as they are pushing towards this goal zone, and the same is going to happen bottom.
Yeah, Naughty's just sitting there, what am I supposed to do here? And they immediately just walk away, and rightfully so, as their team is trying to do work in the bottom path. We'll see how both squads adjust as this scoreline, because of the counter pushes, stay pretty even.
It's interesting. It's like everyone left their path. Like, they completely left top path. They completely left bottom path. They're heading to try to get as much experience as they can.
Nice.
As you see members of Legacy now in the central area of Kekalok trying to steal away as much of this as possible. Crustle trying to stop it. There's the Hurricane for the secure.
Nice secure by Wolf. Salto just being a bully.
Bro, this poor Eldegoss. He can't get any experience.
Yet. Spoo getting picked up, put down, and tons of pressure going after them. Salto going to make it out after escaping the Rock Tomb.
And here we have Wolf. I feel like Wolf's Cramorant has just been silently carrying a lot of these games. It feels like every time it shows up, it makes really impactful plays.
There's some leftover stuff
Big time bounces. They're looking to possibly break this
leftover stuff from the party yesterday,
right now.
like appetizers
here.
and
here. They're slicing through
pastries and whatnot.
Pick up the KO on the Crustle.
Yeah, and they're going to get another one on the Urshifu. Listen, Lel might have gotten down, but they used the one move they could get off to get
it looks
that
like a bot match. I'm not gonna lie to you. It looks like a bot match. I don't know what's happening.
They can make sure to stop the push and cobble together a counter push of their own.
And now they got one point
to answer your
on
question
that
though,
goal zone.
it was
It's gonna be a little tricky, but obviously they want that
spring
goal
roll and
zone
samosa
around because they
and like
have
some other
they have
pastry
that
thing that I'm
amazing
not actually
macro
sure what it
being able
was.
to send your team top and bottom very easily.
Shut the
That's
fuck
why
up.
Kekalok
I
wanted
didn't
to
get
break
married.
that so badly, even trying to break it evenly with one big time Unite move from the Cerulege.
Can I get married to myself?
They're going to go after
How does that
Salto,
work?
not willing to follow up just yet. Falb doing all the work. There we go. A nice little engagement by Salto. Can't quite land
Bonk.
the Fang to reposition. Now they're taking a lot of damage. Lel is there. Going to need a portal down to help somebody out. Soto able to get out of dodge, and nobody falls despite kind of everybody chucking moves at each other.
Yeah, that was pretty intense there. I thought Kekalok had a great defense, and Legacy actually making it out, somehow protecting the Mamo there. Really impressive plays. So we got a little bit of a fight getting ready to happen in this top path over Regieleki.
Yeah, Urshifu getting the bottom objective, going to give them that buff. Salto going straight for him, though. Rock Tomb doesn't catch anybody. Reposition is Pufaza, and they are flushed down real quick. Portal is there, and Regieleki is getting smothered by Legacy because their presence is all over the place. They actually pivot to the goal zone. They want to break this thing first, and they're going to be able to. 22
I hear it.
Yeah, there we go. Nice little overcap in this top path as they're going to turn on this Regieleki.
It might be a little lower because of
like Char and Urshifu were battling it out, but that Urshifu seemed to get the better of them with the security.
like the VOD that I'm watching, but I can definitely hear it. I'll play it again for you.
And that's maybe what we're seeing, why teams are fading away from Charizard. If it's not able to scrap with an Urshifu, which is incredibly popular, it might not be worth that 1v1. Charizard are going to join the flanks of Legacy, and we're going to see if they do anything with this Regieleki here. Couple players positioned. Salto going in. Wolf goes straight for the engage. Salto jumps on top of Pufaza. Cram Unite is out. We're raining in some damage. We are spinning the win. We're right on top of this Legacy squad, but it's Fob running the front line, going straight after Nadizan. Nice engagement. Hydro Typhoon kicks up a bunch. 2 players down instantly for Legacy, make it 3. Picking up, scoop and score. No, we're gonna burn them down. Can't quite get it. Crustle, bug type is weak to fire.
I'm too young.
Is it? Question mark. Not
I'm
today.
I'm still in my prime. I
and all of a sudden, Legacy said,
can't
we
bound,
drew this
be
up
bound
for a
to
big
eternity
W, and now we're
to one person just yet.
Yeah, really nice plays there by Kekalok.
Also, Mac, you also know that means once I get married, I'm not streaming anymore. That's done though. Finito.
Able to make anything happen. Weren't able to make it there in time.
My time will be spent
absolutely no value
making the waifu happy for the rest of my life.
Of experience. I mean, look
at the expense of my gaming time.
Tens across, like something you never see is a team almost completely even. But when they all defended right there and picked up a lot of KOs, experience was just flooding to the side of Kekalok.
Lel trying to score on the backside, sussed out quickly by Urshifu. That is cut off as SCG is able to at least get some swabble in Altaria and is trying to keep pace with the Charizard on the other side. Falv goes straight in, the bounce to get out. Pufaza makes it back to Pad. Nadi's out topping them off. Sunsage looking for an opportunity to go back in, but it's Legacy looking at this Regirock here. Fire Blast on it. We're going to start spitting some flames. Salto with the engage. Ice Fang to pick them up, put them down. Secured by Mazo, and now they're going up. Another pick up and slam down. And SCG is gone instantly. We're still Hydro Typhooning, hitting up 3 targets. Can we convert on Elise Salto?
Oh, you just reminded me. I'm going to send you something right now. Hold on, before I forget.
They can't get displaced by the Rock Tomb.
This is why we've seen so much Hoopa banned throughout this tournament, right? I mean, the plays that you were able to make with this Pokemon are just insane. Having this goal zone up at 1 is just giving them that hyperspace highway up and down the map. Beautiful portals back to base, resetting their team. And Legacy, even though they took kind of a bad fight at that tier 2, feels like they're in control of this match, setting up another objective for them as they all pour down to the bottom path to try to stop this.
They have to try and stop it too. Pufaza into the back line, Spoo all over Salto, getting the space. Nice little bounce backwards, and they're able to convert on a quick KO there. Fob going to start slashing, slicing, and dicing in the front line, running straight at them. Spoo on the backside of this goal zone, trying to line up a Rock Tomb, maybe to buy an opportunity for Pufaza to pounce, but no, nobody jumping back through that portal. The job is done.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from Legacy. Really great reaction to what they were trying to do in the bottom path. Now heading back up to the top path to try to rip this apart. Of course, Kekalok can make the same play, but with these goal zones up, they're able to bring the team down as soon as they take this Reggie. The question is anyone going to hold Regieleki's hand and walk with it on the beach towards this tier 2, or are they going to head down to the bottom path for defense? Kekalok is going to need to decide how they want to defend and if they want to push.
Well, they've got 2 players committed to watching this Regieleki to make sure it doesn't get too crazy and the points don't go in. On the backside here, we're seeing a little 3v2 as we're going to have another Basement Reggie spawning in a couple moments.
Here we go, Basement Reggie getting ready to hit the map. 30 seconds until our first Rayquaza of this series. Wolf just being extremely aggressive and annoying in and out with the dive, and then the Hurricanes for the secures. Seeing a little bit of a Dark Bear on the side of Kekalok. Interesting that both shades of Urshifu are getting tons of play here at the World Championship.
It's a great Pokemon, and right now no exception. Registeel is just above half HP. We're going to see if these teams want to turn this into a Ray fight right now.
Yeah, we're going to see if they want to push in. Possible just easy secure with the single strike right here. They're looking for it. Gyarados moves in. Single strike takes it.
He's going in.
Gyarados.
Immediately, Pufasa gets buckled. Portal is down to save the Ceruledge. Hydro Typhoon doesn't hit a soul, Spraggles. And now we're just going to push forward. Charizard Unite is out. We're starting to burn down. Cram, Unite repositioned by Wolf. Salto's putting the pressure on 2 players down. KO's Trinket 2 for Salto. They're all over this goal zone. The X-Scissor comes through, but it doesn't displace anybody for much value. We have the rings unbound on top of Ray. Everybody pulls through to be saved. Mazo is down 15 seconds until they come back.
Really be
Is this an
careful with that.
opportunity for Cakelock to come back in? Stun down, Spoo goes down. Sunsage is by themselves. They can't do anything yet. And all of a sudden, Legacy's going to be able to get a clean reset and get ready for another one.
Take a breather, Legacy, but Cakelock might not want to let you rest on your laurels as they're pushing forward towards this Rayquaza. Salto looking for a pick, and they get it!
Ice Fang picks up Sunsage and puts them down. Half of HP is Ray. Sunsage on the backside. Nice bounce. Doesn't really pick up a quality target, though. Instantly, Ceruledge gets buckled. 2 players down. This might be the best chance that Cakelock has. Can Cakelock lock in on this Ray? Mufaza solo. Hoopa comes through by Lel and trying to leverage a KO, and they do get it. Spoo peeling back. They don't have enough damage. It's just the support core for Cakelock left.
That's right. There's not much on the side of Cakelock here. There's not much on the side of Legacy, but Cakelock is behind on the scoreboard. 42 seconds left. They have that tier 1 goal zone. If they're able to make a hero play and somehow get 50 points in there, they are able to come back and win this game. Less than 100 between these teams mean these tier 1 goal zones have to be watched by Legacy. On the other side, Cakelock has a few options. They might be going with it. The rip on Rayquaza with 20 seconds left.
They're going to see, oh, nice Ceruledge Unite on a couple targets, forcing out the Hydro Typhoon, reposition the eject button. Valve's on the backside. Wolf uses their Cram Unite. Ray is getting so low. There's going to be 10 seconds left. Taken by the Urshifu. If they can scramble and score, they've got a chance. We got Mazo scoring on the backside. Hoopa as well. Ceruledge is going for it. They're running out of time, Spraggles. I don't think they're going to get it done.
It's so close. We didn't get the score top. They scored bottom. Charizard broke top. Cramorant was fighting bottom. I truly don't know who won this match.
Well, let's take a look as the bars rail
I want to see if that 100 made a difference.
Cakelock, are you kidding? 379 to 368 by the Razor's Edge.
Absolutely unbelievable
I can't
here
see.
as our teams on stage are waiting.
Oh my god, camera guy.
We are also
please.
waiting.
379,
Wow.
368. Cakelock. Unbelievable.
10 seconds left. They take Ray, scramble to score. Legacy's peeling to try and mitigate that damage, and they just fall
man, they were just short on points.
Short, 9
Crazy.
points.
Unbelievable. I mean, those moments, you know, it all came down to those final moments. I was wondering, Doob Snacks, in the top path, when they broke that tier 1, you know, one had 25, the other had 50, you know, so they got the big 100 there. I was wondering if that 25 going in could have made the difference, right? But it turns out they didn't need it. Cakelock
When you're winning the entire game and then you lose in the last like 10 seconds, that's got to be rough, man. I will not lie to you, that's got to be rough. I would feel that going into game 2.
Great team fight.
You got to bounce back. It's the best of 3 series for a reason. If it was a best of 1, like I would just be tilted for the rest of the day.
And they're able to get back in there, get enough time, and
if you're able to do that once, then you should be able to do it again.
Foot off the gas. They're like, okay, we did our job here. We're running out of time. Credit to Cakelock. They went straight in for it, and they knew exactly what their route to victory was.
To be fair, you know,
the communication's on point though.
That they had to juggle there. They had a lot of plates.
You could see while Cakelock is doing the Rayquaza, like they all decided to say fuck it, forget it, and go score.
Powerful force in that match. You had these moments where they have to watch.
It's just unfortunate that didn't go in their favor.
They have to watch Rayquaza as well. And Cakelock gets to commit to one area, while Legacy has to commit everywhere across the map. If they score anywhere, Cakelock wins. If they take Rayquaza, Cakelock has an opportunity to win.
Correct.
So really, Legacy was in a tough spot. They were looking all over the map. They were trying to stop everything, but they just couldn't stop the Ray secure. Big time Hydro Typhoon in that moment too. Then Ray goes down. The scramble to score, and with those Rayquaza shields, it was just too tough for Legacy to stop.
I mean, you talked about how important it was that tier 1 goal zone in the bottom path, sticking at 1 point, man, you might have almost want that closed out, because I don't think Crustle can make it to the tier 2 with their shield, just based on how much time was left. So, I mean, you know, you write this all in the stars, right? We can always spin a yarn about what could have been. But that's, again, the detriment of holding up a T1. It becomes the express lane to score, and you need much less time to get to a T1 than a T2.
Yeah, especially with that 1 point left in that bottom goal. You know you're not that
I'm going to
far
pause the VOD for
behind,
just a
You've
second.
already gotten a ton of points in there.
I just need to check a setting really quickly. But obviously I'm still... Give me like 2 minutes. See what's going on. Things. Forgot where the setting is. Oh, here it is. Okay, that should be okay. Oh.
In another 100, which would be huge. In fact, as we talked about, that 100 points right there would have tied up the game. So you had Legacy with a lot of different areas that they had to focus on. Kakalak played a fantastic final 20 to 30 seconds in that match, and they had to.
Exactly right. I think you're correct. I said they took their foot off the gas, but really it was just they're trying to shift to try and catch up to all this stuff.
Well, there's something everywhere. Things could be bad for you. You let someone go top, it's over.
I just wanted to test the volume.
You let them get Rayquaza.
I put it up a little bit
now
more
it's
just in case.
It's a foot race to these goals to see how quick you can score. And in that moment, it just wasn't enough. We also had that tier 1 up, you know, on the side of Kakalak in the bottom path. Had they had no goal zones for Kakalak, I think this could have been harder. Their positioning could have been worse. They might not have been able to make it in, but they were able to do it. What a close game number 1. And I know if I'm Kakalak, I'm happy I won. I don't feel great about how that match went.
Right. It felt like Legacy was in control the whole time.
Yes.
They were really just doing what they wanted to. Aside from...
Drio, it's another one.
Still playing in this tournament.
Hi there, I'm Pokeballs for us, and then I style both of our wigs. Two of your costume.
Go to the game.
For that, we do.
Okay.
We absolutely do. And I know a lot of people are saying, hey, are you really stopping the action to look at yourselves? Yeah, we are, but we're right back into it. Kakalak up 1 game on Legacy in a crazy final 20 seconds. We have the bans coming in. Umbreon, Blaziken, Slowbro on the side of Legacy. Final ban coming out right now, and then they're going to have 2 picks back-to-back after Kakalak takes that first step.
Legacy going after that Urshifu, which kind of spelled demise for them in that first game. So pivoting away from the Dragonite, which raises the question, is Kakalak going to grab a Dragonite now that it's available?
Yeah, we're going to have to see. They had a wild game 1.
They really
I think a game 1 that they don't want to replicate. So yes,
first pick.
We are grabbing that Dragonite over to the side of Legacy. We're going to see how they want to counter this and what they want to bring here. We have Mime and we have Ceruledge being locked in. The interesting thing about Dragonite, given that it has such good rip, given that it has such good secure, and you're 1 game up on your opponents, you can get kind of wild around Rayquaza. You have a game to give, and if you take a weighted flip, if you will, where you're about 70% to win the whole thing, well, you could punch your ticket to the next round of this tournament against a monster team like Legacy.
That's very true. I like that Lel is back on the Hoopa. I think their Hoopa play in that first game was exceptional. Ceruledge back in the hands of Falb right now. Mazo going to the Charizard. So we're seeing a lot of the similar things we've seen from game one. And if I'm Legacy, like you said, I wouldn't be super concerned. Like, yes, you lost, so there's some level.
These win rates are not up to date.
But their
You
strategy
actually want to win some of these games.
As it turns out, you do want to win the games. But their strategies seemed fairly sound until, again, the final moments.
Yeah, it was those last 20 seconds, and we talked about it. They had a lot to try to cover. They had a lot to try to cover. They also had a possibility of just them getting Rayquaza and the match being over right there, right? Now we're looking at Kakalak, pretty similar to what we saw last time, but they do have this Dragonite. Blastoise is back. Gyarados is here. Crustle once again, which looked incredible. Defender that we're seeing a lot of earlier in the season, a lot less of here at Worlds. Now onto the side here of Legacy, we've got the Gardevoir. Few teams pulling this out, and it's almost always a final pick.
Yeah, it's a great spot for it, right? You get all the information you need because Gardevoir really swings in both directions. It can either be an absolute travesty or it can have those hero plays like we saw like at the final stretch, for example. But that all comes down to that Fairy Singularity gobbling up multiple targets, or if it's only a single target, it better darn well be the right one.
You also want to make sure that what's on the other side isn't an absolute monster that just chases you all over the map, right? You don't want to see a Zoroark over there. You don't want to see something that's going to dive into the backline super easily like Mimikyu and just boop, get rid of you here. And since they don't see that, they feel pretty comfortable bringing that out here in game number 2. Legacy did drop a game here, but it does feel like they're in control of this series. If they can just get themselves back in the headspace they were game 1, recognize that, hey, things went bad in the last little sliver of that match. We won't let that happen again. I think they can take game 2 here.
I agree. I mean, Legacy played well.
Absolutely. Legacy played amazingly. As we take a look at the trophies, what they're playing for. As we head into game number 2, Kakalak, your purple team. Legacy, your orange team. Legacy needs this one for Brazil to stay alive in this tournament.
I really want to see what this Dragonite does. If it has the fear of Legacy to draw out that game 1 ban, I have to imagine if it's worth a first pick for Kakalak, it's going to come unglued. Lel immediately running across the map to try and harass this Dratini as they're trying to get leveled up.
Yeah, you can see Eldegoss making their way right there. Once again, great secures here for Falb and Lel. They play this top path so well together, and they're going to just pull away from this fight. They have to, obviously, because if they go down and get KO'd by Magikarp early, it could be devastating for Legacy.
Nice little Magician pluck to put a berry right in front of Falb to actually keep the push from continuing to happen out of Kakalak. Spoo evolving early this game compared to last. Crustle before 9.
And here we go, Mazo up in this top path as Charmeleon with a beautiful little cape on. The Dark Lord Charizard will make its way to this match as they're going to push in, looking to pick something up on Magikarp, now pulling back because here comes the Dragonair.
Danger Noodles there. They're going to catch a reset, which means Spoo and company are going to be able to take as much of that as they can. They're going for an engage, though. It's a 4-on-4.
No!
Forced to peel back. Nice rock
oh my god.
Provides separation, and things need to settle down. SCG getting some pressure put on them, but Spoo right behind them for support.
Yeah, and SCG, you can see why they banned out this Dragonite early on in that last match here.
I'm multitasking and playing a game on my phone,
right here,
and I just fucking lost it, and
it
I'm
looks
triggered.
like it heads over to the side of Kakalak.
Great rock tomb there by Spoo to cut off Legacy from their own buff, and then of course securing it so they're leaving with that purple buff for themselves. Blue buff, it looks blue to me, but people say it's purple, I don't know.
Yeah, the people
the little
who say
wormy
are absolutely crazy, even though I know it's supposed to be purple. But I know what the color blue looks like. I'm not insane.
We're not insane.
Here we go. Altaria Swablu in the center here. Really no one from Legacy is going to decide to fight over this. Instead, they're sending their Pokemon top path, possibly looking to score, possibly looking to fight this Gyarados here. Falb's going to have to try to run right now, although Charizard is online.
And that's what you need. It actually forces them to just settle down because it looked like SCG and Puvaza really wanted to go for an engagement, but Mazo taking over being Charizard was enough to say, okay, let's pump the brakes, Chief.
And now we have a possible opportunity for a fight top 4 members of Legacy. Once again, looking to put some pressure on here in this top path. Gyarados is going to bounce and run away from this engagement as Swablu and Altaria pop up. Looks like all of this is going to easily go over to the side of Legacy.
Sauto just hanging out. 4 players there. They're looking for a push. Spoo on the backside, going to see if they can trap somebody in the Rock Tomb. Fall doing a great job on the front line. Spoo engages, actually kind of gets stunned quickly. Nobody catches that portal for a reset. It was a little bit of a, look over here so we can peel back the other way.
I love that Phantom Force on Cerulege right there. Obviously, you can avoid a lot, and one thing you can easily dodge is that Hyper Beam, and they did. Regieleki just being ripped apart here by Kakalak with an easy secure. This is what you have to worry about with Dragonite. If you leave it alone with an objective, it's theirs.
I can't understate its Unite move as well. I feel like it is very slept on. And if SCG is that good at Dragonite, them being able to motor around the map and almost match the Hoopa and what it can do is going to be invaluable.
Nice plays here by Kakalak, just making sure they could get all the experience possible and all the AOS energy into that goal zone, waiting for the biggest overcap they could, and they're also shutting down these goals. It's something that you would really like to do when you have a Hoopa on the other side of the map. Cut off their ability to move around. Dragonite Unite just to save itself and run away as we have another push towards this top tier 1 goal zone. Crustal in some trouble. Legacy continuing the push right now, looking for the KO. They get it, and they're assaulting this tier 1.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for Nadiza to cover by themselves. Sunsage steps up, and they actually have Pufasa.
I think it's doing way too much damage, man. Holy shit. It took Blastoise's to half HP, less than half HP with one rotation of its skills. That is not normal.
Are they going to be able to catch anyone with it? And they do get a couple with that big-time Unite move. They're continuing this fight. Cerulege is looking for the Gyarados right now. Big-time Dragon Breath, and Hoopa goes down. They're moving in for it, but the bounce pulls them away from the fight. They're continuing to push up here in the top path, trying to chase this Gyarados, using the Unite move to leave, while Dragonite just scoring in the bottom path, putting them up 201-133. Charizard stuck in a Rock Tomb, but it doesn't turn out to be their coffin today.
I love the way Kakalak is playing this game right now. Holy, that Gyarados Unite, you'd think that's like not a value expenditure, but just getting out is worth its weight in gold for this team. 201-133. Kakalak is grooving, and I can see how well they're playing around this Dragonite.
Yeah, we have 2 objectives coming up right now. Hoopa is still level 8. I haven't seen how close they are to 9 yet, so I'm not sure if they're going to be able to pull anyone top or bottom or not. We have multiple members of Kakalak looking to see which objective they are going to. You can just send Dragonite bottom by themselves, but we have 5 members of Legacy top. Dragonite does look like they're heading to take the bottom objective solo. Regieleki going down to the side of Legacy, uncontested.
Well, Dragonite has their Unite move. They're going to be able to move a chunk of this map. Rock Tomb there to start slowing things down. Mazo plays forward, scoops and scores and burns down Pufasa. Flushing them down yet again. Regieleki's on the doorstep here. Nice Cerulege engagement back the other way. Hydro Typhoon kicks up all 3 players. Can Fob convert into something? 3 players down instantly. And
if they took that fight with all 5 members, I think they could have won that. But the problem is they rotate late and then they decide to defend when the Regieleki's already pushing towards them. I don't really understand why.
With how close that last match
There's really no point holding that when you already lost the objective. And then you put yourself in that position knowing that your team member's not going to be there as well. Like if I see 5 people, like I'm just going to leave that shit. Yo, yourself. What up, homie?
Positionally, level-wise, score-wise, these 2 teams feel very even this game, but I feel like Kakalak is actually performing a lot better than they did in Game 1.
I agree. Keeping pace, though, and unrattled is Legacy. They're playing well. They have the slightest level advantage on their big characters here. 13 on Cerulege is actually going to lead the pack in Thea Sky Ruins. We're going to see where they're going to engage as Spoo is just kind of running around and SCG not going to let themselves get caught. Pufasa jumps on Lel. Lel desperately trying to get away. If they nab this portal, I think they'll feel pretty good, and they do.
And we have 2 members of Legacy actually running towards this tier 2 goal zone. Blastoise has a pretty good idea that that's happening. Landing on them immediately. Rapid spin, water spout, putting the damage in, seeing if they can stop them on this goal zone. And we have
the damage nerf on that is so noticeable. Holy shit. I remember back in the day, rapid spin, water spout would take you, you chase them down from 100 to 0. They barely got Surluge to
and now
half
looks
HP.
Like Pufasa's up top.
That's a Surluge of all things.
Regieleki to see what they can do with this opportunity. 5 seconds till Regieleki hits the map. We've got about 10 until a basement Reggie, and of course Ray right around the corner.
That's right, and Dragonite can just head to this bottom objective by themselves anytime they want. Gyarados kind of getting an eye on what's happening with Regieleki. These 2 teams are just going to trade objectives right here. Legacy is behind, so if this Regieleki walks, they can make a sneaky play, but at the same time, K-Kalok knows this. They can counter it. A lot of the times when a Pokemon runs towards that tier 2, they end up getting caught, and then the Rayquaza fight is much easier for their side. Regice heads over to the side of K-Kalok. Point advantage to K-Kalok. Match advantage to K-Kalok. If Legacy loses this Rayquaza fight,
Gyarados should just let that in, honestly. I can't see the HP on that Regieleki, but if it's not low or about to die right now, then
the position from both of these
you just
teams
get in
is
position.
strong. They're poking each other out to find out exactly where everyone is. They don't know where this Gyarados is. They don't know where this Dragonite is. Legacy pretty bunched up right here with a catch on Crustle.
And Spoo's going down very quickly. They rabble-rouse and eject in. They're going straight towards Mazo. They have a portal down, but nobody's really taking damage. Right back into the middle is Salto. Tons of damage. Charizard picks up a Unite move. Dragonite takes to the skies. Very Singularity catches a couple, but no conversion on KOs quite yet. Spoo finally goes down as Lil pops the rings unbound. Salto's all over Pufaza. They are gone.
Oh my god, everyone's split up on the side of K-Kalok.
They are getting cooked in their own kitchen here, and the bake temperature is 350. We're going for it. Rayquaza getting left alone as Mazo's back capping that burger. It's going to go in, and now they have the advantage.
They have the advantage here, 240 to 306. This is the position they were in last time. There's still time.
It's still a
on the
winnable game.
clock,
It's still
and
playable,
K-Kalok
though.
can still look for a fight. Saotao caught right here by this Rock Tomb. Regieleki just being hit a little bit by this Eldegoss, seeing what can happen. Here comes Dragonite pushing forward. The multi-scale passive is proc, so they're going to lose that damage reduction now. We have Cerulege moving up, and they're looking for another possible engagement here.
Saotao jumps right in with the Earthquake, trying to catch a target on the backside. Follow-up, eyes down. Pufaza, they're getting so low, they bounce over low. They're KO'd by Mazo. Saotao on the backside going to catch a reset. They're flipping on Ray, and they're going to need this one in a big way. KO Shinga 2 for Mazo. Can they secure Hyper Beam?
Oh!
K-Kalok gets it! K-Kalok gets it! Now they need a scramble and score! There's just enough time on the clock for them to take a lead.
Dragonite, where are you going? Go score! Unless you're getting a Unite move, but still.
How is it possible we're in the exact same position
Dragonite?
we were last time? Points going into this main goal
What are you
zone.
doing?
It looks like Legacy
Hello?
scores another 80, but here comes Dragonite.
What is wrong? What is this guy doing?
In this top path. It's
He's
gonna be
trolling.
440, 492. Dragonite is still picking up points. K-Kalok is trying to stop the rest of Legacy at their home goal zone. Dragonite's coming in. Score. Dragonite has 30 points right now.
Oh my god!
Dragonite scores 60.
Jeez, I think that's
I
it.
think K-Kalok just got
Yo,
it
this
done.
guy's stressing
Put
me
some
out, man.
frosting on top of that one. Let's see the score.
500!
Oh my god, is that how they went? Dude.
Oh, shot, brother.
That's
Are you
fucking
kidding
crazy.
me? Dragonite's the business, my friend. Dragonite's the business.
Bro, this guy,
Come on,
okay,
baby.
it didn't have to be that
Hyper Beam was
close,
with
but
us the whole
still.
time. We slept on it, but it never went anywhere. Holy smokes.
What an insane 2 games between these teams.
Are you kidding? K-Kalok.
I mean, what are these 2 games? 15 points separate them in 2 games total?
Collectively, yeah. Because it was 8 and 9. What's that math? 17. 17
Nobody
points.
knows. Wow.
Not even.
Wow.
Brother.
I mean, when you saw, imagine Dragonite doesn't grab one of
Imagine
those balls.
dragging these nuts across your face.
They don't pick it up. Imagine something else happens. Imagine there was a
Spraggles
different
set it
cap.
up for that
Imagine
one.
Legacy puts a few more
If
points
they
into
didn't type that
tier
in
2
chat when it
they
was
push
live, I would have been so disappointed.
What
Insane
was this?
series. What an insane series.
Holy. Listen, I know our energy is high.
Yeah, I'm screaming.
But like Legacy, this is a dream crush moment.
I know.
This is a dream crush moment. And while we've got a Cinderella story on one side of that stage, we have utter devastation on the other.
Yeah, this
Legacy.
is the heartbreaking thing that happens. To have a champion, every single team that has come here from around the world has to go home but one. K-Kalok right now sending Brazil's last chance at the World Championships.
All right, this is very unfortunate. I want to keep on watching, but I have to go.
These matches really could go
But I will be
either
back.
way. Here's that moment where they were
It's just
looking
that
for that
I
Rayquaza
have
in game number
a
1. They were
visitor
able
at
to
the
get
house
it
that I
almost
have to
zero
kind of
time on the clock. Legacy
entertain,
runs to
if that
score,
makes sense.
But K-Kalok is
You know,
able
sometimes
to take that match.
I want to be a little gremlin and do my own thing, but
Our second
I have
game.
to
K-Kalok. I mean, if you look at the KO, we
go
kind of see the KO
socialize.
numbers on our screen still. 4 knockouts they took that game, but holy smokes did they find some quality ones.
I'm not upset about it.
Rayquaza.
It's just
just
one of those things you gotta do
incredible
when you
stuff.
gotta do
Such
one.
a close game. Legacy now
All right,
up
so I gotta
in
go,
this
guys.
moment.
I
This
was
is the
planning on
exact
watching the whole
position they
thing,
were in
but I'll
last
just have
time,
to
right? We talked about it.
split it up.
They're
We're pretty much
up.
at the
They
halfway
need to
mark as
KO
well.
multiple members of
Yeah,
K-Kalok,
once you
and they
fast
do
forward
get
through
a
all
few
the interviews and shit.
can do against
Yeah,
each other.
halfway
What are
mark.
we doing here? Oh, we've got announced. Oh, they're already losing.
Okay. Alright, I gotta go, guys.